issues with weapons for people that don't buy the battle pass, because your alternatives to Serpent's Spine are just not that good. In Mawika's case, Mailed Flower is relatively good, but in Melt Mawika, in order to get this extra damage, this buff on the big hit, you need to trigger a reaction on field on Mawika before you burst, which is rough. It is doable, you can do it, but those combos tend to be a lot harder. Right, the combo I mentioned a while back with
What's happening?
Was that an anomalous realm or some baddie's Esper ability? Such a fat dog, yet so nimble. What a grab.
The sensor on the table. Miss Bianca, do you recognize that sensor?
It didn't seem significant. I've been here several times and didn't notice it.
Strange. They're talking about an ordinary dog.
Could the person we're looking for have been taken by that dog? Oh, like the bird? The fat dog and stinky bird must be in cahoots.
We need to understand the connection between the bird and the sensor, and the dog's whereabouts.
Should we ask around? Oh, wait, don't bother. Empty your pockets of funds. Hurry, hurry! Trust me, empty them! That won't do. Those intel dealers won't give us information for free. Intel? You mean those couriers? Shh, quiet! If Boss Lady knows about this, she's gonna go funky on my ears again!
Couriers? Sterry Express. They run a courier service, but they also deal in intel on the side. A-Bone sometimes does business with them, but Kotori told us not to get too close.
Special circumstances call for special measures. It's our first commission with a newbie. We can't be slow. But you... Edgar, what happened to all your pocket money?
Gave it all to you last week.
capture from the shop. It was really cool. Oh, forget it. What now?
Okay, let's just leave it open. I think that helps reconnect.
Hand over your stash. Tagido! Tagi! It's just money. When this is done with, I'll ask for a bonus for you from Boss Lady.
Is your companion okay?
They should be fine.
Hope your investigation goes well.
Don't worry. We'll update you with any new information.
Thank you.
Tagido, let's go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good thing I checked everything yesterday. Yep. Lighting is really weird in this game. Resets to full weekly. Oh, yeah, that's problematic. Fluffy cotton. Can't level it up. Max level, max level. Yeah, that's a path. I think I should raise a bed up top. Right back here. That's interesting. Okay, press it here. That seems alright. Why not? Ah, it clips. Hmm.
Hmm? Going? Just 5 more minutes.
I feel like
What do you want?
I have to get
Same. You're sharing with me?
this girl because grants additional funds and tips for Richard and etc. Okay. What do you want? For me to level up it up? Cafe. Okay, yes. To purchase cafe. Develop. Tuna sandwich. Oh, I can just do that, yes.
Just right.
That's nice. Thank goodness. Okay, let's deal with it.
Now's the time.
Shift change. I will see through the muck. Time for the professionals to take over.
Trust me.
I'm completely lost. Okay, well. I'm interested in getting to 1 mil quickly. Okay.
A butler must handle both coffee making and shop management. No need to worry. Work again?
Coffee or desserts. With me, the part-timer ace of Stary, here you can relax.
Oh, so there's only one seat in Terra. One, two, three. Seats. God damn it. Popularity 250. Restock. And how about a
Who calls upon the name of Haniel? Wanna hang out?
no, not activate. Hire,
Or desserts?
hire.
Work again?
Does the kitchen need help?
Do you need help with the register?
More hobbies. Under selection, yes, that's going to be really useful. Inventory insufficient. We don't take Crimson for seat. It's the regular one.
Today.
Let's go. Let's go to bridge crossings, I guess. Work here. No, that's not the thing. I think I am. No, that's. Oh, yeah, I have no clue how to get there. Bridge crossings. Yep. Lettuce 18. Perfect. And the side of the square. Okay, let's go there then.
Your express delivery. Exclusive delivery, please sign here. Be gone! Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. Time's up. Back to where you belong.
Let me take over. I'm here, Coco. Get burned!
Time for the... Perfect positioning. Arc light. Pretty lively here. The off-the-books portion needs personal collection. I will... Time for the professionals to take over. This is our rightful share.
Wait, I could have teleported there. Why am I? Get seafood. And the shop. It's pharmacy. Oh, maybe I can buy depth, crit rate. No.
Set should I choose?
Meat, other meat.
All grown in my
16. Looks like level 10 is where it'll get stuck
Dinner tonight.
for a while. To get inside. Okay. Let's say so. Mhm. Ember Glamour. I wonder how much time it takes to actually overtake the time invested. The funds invested into it.
get out whatever Kiramaru gobbled.
Point 3. Oh, I should have leveled up Psykiri instead. Well,
'Shopkeeping with Kiramaru?
at 9.71 per hour. Eighteen 27. 1827. Mm-hmm. What about you? Point 12, point 12.
Who calls upon the name of Hanyul? Wanna hang out? Coffee or desserts? With me, the part-timer Ace of Stary. Here, you can relax. 4 hours. In 4 hours. And get to level 7. Mhm. Last for 60 days.
Go there. What does popularity
Pleasure
do?
working with you.
I wonder. 2, 3, 5. Also 2, 3, 5. What does popularity even do? Uh-huh. And I can get even more. F20. Алло. Лола. Да, удобно. Подтверждаю. Crimson double C, barometer. What does this box even mean? Oh. It's a fucking window. What are you doing here? That's a whole idea here. Because that box means what's currently selected. Seriously. Just dry.
Pleasure working with you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's more bit. Let's consider deep.
Which one should I buy?
Hmm. None, 2, 3. Wait, it tops up at 500? Despite this inconspicuous line? Ah, I see. It's just the limits on this location. Oh well. Gonna be more for the other locations. If I claim revenue way too fast, it seems that it's going to damage the amount of stock I currently have. Because it's going to remove it, all of that. Four. Okay, not bad. I guess that was the only source that I had. Do for exchange. I see. Fluffy cotton is just universal. Gift. Hmm. 5 days. Days? 5 days. Okay, well, that's fine.
Perfect positioning.
Tag, you're it! Huh?
Bye bye.
Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long.
You consider the anomaly or
Waka Waka on Anomaly Volume 2 is officially on sale. Members get a discount. Waka Waka on Anomaly Volume
just promotional stuff? The counter is just for show.
I don't do vague requests.
Victoria's Daily Special! Victoria's new specialty sake. Can give it a try. Victoria's Daily Special! Victoria's new specialty sake. Can give it a try.
What was that? I want a way to earn funds. It's not just cafe. Or those things. Selection, little sparrow. Those are easily digest.
Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above? Feels good.
I'm here, Coco. Hit first.
Pretty lively here. I'll deliver this one myself. Pretty bold of you. No big deal. Continue. I will. Time for the perfect. Perfect positioning.
Watch out, fools!
Ship change. Don't make me thank you for your patronage. This is our rightful share.
This complete drawn over graffiti looks much better than what can be seen in different things.
Orders. The store's overloaded with orders, and got it. Press cargo. Hate the help, but finish your current batch before picking up more. You're a lifesaver. Got here just my wife sent you. I'm ashamed. I have to pull myself together so she won't worry. Wait, where's my ticket?
Come on, pull yourself together.
Does weekly cleaning somehow make the house messier?
So, how much stuff did you buy this time?
Between flash sales $9.99.
Things have really changed. Completely different from how it used to be.
Time for the exclusive delivery. Please sign here. Time's up. Back to where you belong. This is our rightful share. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
Really changed. It's completely.
The spell is standing door. Stock times 2. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Looks like all of that is a one-time thing.
What did she even mean by that? What's for dinner tonight?
Fighting crime doesn't pay.
Pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you.
Looks like that was necessary. Okay, so EQ specifically. Okay, that's nice. So all her things are worth upgrading. FCD would decrease. Mm-hmm.
If you're watching this because you actually want to make stuff, go make stuff. That's the only way to get better. I'm Tom Scott. I've been making stuff for the internet for more than 25 years. I'm here today to answer questions from for more than 25 years. I'm here today to answer questions from the internet.
for the professionals to take over. Exclusive delivery. Please sign here. Mission complete. Now, shall we discuss payment? I don't do vague requests.
I might get sued for this, but imagine you made a YouTube video about a phone. You get it out of the box, you test it, but you feel like something's off. So you tell your viewers, but then you receive a court order. You're legally forced to take your video down. You're banned from ever saying anything negative about that phone again, and so is everyone else. And suddenly it all erupts into what can only be described as a war within the tech community. That would be crazy, right? Right? This
Here's your delivery.
NTE
Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above? Feels good. for your patronage. I can see you all. Here's a mess. Exclusive delivery, please sign here.
Praise, then break!
Pretty lively here. I don't do vague requests. You knew me better than I expected. There aren't many gifts in this world that would make me this happy. Feels good. An opportunity served on a silver platter. I'll deliver this one myself. Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. No big deal. Continue. Beautiful prey. What should I collect next? Pleasure working with you. I'll deliver this one myself.
I'm here, Coco.
It's pretty lively here. Thank you for your patronage. patronage. Nice car, Fraser. I'll deliver this one myself. Large light. Here's your delivery. Let's go. I'm letting you drive because I trust you a lot.
Let me take mark. I'm here, Coco.
Time for the professionals to take over. Pretty live. Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above? good. No big deal. Continue. I will see through the nexus. Mark! Your express delivery. Pretty bold of you. Feels good. Let me great. Your express delivery. Pretty bold of you. Great. Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. Exclusive delivery. Please sign. Let's settle. Time's up. Back to where you belong. This is our your rightful share. Pretty. Trust. Intel confirmed. I'm praised, then strike. Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above? Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
Let me take over. I'm here, Coco. Tag, you're it!
Pretty lively here. things clearer when you're looking from a exclusive delivery. Please sign here. No big deal. Continue. I will see. Here's your delivery. I'll deliver this one myself. Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above? Feels good. I'll deliver this one myself. Time for the professionals to take over. Thank you for your patronage. Pretty bold of you. You need to be faster than that. An opportunity served on a silver platter. Try on! Mark! Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. Occasionally, there are some unexpected gains. Exclusive delivery. Please sign here. No big deal. Continue. Thank you for your patronage. Beautiful prey. What should I collect next? Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above? I'll deliver this one myself. Here's your delivery.
Trust me.
Intel confirmed. Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
Tag, you're it!
Time for the professionals to take over.
Let me take over.
Pretty lively here. good stuff in stock. I'm letting you drive because I trust you a lot. Let's go. Trust me. Time for the professionals to take over. Pretty bold of you. I'll deliver this one myself.
Let me take over.
Pretty lively here.
I will praise, then break!
Time for the professionals to take over.
Okay, that made much more sense. I mean, fucked up, I guess.
Is it over? Boring.
I like this one normally. Double the fonts. Okay, so 100 city stamina. I need to somehow, the next 2 days, get to a point
Let's go.
where my city stamina is much higher. I guess...
Time for the professionals to take over.
I'm sorry. I really want to get a motorcycle. My own motorcycle would fucking good.
Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above? Let me take over. Time for the professionals to take over. Ah, this isn't your ordinary package. Feels good.
I might get sued for this, but imagine you made a YouTube video about a phone. You get it out of the box, you test it, but you feel like something's off. So you tell your viewers, but then you receive a court order. You're legally forced to take your video down. You're banned from ever saying anything negative about that phone again, and so is everyone else. And suddenly it all erupts into what can only be described as a war within the tech community. That would be crazy, right? Right? This is one of the most fascinating, alarming situations that I've ever seen on my 15 years making YouTube videos. And it's also currently a very real, active legal case. So the YouTubers involved are not allowed to comment. But I will. I've got the products, I've got the receipts, I've consulted the experts and people at the very heart of the situation. And if anyone wants to sue me, I'd love to see them try. Quick context. India is the second biggest smartphone market on Earth, with over 700 million users. But at least 2/3 of the phones sold there, from brands like Xiaomi and Vivo and Oppo, are Chinese, which has created this massive opportunity for someone to come in and make a phone in India. Partly for the same reason that Brits love their Made in Britain logo and Americans like to buy American. It would help Indians to support the economy of the country they live in, but also compounded by the fact that India and China don't have the best relationship. Long story short, lots of border clashes and a lack of trust. So over the years, a bunch of companies have tried. You've had Carbon, you've had Micromax, you've had Lava, all leaning into this national pride, plastering their marketing campaigns with this promise of made in India, but they've all failed to capture any kind of meaningful market share. Because ultimately, while their products might be assembled in India, they're still designed in China. And if you're gonna buy a designed in China phone, then you might as well just buy it direct from a Chinese company like Xiaomi and get it even cheaper. Which sets the stage for July 2025, when a new brand called AI Plus launches with the pitch of delivering India's first fully sovereign smartphone.
Expertly engineered and meticulously built in India.
And they went one step further than the rest to say that it even
prioritizes your privacy and stores your data in India.
So any of your data that has to go online, they're saying will be securely stored
in Google Cloud India regions.
This built-in India strategy is absolutely central to the entire case. So it's important to stress just how much they leaned into it. Like how it literally spells out on the boot screen of my AI Plus phone here, your data stays safe in India. Or how they said their phones are so secure that they are and I quote, certified for government, all amplified by the CEO firing shots at other companies for not holding themselves to the same standards. Referring to other Indian brands, he said, made in India means little if software and updates come from abroad. And then, referring to the abundance of Chinese phones, this foreign dominance raises critical concerns about data privacy. And if AI Plus hadn't already made their stance extremely clear, then nothing summarizes it better than what I can only describe as their comic book strip of an advert. It starts with this poor Indian man who's woken up to find that someone's taken a large loan in his name without his consent. Oh, right. Yeah. It's this Chinese guy.
Chinese, not safe. AI plus smartphone.
I think I've read fortune cookies with more nuance. But you get the point. So you might be wondering, who is this AI Plus CEO? This Indian hero who's about to show the Chinese who's boss? Madhav Sheth, a man with a very colored history of making phones. He was a sales director for Oppo in India. He then co-founded and became CEO of Realme. He ran that company for 5 years, and by the time he left in 2023, it was the 4th biggest smartphone brand in the country. Then he...
Okay, so there is no... Yeah, this is... Like, this is fine. But I can't do the... I'm not sure how it's called. Interesting. No, driving isn't the best in this game. This is just exactly the same car, just faster. I mean, it has a nice skin. Like, who fucking cares? I got the character skin, that was enough. Let's go jump off a cliff. No, it's not. It's not powerful enough to climb, really. I can open roof. It doesn't change stuff. Why are you so slow? Ah, I suppose it's because we are driving on grass right now. No? It's not because of grass, looks like. Oh, neat. Okay.
He went off to lead Honor in India, hopped over to Alcatel to do the same, until finally deciding to build his own phones with AI+. So, two things jump out to me. One, that with work experience like that, I can't think of a single person more qualified to start their own tech company. But then second is, for someone who's seemingly so vehemently against China, he sure has spent a lot of his career working for Chinese companies.
Chinese, not safe.
Now, to be fair, gotta hand the Madhav guy his flowers. The prices of the products that he's launched, they seem really reasonable. Amongst other products, there were two phones. The Pulse, their 4G phone, starting at 4,499 rupees, and then the Nova, their 5G phone, starting at 7,499. Right now, that's equivalent to 47 and 79 US dollars. So, like, how wrong can this go? Well, the first crack appeared when YouTuber Gyan Therapy got his hands on the phone and posted a video. He highlighted that this supposedly brand new built-in India software, which the brand calls Next Quantum OS, does seem to look awfully similar to Realme's operating system, which is definitely not built in India. Doesn't prove anything, but it does make me wonder, if you were actually building a new Android skin from scratch for this brand new company you've started, why would you not make it look different to what's out there? Especially when what's out there is the company that you used to run and are now competing against. And then, Gyan Therapy found 3 apps on the phone: Clean Assistant, Phone Clone, and Mobile Butler, which, by the way, I also have on my phone. Clean Assistant, Phone Clone, and my Mobile Butler is called Phone Manager, presumably because it's been updated since. These apps came pre-installed, you can't disable them or uninstall them, and he asks, how could they keep your data in India if they are actually Chinese apps? Why would he say that? Well, because when you pop into the privacy policy of Phone Clone, who else but a China-based company, Sprocom Technologies, who's very clearly spelled out as the service provider. I've screen grabbed the entire policy and made it public, in case you fancy a very long read. But the point is, you don't have to scroll very far for it to raise some eyebrows. We may collect your personal information by 1. Information you provide directly to us, 2. Information we obtain automatically during your use of this application, and 3. Information we obtain from other sources. And then for the other 2 apps, there isn't a privacy policy, but we managed to extract the app files, ping them off to a very smart Android researcher who's chosen to remain anonymous, and this is what he said. All these 3 apps are built in China, for sure. They just changed the package name to make it look like they are built from scratch as part of Next Quantum OS, followed by all the screenshots proving this fact. Now, does this mean that your data is going to be sold to the highest bidder and the Chinese triads are about to knock on your door and ransom you to get it back? Probably not. Most apps collect data, but the point is, can this app guarantee that not a shred of your data leaves India, which is what's being promised in no uncertain terms here? Well, that feels less certain. Now, I'm going to be confronting Madhav himself about these apps. But for now, what you need to know is that for saying what he said, Gyan Therapy received a legal notice from the AI Plus company, and his video has been geolocked, meaning that I can still watch it here in the UK, but if we VPN over to India, you can see that you straight up can't there. This is already pretty unheard of for a tech review, but I was curious about this whole Sprocom thing. I never heard of the company, but I also couldn't help but feel like they were part of the bigger picture here. So I had a browse, and I don't think I've ever seen a load of nonsense quite like it. there's pages and pages of stuff like connect with mind. Connect with mind, again. I've never read a more generic sounding company profile, and their company culture, connect with mind. Well, of course. And then their corporate mission is supposedly connected, intelligental. So what on earth could this China-based company that can't even spell intelligence have to do with our made in India smartphone that literally has intelligence in its name? I was about to quit, but then I stumbled into this page. Oh, Sprocom do make phones. And while this is not exactly this, it's pretty hard to ignore the similarities. How aligned the camera module and the camera positioning is. How from the side and the bottom, these two feel like a mirror image. Not to mention how almost every spec, including the display, looks identical. So here's what you need to understand. There are two ways to get a tech product made. You can either ideate it, design it, and own all the rights to it yourself, like Apple, for example, who then just hands over the brief to a contract manufacturer to do the building for them, to Apple's exact spec. But the other option is to go to an ODM, or Original Design Manufacturer. This is a company who builds the products, but has also done the designing, the ideation, and often owns the rights to their designs too. And so all you do as a customer is request slight variations, get your logo added to it, and brand it as your own. And so Sprocom, according to an official business report, is a Chinese ODM, which, you know, is not in itself unusual, but it does cast even more doubt on just how much of the imagining and building that AI Plus is actually doing themselves. To give you an idea, within just half an hour of digging, I managed to find 4 other supposed clients of this Sprocom company, and all of their phones look remarkably similar to ones on Sprocom's site. So when you look at this, how much does it look like Sprocom's clients are really researching and developing themselves? And how much does it look like they're largely just taking what Sprocom gave them? And I've come to learn something else about Sprocom through a conversation with someone who's, let's just say, very high up and very involved in the Indian supply chain.
Basically, you have different tiers of ODMs. So up there, you have ODMs in the likes of Longcheer. They work with brands like Oppo, Vivo, Samsung. Then you also have good ODMs. They work with brands like Nothing or Moto.
Yeah.
And then you have low-tier ODMs. And those ODMs are known for making very, very cheap products. This includes ODMs like Sprocom. There is no R&D involved. The product exists. What you do is just you customize slightly the back of the phone so that it looks a bit different. They cut a lot of corners. The way they make things very cost efficient is having a very cheap supply chain. They use a lot of like second-hand components. The biggest opportunity is when it comes to the memory chips. For reference, for 64GB memory, you'll probably get around as low as $20 versus $60 if you are buying it new.
So people are buying a new product, but actually the memory chips inside are from used product.
Exactly.
Given that in India specifically there are tons of phones in that lower price bracket, would you say that's probably the case with most of them?
No, that's the thing. If you look this year, whether it's like Oppo, Vivo, they haven't been launching any phones in that price point. Those players are the ones kind of working with the tier 1 ODMs I mentioned, because they don't do this type of like more dirty work.
So my takeaway from this is there's actually 2 layers of dubiousness. On top of AI Plus's already debatable claims about how Indian their products are, according to this insider, by buying a phone sourced from Sprocom, you're also, ironically, getting a lower quality product than the Chinese companies that AI Plus is trying so hard to separate themselves from. But if everything we've seen so
any
far
tips
has felt
on how to go
sus,
viral so I can exit the workforce with everyone else? Firstly, you will not be exiting the workforce. Make stuff. Every single project that you make is a new roll of the dice, is a new chance to go viral. What you want is to steadily grow, to build up your skills over time, to make stuff and make stuff and make stuff, and then, when you're in a position to make good stuff, then you want the number one, you want the viral hit, because then people can come in and go, oh, there's more stuff here. You can do that. Oh, and it's all good. That's what you actually want to do. You don't want to go viral yet. Make stuff. Angel of Lord asks, is upgrading your gear worth it? Upgrading your microphone is worth it. That's the very first thing you should do when you've got some money coming in. Bad audio is really difficult. I know that everyone's got subtitles on now anyway. If you don't have subtitles on your videos, you absolutely should. I think it's 30% of my viewers, and I'm on YouTube, watch with subtitles. On mobile, it's going to be way higher. But if you have bad audio, immediately people are like, I can't understand, I'm going to move on. And if you're on short form, you're gone in a second. Clear audio is vital, and the first thing you should do is get the microphone closer to your face, and the cheapest way to do that is to buy an off-the-shelf one that plugs in and just hold it in front of your face. Maybe you want to get a fancy wireless one later, maybe you want to get a proper boom mic later or something like that, but the first thing you should do is upgrade your microphone. Any Lingonberry asks, do you think thumbnails matter as much as people say? 100%. Thumbnails on YouTube matter so much. The packaging of a video for whichever platform you're on matters so much. I hate that the packaging is important. I would much, much rather be doing a 90s television magazine show with a half-hour running length and 4 or 5 sections in there, and maybe the third section isn't something people would generally choose to watch, but they're already watching the show now. And I really dislike that every single thing has to be packaged like this. But time after time after time, it is proven that the thumbnail and the packaging is really important. That said, if your thumbnail is a lie, think about what audience that's going to attract and whether they actually are the audience you want. I'm kind of old school in this, that I think the thumbnail should be true. YouTube's AI features in their studio will now generate new thumbnails for you. If you're a YouTube creator and you go to that little AI icon and you say, generate some thumbnails from a most recent video, it'll do it. Just as ideas, I don't think they actually want you to use them. As I record this, my most recent video was filming in a candy factory, a sweet shop, a rock shop for the British people watching. And there's some elements in there. There's some sugar being pulled out, like molten sugar flowing out of a cauldron. And there's me in there dressed up in factory gear. And what it generated was this giant cauldron with enormous amounts of bubbling candy coming out of it. And it generated this shot of me just kind of recoiling back from it in terror with an uncanny valley version of my face. And yeah, it's a very good thumbnail. It would have attracted people to the video if I'd have like photographed myself for it, took it out in the uncanny valley. But it's a lie. That didn't happen. That's okay for some audiences, I guess. I make factual content, so I want it to be real. The kettle wasn't that big. I wasn't recoiling in fear. I was holding the camera. I wasn't in that shot. So yeah, I could have put that up, and a lot of my audience would have been angry at me, first for using generative AI and second for lying. and a load of kids would have come along who aren't really going to like the video in the end. It's not who I'm pitching my video at. So sure, I could have got more views with it, but it wouldn't have been the people who the video was aimed at, and they wouldn't have stuck around. So yes, thumbnails matter an enormous amount, but they've got to also match your audience. I also now hate that I have to generate 3 titles and 3 thumbnails for each video, and YouTube will automatically A, B, C test them, and if none of them work, maybe I need to change it up again. It's constant work. I do miss just uploading a video. Sarah Mann asks, how far in advance do you plan content? Do you prefer to lock it down or be a bit flexible? It's going to be different for everyone. For me, I used to have weeks in advance. Back when I was making stuff in sort of 2018, 2019, I was making videos that now I really don't like all that much. My old format, the one that ended in 2023, I look at them like, man, why did people watch these? They're short and they're scripted and they're kind of stilted. But it meant like 2018, 2019, I had like 8 weeks of videos in the buffer, already scheduled, ready to go. It was great. And then COVID hit and I used up all that buffer and it never really recovered. Like maybe I'd get up to 2 weeks, and that was always a bit nerve-wracking. For the new series, for the stuff I started in 2026, I recorded 41 videos in advance on a single 8-week road trip, and they're all longer, and I think they're the best things I've ever done, but they are so good because they were able to be made as one continuous block. And I can put references in video 1 that will pay off in video 23 or 36. The flip side of that is that I can't be flexible. If it turns out that something I filmed months ago actually has a disaster, like touch wood, it's not going to happen, but I have to work out how am I going to deal with that? How am I going to change a video that already has references from months ago? Please try and have a buffer. Like if you want to avoid burnout, please try and have some buffer. A Quora user asks, what is a good traffic source? Okay, this is a little inside baseball, and the answer is, first of all, a good traffic source is going to differ for each creator, but generally, you want a good mix. YouTube's advice is to have 3 types of content: hub, hero, and help. Hub is your episodic, your regular content that is just going out, like that's building up the audience slowly over time so that when someone comes in and sees you, there's also a load of regular stuff there and they can watch that too. That is your hub. Then you've got your hero. That's the big splashy stuff that draws in people, that goes viral, that makes big waves, gets shared around, gets new audience in. And then you have your help. That's the stuff that people search for. They're looking for help on this thing now. They type in the keywords, and they find you there. If you have all 3 of those, you're going to get a mix of traffic sources, and that is hopefully what's going to propel you forward. OK Rub asks, how important are the first 10 to 15 seconds of a video to the algorithm? Very important, but not for the reason you'd expect. I was lucky enough a while back to have a chat with the guy in charge of the YouTube algorithm. Head of product for recommendations, his name is Todd. And I cannot remember his last name, so let's... Todd Algorithm. And he said this publicly, I'm not breaching any confidences or NDAs here. In any sentence where you use the word algorithm, replace it with the word audience. That's what YouTube is trying to do, and it's generally what the other platforms are trying to do as well. In any sentence, just replace algorithm with audience. They want to be this transparent glass layer that means that every single video you're recommended is something you'd want to watch. How important are the first 10 to 15 seconds of a video to the audience? Really, really important, because after 10, 15 seconds, if they look at that and go, oh, that's fine, they are going to judge a book by its cover, and the title, the thumbnail, the first 10 to 15 seconds are that cover, and the algorithm will just reflect what the audience is doing. Good. Ecstatic asks, what is a realistic amount of time to wait to know whether a video is going to take off or not? Depends on the platform. If it's for YouTube, you'll know pretty quickly. It's unusual for something to go slow for a while and then suddenly take off. If it's not taking off, you repackage it. You change the title, the thumbnail, you try again, you keep going. after a while you go, okay,
Let me
well,
take
that
over.
was not a winner. That happens. For other platforms, the stories I've heard from people who use Instagram and TikTok and publish there, YouTube Shorts in particular, it's completely random. It's the whims of some black box algorithm, and it really feels like it's not reflecting the audience. It's just randomly sending down lightning bolts from on high and going, you shall now have views. I don't know, but for YouTube, you'll probably know in a couple of hours. Pokey asks, should my YouTube videos have an intro or is it just a waste of time? Depends on the intro. The best ever introductions were the ones from Top Gear. Tonight, so-so does this. So, if you're just setting up expectations, great, do it. Because one of the most powerful editing techniques, and you can see people do this if you know what you're looking for, is never conclude a question until the next one is set up. So at the start of the show, your intro, you set up expectation A and B. You resolve B, but before you do that, you set up C. Before you resolve C, you set up D. And then at the end, you resolve D and A. That is a really powerful technique if you're subtle about it. You can see so many YouTube videos that really go, oh, but you won't believe what happened when we did that. Like, be subtle. On the other hand, if your introduction is 10 seconds of 3D animation with dubstep over it and your channel name, drop it. You are not prestige television, and even prestige television has a skip intro button for a reason. A Reddit user asks, is clickbait in your title and thumbnail worth it? I would direct you to Veritasium's excellent video on this, where he describes it not as clickbait, but as curiosity bait. If you are lying in the title and thumbnail, absolutely not. It'll get you the views. For a little while, they'll realize that you are a liar and they won't come back. But part of the game, part of getting your stuff out to the world is packaging it in the way that the medium requires. Back when DVRs and TiVo came along in the, I think, late 90s, that feels about right, the titles of shows got shorter and simpler. You ended up with things like Storage Wars and Ancient Aliens, in part, those titles, those short titles, rather than the more abstract titles that came before, because they needed to fit in the slot on a DVR guide. They needed to fit when you're clicking through on your television, on your channels, to just see 2 words, because that's all the room you've got. This is exactly the same thing. You have to package your content to fit the medium, just don't lie about it. Van Advice asks, is it true that the more content you put out, the better for audience growth and retention? The more good content you put out, the better. If you're just sending out stuff and you don't care about it and no one cares about it, the audience isn't going to care about it either. What you want is something summed up by the word ikigai. Concept from Japanese, which is what you love, what you are good at, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. The stuff that took off for me had all those 4 things. The format that I finally found, it was something that I was interested in and that I really did enjoy doing. It was something I'd like to think I was good at, that I could do. It was something that the world was interested in and watch, and it was something I could get paid for. Like, how many people are lucky enough to have all those 4 things? If you can find that, when you find that, put out as much of it as you can. If you're not interested in what you're putting out, if you're just doing it to tick a box, then I think the audience will notice. A Quora user asks, I want to change my YouTube niche without losing my old audience. How can I do it? You can't. That's the bad news. Even for me, like the new stuff that I'm making, that is a continuation of my old content, but longer, slightly different format. Like, viewing numbers are down a bit. Intellectually, rationally, I am fine with that, because I know from the statistics, people are watching for much longer. They're sticking around, and the feedback I'm getting is these are really good, but I am going to lose some of the old audience who don't like this. Now, if you can make it like this, where it's a combination of novelty and familiarity. That's what you want in a new series. If you're changing niche, try and make it have a connection to the other so you can bring more people over. But ultimately, if you're changing niche, even if you're just changing a bit of the format, some people are not going to stick around. That sucks. It is still a stab in the heart every single time I open up YouTube Studio and the new thing is getting lower view count. Don't think of it as losing the old audience. Think of it as starting from scratch with extra bonuses and new stuff coming in. You have such a start compared to everyone who really is starting from zero. Subscribers are a useless metric. They were great when YouTube started. Controversial opinion, YouTube should take away the subscriber count. Like, they're never going to do it. Like, there's too much cultural cachet in it. But it's a useless figure. They should replace it with watch time hours, which is a number that only ever goes up. It's fair to both short form and long form, but they'll never do it. But subscribers is meaningless because it just means someone clicked a button at one time and now they're not interested anymore. Like, don't worry about those numbers. If you are starting in a completely new niche, maybe start a new channel. Puzzleheaded asks, what have you learned from brand deals? A brand deal these days for YouTube is one of those ads that is incorporated into the video. It's called a host read or a host read advert. For Instagram, it may be an entire short form video that is dedicated to a product, but what I've learned is that everyone draws the line of what is an acceptable brand deal, of what is selling out just below what they're doing. So for me, I take some brand deals. I will never take one from a gambling company. I will never take one from some mobile app that uses loot boxes and gacha mechanics, just kind of grab huge amounts of money through addiction mechanics. I won't do that. I don't think those are acceptable, but there are loads of folks who do, and they will all go, oh yeah, sure, I take those, but I don't take whatever the next thing down is. And equally, there are people who are going to be looking down on me because they are very proud to never take or have to take those brand deals. The reason why everyone takes them is the money, obviously, but a brand deal on YouTube will get you, as a rule of thumb, as a very vague guideline, about 10 times what you would get from just the YouTube ad revenue that comes in. And I certainly couldn't resist that. And these days it is so accepted that when an up-and-coming creator gets their first brand deal, you will see comments that are like, oh my God, congratulations, you got a sponsor, like, get the bag. Roberto Blake asks, what skills do you personally need to practice as a content creator in order for you to improve further? Make stuff. Just make stuff. It's as simple as every skill, every single thing is improved by actually making things. There are so many people who spend so much time just worrying about every detail, worrying, oh, I can't make this now because this isn't right. Just make stuff, and every other skill will follow from there. Simply Here For Now asks, what more can I do to push my content out to the algorithm, or do I just have to wait? What more can you do to push your content out to the audience, other than repackaging it, trying different titles and things like that? I mean, don't spam people. Don't go wildly and post it, because that's a way to get people really angry at you. But it is, like many things, about who you know, not what you know. If you can collaborate with people, even if that's not in person, even if that's not actually on video, if you can make those connections to other people, then that's more powerful than anything else. There is the method of doing a forced collaboration where you just take someone else's content and make a video. Like the number of people who make a video about Mr. Beast, because that will get Mr. Beast's fans to click on their video. Cool. Are they going to be interested in your video, or are they going to be interested in just something about the person they like? They're not going to come back. All you've done is taken a little bit of someone else's audience who are then not going to like what you do next. A Quora user asks, how do you find your niche online? You try as many as possible, and you see what you like and you enjoy, and you see what the audience responds to. But that question feels like it comes from someone who wants to be an influencer, a creator, a YouTuber, a TikToker, and isn't sure why or what they want to do to get there. Like yeah, absolutely. I want to have 1 million subscribers. Cool. What about? It feels like someone who's like, yeah, I want to be a rock star. Okay, great. Which instrument? What genre of music? Like, if you don't have that passion for it, are you going to stick around and do that? So try a lot of niches, try a lot of different things, try a lot of different instruments, and see which one works for you. Beneficial List asks, how do you deal with burnout when your heart is tired but you don't want to give up? Oh, I'm not a therapist. I wish I knew. If you are just starting out, or if you don't have many subscribers, you've been trying this for a long time and you're burned out and it's not working, maybe you stop. Maybe you do try something else. If it is your job, and you have this schedule, and that's something I'll talk about later. Like, if you have this schedule that you have to hit for a certain amount of time, you suck it up and you do it because it's your job, and you figure out a way to make it more sustainable as you go. I will note that this is from a subreddit that is not advice for YouTube, it's advice for Fansly, which is an adult platform. I know folks who make content for platforms like that, and burnout is so difficult there. I know that is not to make it more sustainable as you get up a schedule that you have to hit for a certain amount of time, you suck it up and you do it because and you have this schedule, and that's something I'll talk about later. Like, if you have this schedule that you have to hit for a certain amount of time, you suck it up and you do it because it's your job, and you figure out a way to make it more sustainable as you go. I will note that this is from a subreddit that is not advice for YouTube, it's advice for Fansly, which is an adult platform. I know folks who make content for platforms like that, and burnout is so difficult there because it is, by necessity, intimate. But even if you're making stuff for YouTube and for Instagram or for anything that involves you as a person, the more you tear off pieces of your soul, the more you throw memories and personal stuff into the fire of the engine, the more you do that, often the better the audience responds. And there are only so many pieces of your soul and so many memories fuel the engine with. And if you can avoid becoming personal, if you can do this and still maintain a wall between you and the audience, even if it's a glass wall, even if there's just something there, that's going to help a lot. Dr. Mothman asks, how do I be a creator without being a people pleaser? Bad news, you have to be. Sorry, I met someone the other day who kind of plays the heel online, like lovely in person, but is kind of abrasive and aggressive with a personality, like actively seems to dislike the audience. But the audience like that, and he plays this character like a wrestling heel. He's just the bad guy. But that's still pleasing the audience. Now, how close you bring the audience is a choice. I've always said I want viewers, not fans. I don't want people to be attached to me. I want people to be attached to the things I'm making and to come back and enjoy that. So you can put a bit of a wall in there, but ultimately part of the job is pleasing the audience, and there's no way around that. Lonely Lupine asks, are attention spans shortening, or have short attention spans been hidden before? I think we are getting used to taking in more data and more information faster. I'm now at the point where I'm watching most stuff that isn't like comedy or drama or something like that at 2 times speed. If it's scripted, I'm up to 3 times speed. If it's scripted and they talk slow, I might even get up to 4 times speed if it's just someone reading a monologue, and that is the speed at which I take in information. Because if you're reading and you're a fast reader, you can Take in information that fast. I think that people are taking in more information now because there is so much of it, and we are adapting to do that. Is that a bad thing? Ask us in 100 years. Ask the descendants of this year's social scientists and neurologists. They'll be able to tell you, but I couldn't tell you now. Noel asks, how has your content evolved since you first started, and what lessons have you learned along the way? I first started throwing stuff at the internet technically in the 20th century. I think, in that I was writing HTML for a GeoCities page. So the answer is, I just kept throwing ideas out there until one worked. And then once it did, that kept evolving. It's evolved beyond all recognition. I generally hate anything I've done in the past. There are only maybe a dozen videos from my 10-year series that I'm really proud of and would say, oh yeah, I'd do that. Like there's so many I'm like, oh, I could have done that better. Like, yes, do I need to see a therapist about that? Absolutely. A Quora user asks, how do you know what content your audience likes? They'll tell you. They will tell you so much in comments, in messages on whatever platform you're on, in emails if you're old school like me. Like, you will get so many messages, but whether you pay attention to them is up to you. Because yes, the audience likes one thing, but maybe that's not what you want to do anymore. I've always made the analogy to being in a band. The audience would like 4 albums which are really identical to the one album they really like of yours, but are also new and novel and exciting at the same time. You have to manage those expectations and accept that sometimes the audience is only going to sort of like what you put out, and maybe that's okay. Maybe that gets rid of a few of the people who like the stuff you used to be doing in the past and brings in some people who are doing the stuff you want to do in the future. Trust Nobody asks, is the idea of being a full-time content creator over-glamorized and financially reckless? For some people, Yes, I met someone a few weeks ago, and apologies if you're watching this, who has just got 5,000 TikTok followers, and they were thinking of quitting their job and doing it full time. I tried to suggest politely, because it was just someone I just met, that maybe that wasn't a good idea. I will say that explicitly now in the hope that they're not watching this, and it doesn't sound quite so rude. Don't do that. That's a really bad idea. Ideally, you have a jumping off point. I was very, very lucky when I started. When my channel finally, 15 years of throwing stuff at the internet, something finally worked out. I had kind of, okay, this might be working, this might be going up the hill. That happened
I wonder where I can get them.
when I had a bit of savings, and the place I was working at, there were some red flags. It was time to leave. So I was lucky enough, and that was luck, to be in a position where I could jump ship when I needed to. Bear in mind that I had that because I had a bit of savings, I had a bit of time. There are so many people out there who don't have that luck, or they're holding down 3 jobs and they have 2 kids. If you have spare time, you are in such a better position. If you have spare time and spare money, congratulations, you've already won the jackpot. It is financially reckless to jump out of a job that you need because there might be something coming in future. That is massively unfair, but unfortunately, capitalism. Bella Nilly asks, how much time do you spend now on content creation? Too much. Everyone's answer to that is too much. Never have a hobby that turns into a job. Find a job you love and you'll spend your entire life doing it. It's infuriating. I'm still working full time on this because I can do, because I'm passionate about that and I want to make it work. If you can get work-life balance, please do. Tell me how to do it. BBLL asks, what happens to influencers and content creators once they are no longer at their peak or become less relevant? Which I will note is from the subreddit LA Influencer Snark. So I get the feeling there's a bit of cynicism behind this question. The answer is the same as for a TV presenter or a band or anything like that. If they had a couple of hits and then nothing else, they'll get a nice little trail of royalties in, maybe money from old views and things like that. But probably not much else. They'll go and find a job somewhere else. And maybe, if they're lucky, they'll have an audience that remember them. Michael Underwood is a kids TV presenter who I was slightly too late for him. I think he was presenting shows when I was sort of in college. He's had some shows, kids remember him, but he's a teacher now. And he's on TikTok recently, just answering questions from folks who are now like in their 20s and 30s going, oh yeah, I remember you off the TV. How's it going? And he's really happy. He's teaching kids. He's reaching an audience. And occasionally he'll pop on TikTok and someone go, oh yeah, I remember you. And occasionally in real life people go, oh yeah, I remember you. I've got good memories of you. Thanks for making my childhood better. What a wonderful thing to have. Again, like starting from zero, don't frame it as a loss. You have this gift, this bonus, you have this chapter in your life that was wonderful and you still hopefully have good memories of and get good things from. Pop culture is ephemeral. Relevancy is ephemeral. There is always a peak and there is always a come down after, and the come down sucks. But what a joy to be able to say, I did that, and there are still some good ripple effects that come from it. That is all the questions for today. Hope you learned something. Please go watch my videos as well. That's why I'm here.
Well, it looks like IGN screwed up so royally that Hoyoverse had no choice but to actually release the ZZZ Season 3 gameplay footage themselves ahead of the live stream. So let's break this down. What happened? So a couple of days ago, there was some gameplay that was like a 10-minute gameplay showcase for ZZZ Season 3 that was uploaded to IGN's channel. It was up for about an hour, and during that time, a bunch of people watched it, and then also a bunch of people saved it as well, so that it could also be watched by people who weren't necessarily directly available at that time. So essentially, there was a bunch of re-uploads of that after IGN took that down. So IGN had that up for about an hour, and then it got taken down. And then 12 hours ago, probably from the time you're watching this video, Hoyoverse decided just to upload that Season 3 gameplay to their main channel. Now, I actually think that was the right play. I also think that what's in the footage doesn't necessarily tell us directly about anything that's going to be coming in ZZZ Season 3. It does show us gameplay, but I am deliberately not showing any of that at the start of this video so that people can avoid it if they still choose to. But as we move to the React section of this video in a couple of minutes' time, fair warning for spoilers. It does show us what it's going to be like Pyroid's gameplay. It does show Valina gameplay and Valina new skin, and it does show walking around Roscalifair. If you don't want to see any of that stuff, then that's fine. You can just avoid it. But again, that information is now official because it has been uploaded to ZZZ's official channel. So a whole weird thing. I think, to be honest, I'm seeing some stuff go around on Twitter at the moment. The main thing that I want to say is I hope whoever did this is okay, because it does feel like they're public enemy number one, and it's clearly honestly just an honest mistake. Does IGN tend to make honest mistakes pretty regularly? Yes, they do. Video game journalism currently in today's modern era may be a little bit of a joke, and video game journalistic sites like IGN, is it kind of dead? Maybe, yeah. And I think this could potentially mark the end of Hoyoverse actually directly working with IGN for things like this, for like early gameplay footage and what have you, because they did this for ZZZ Season 2, and it makes sense for them to do it again for ZZZ Season 3, but it might be kind of a fool me once situation, and it wouldn't surprise me if they just upload it to their own channel moving forwards, as opposed to relying on a third party like IGN. But that's not what I'm here to discuss. What I am here to discuss is the footage from ZZZ Season 3. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run you straight on to me doing my initial react to it. So we did grab a copy of it, and then I watched it on Twitch only, because I did hear that YouTube stuff was getting taken down, and then we were going to nuke the bot afterwards. But now I guess, seeing as the information is out there anyway, we can just upload this, and we can all just check it out together. Right after this quick word from our sponsor, U7Buy. Are you stuck grinding in Zenless Zone Zero and need those polychromes now? Well, they've got the power up that you need. If you head over to U7Buy, your ultimate gaming hub for safe, fast, and cheap in-game top-ups, from Zenless Zone Zero to all of your favorite titles, they've got you covered. You can also check reviews of U7Buy on Trustpilot. They're doing really well. So the Zenless Zone Zero direct top-up page is going to show $99.99 initially for the 8080 monochromes. That's how much it is in the store. But then when you go through the process of buying it and you pop in your server and your user ID, and that's it, you don't need any other details, it drops down from $99.99 to £57 for me, which is a fantastic price. Plus, you can also use code GREAT, my code. They love Sissy over there as well, at checkout for an extra 8%.
But the new operating system is, of course, the old operating system plus large language models. Large language models, in a lot of ways, is the modern version of DirectX.
And for all the young ladies in the room, this way, you can make babies.
I always bring a bottle of whiskey. It's okay to clap.
They need to make babies.
The new 007 game, I'm looking forward to playing it. I look a little bit like him, and we're working with so many companies. Cadence and CrowdStrike and Dassault and Palantir. If you can hire a software engineer, and you could generate $9 trillion worth of productive work, why wouldn't you want to hire more software engineers? This is going to show up in our economy somehow soon.
To be fair, he didn't specify if it show up in the economy in a good way. A global economic crisis would also show up in the economy. NVIDIA's keynote at Computex, or GTC, has concretely stated what we've been inferring for a while now.
But ultimately, our customers, our partners, don't want to buy computers. They want to build AI factories. All of the CPUs until now were created for people. We were the users. We were the users. We were the renters. This is CPU for agents.
Pretty lively here.
All the CPUs of the past, we built for humans. This CPU is built for agents. And these agents are going to be using the CPUs with very little patience. There'll be a lot more agents than there are people, and then the agents are very impatient.
NVIDIA has realized that the total addressable market of humans is low.
We created CPUs for humans in the past. And humans, there are only 1 billion of us.
Now, some of you might be objecting to that, saying technically there's 8.3 billion humans, Jensen, but he's talking about the ones who matter to him. Jensen needs to increase the TAM beyond the 1 billion relevant humans and find a way to sell billions more computers to somebody. And to do that, he's going to sell them for use by agents, as they call them, to get more than the couple 100 million PC sales per year and grow into the billions. But Jensen's also going to need something else for his AI dreams, and that is babies to feed the AI factories. The good news, Jensen Huang is just the aphrodisiac we need to make them.
Speaking of babies, and for all the young ladies in the 4 young people who got married, they need to make a baby. Speaking of babies, and then speaking of babies.
But babies require energy, and energy requires food. And Sam Altman already told us that humans inefficiently use food and energy to train for 21 years or so to eventually do work for the rich.
One of the things that is always unfair in this comparison is people talk about how much energy it takes to train an AI model relative to how much it costs a human to do one inference query. But it also takes a lot of energy to train a human. It takes like 20 years of life and all of the food you eat during that time. Probably AI has already caught up on an energy efficiency basis measured that way.
And Jensen agrees.
Because human labor needs
Shall
rights,
we discuss payment?
but AI labor needs electricity.
Jonathan Swift would be so proud to see his modest proposal realized, except it's the data centers eat the humans instead. But the point stands. Jensen, though, also needs energy for his data centers.
We could use more energy in Taiwan. You need energy. Energy growth. Taiwan needs more energy.
Drill, baby, drill. We need more energy. I think that we all recognize that. We need more land power and shell. AI is the world's best opportunity to modernize the power grid. We vilified energy for so long. President Trump sticking his neck out and taking it on the chin and helping the country realize that energy is necessary for our growth is one of the greatest things he's done right off the bat.
Jensen does have other plans for the energy shortage, though.
I also hate elevators. I hate the concept of elevators.
That's right. Elevators. Look at all these buttons. Inefficient. Pitiful. You disgust me.
I hate the concept of elevators.
And Jensen has had a busy trip in Taiwan. When he wasn't busy vandalizing bathrooms or practicing his blue steel, Jensen was on the interview circuit and spoke about how AI wasn't actually causing layoffs.
AI is creating so many jobs. AI is creating so many new companies.
I think the narrative that connects AI to job loss, for many of the CEOs that are doing it, it is just too lazy. AI has just arrived. How is it possible they're already losing jobs?
Juan's comments follow many companies blaming AI for layoffs or AI washing their layoffs. NVIDIA GPU hoarder Meta laid off 10% of its workers to offset, quote, other investments, end quote, namely AI. Cisco cut 4,000 employees, even though it insists it will be a winner in the AI era. HP will reduce headcount by 4,000 to 6,000 people to invest in AI adoption. Atlassian cut 1,600 people to invest in AI. Block laid off 4,000 people due to gains from AI and said companies would follow suit. Even Pinterest reduced its workforce by around 15% to prioritize its resources in AI, and the list goes on. But Jensen can't be blamed for using his imagination.
There's an optimistic future that I imagine.
Then AI Plus's Wave 2 is where this situation just explodes. Because now we move into this year, 2026, where AI Plus launches their second set of products, one of them being the Pulse 2. That's actually the one I'm holding here. And this time, clearly the YouTubers are ready, because one of them, TechWiser, drops a video titled, "This Indian phone is a marketing disaster." Now this video got taken down completely. It's part of the evidence being used in the court case. I'm getting to that. But he accused the company of a few things. One of them being how it's just a bit strange that the CEO has gone on the record to brag about the lack of bloatware.
First and foremost, no bloatwares.
The bloatware still exists. It existed on his phone, it exists on my phone. It's hidden from the app drawer, so you can only tell when you open up this game space hub. But this absolutely counts as bloatware by my definition. It's preloaded, the games are spammy and ad-filled. Many people will not want them, and yet they are still taking up storage space. Again, Madhav has his own defense for this, but we're getting to him. More concerningly than bloatware though, TechWiser's other claim is that, you know the Chinese apps that were present on the first AI Plus phones that caused the entire scandal? Well, he said that all of those apps were actually still on the new phone. 2 of them had now been hidden, but just by plugging into a laptop and entering a quick command, he could reveal them again. And then he finished off this video by recapping all the companies that Madhav's worked at, explaining that each one has deserted customers in some way, and concludes that the biggest reason to not trust this phone, or trust this entire company, is the founder, Madhav Sheth. 5 days after that, a second bombshell drops, this time from another channel, Tech Bar, and he goes even harder, because as well as the AI Plus Pulse 2, one of the other new products launched was the Nova Flip. And Tech Bar says that this phone is exactly the same phone as the Chinese ZTE Nubia Flip 2. He says they have the same battery, processor, that the camera seems the same as the ZTE, and I can see why he'd say that. He didn't actually have the phone in hand when shooting his video, but I do. And in fact, I can tell you this is a ZTE phone. I can see all sorts of apps and sensors with clearly labeled ZTE identifiers. And here's the thing, if anyone were to argue that maybe the links to China are fairly minor, surface level, on the Pulse phones, I don't think that can be argued for the Flip, the Compass app, ZTE, the AI engine, ZTE, the fingerprint service, ZTE. And we should probably at this point just register the 20 to 30 and sometimes more permissions given to these services. Anyway, Tech Bar then goes on to say, if you think it took me a lot of effort to find this flip phone example, it's not like that. He says, look into any of their products and you'll find a Chinese copy. And credit where credit's due, I too found one in about 3 minutes of sleuthing. Their website has a download section here, so that takes you to, I guess, the support page. Need help setting up your device? Well, screw you, because that button doesn't work. Good start. In fact, the one link on this page that actually does work is a link to the app for the kids' watch that they sell. You click download, Lee Fine Technology. Lee Fine Technology. Doesn't sound Indian. So let's search that up. Oh, would you look at that? Based in Shenzhen. And it's not just a software thing. Yet again, the hardware on the Lee Fine website looks identical to the hardware that AI Plus is selling. So very likely, another ODM to add to the list. But then the most curious example that Tech Bar gives is the Wearbuds that AI Plus also launched. This watch that contains earphones inside of it, which Madhav said at the launch event were also.
This is the design which we have designed in India, patented in India.
Tech Bar claims this product too is in fact clearly just this product made by a Chinese company, AI Power. What on earth is happening here? And this is super weird. If you go onto the official verified Instagram page of this Chinese AI Power company, they actually posted about the AI Plus launch event with the caption, Wearbuds watch, great cooperation with AI Plus brand. If this product was designed entirely in India, why would a Chinese brand, and yes, I know they're a Chinese brand because I asked them and they told me, say great cooperation? And while we're at it, doesn't this AI Power logo look a little familiar? As a matter of fact, I've actually cut out the AI Plus logo here, and you can watch me live as I show you that you can place the AI from AI Plus exactly on top of the AI in AI Power. Does that strike you as two companies who have nothing to do with each other? How many Chinese partners can this one anti-Chinese company have? 14 days later, both of these videos disappeared from the internet. The Delhi High Court in India granted AI Plus an ex parte injunction against the YouTubers, which means that without hearing them first, TechWiser and Tech Bar were now restrained from publishing disparaging content about AI Plus or Madhav Sheth. And there's one more wrinkle. A third person was named, John Doe. This is the court's way of also saying unnamed future critic, which means it's the two YouTubers, but also anyone else that is banned from and could be charged for speaking against AI Plus. This clause has already led to legal action against at least 10 other YouTube videos. That is a drastic response. So I decided it's time to call in the eagle. So could you clarify what exactly an ex parte case is?
Ex parte is where you are the only side going in front of the court. Only one side is presenting their case. And you can imagine in an adversarial system that relies on both parties being there, that if you're the only one in the court, it's a whole lot easier to present your case than it is that the other side is contradicting the things that you are saying.
Right. That makes sense. But then in what kinds of contexts are you expecting to see ex parte?
For example, a domestic violence restraining order often happen ex parte because there are presumably real safety risks if both parties were there. So that's an example of something where an ex parte procedure is used more often.
Yeah, that's what's confusing me. This isn't that at all. This is a tech review where the reviewers have been critical to the brand, but also the guy behind it.
In the context of seeking an order preventing the disclosure of tech news or a tech news related thing, that would
$20K.
Pleasure working with you.
be basically unheard of.
He explained that ex parte, at least in the US, would require you to show irreparable harm, and that if in this context any damages created could be solved by just paying someone money, i.e. financial loss, then that wouldn't count as irreparable. But that's the US.
I do know that the laws are very different between the United States in particular and India. In the United States, you basically cannot be held liable for defamation if what you're saying is true. The laws in India are much more plaintiff friendly and they are much stricter, to the point where sometimes even saying something that is true can give rise to a defamation claim.
Here we go. Much more reasonable. $6K.
I don't do vague requests.
Симулация соната. Start position.
do vague requests. Pleasure working with you.
Wait, only 200?
You knew me better than I expected.
Oh, come on, there is no date with Hatter. I guess I'm not buying them. Your boobs are enormous. Okay, they will be. Maybe. Okay. Hug. Pet hat. Yoga. Good case. Here's the word. Stretch. Yoga. I guess stretch and yoga are for mature models. Okay. Not really. Fucking bazongas. I guess that explains one of the dreams I had recently.
Got it. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Pleasure working with
So,
you.
given that I'm not in India, I'm going to give you my opinion, which is allowed here. I think that if you own a company and people are criticizing that company and you,
Pleasure
then
working with you.
they're entitled to that. If you disagree with them, I don't think you should be able to go for an emergency gag order like this. That doesn't mean you sit in silence. I think you should just make your own video, explain why, and that message will find the audience that it needs to. In fact, you know what? That's exactly what Carl Pei does whenever people roast his nothing products. And I rate him for that. Okay, I feel like we've established how the product isn't as Indian as we've been led to believe, how this CEO has gone to an unprecedented extreme when called out for it. But before we take this all to the big man himself, I've been trying to figure out, because this is very important when you're assessing how guilty someone is, does this company deserve our benefit of the doubt? Yeah, it's a no from me, Chief. It's just interesting how on YouTube these phones were getting absolutely cooked, but on AI Plus's own website, every single phone seems to have a flawless 5-star review. And then you click into those reviews and you realize it's a 5-star review no matter what people are saying. Some people are literally just filling out support forms seemingly with questions like, where I buy now, can you please guide me? Yeah, that's a glowing 5-star review if I've ever seen one. And then you realize, oh wait, it doesn't even matter if they're actually saying it sucks. Like this comment here, it's a 5-star. A lot of the reviews on Flipkart, if they're actually saying it sucks. Like this comment here, it's a 5-star. A lot of the reviews on Flipkart are just as organic. The screen quality is great and the camera performs well. The display looks great and the camera is reliable. The display is sharp and the camera is solid. It's almost as if some of these reviews are generated. But no, surely not. Not from the company who has ended their official terms and conditions section with, let me know if you'd also like a downloadable version, a version for your Shopify website's policy page, or tailored clauses for international customers or B2B transactions. Oh, you guys starting to get the same picture that I am about this brand? Or how? Do you remember that borderline racist advert with the loan and the Chinese man? Does it feel just a little bit ironic that with an ad like that, this AI Plus site also reads, you, while providing your personal information over the platform, consent to us and other third parties like credit bureaus to contact you through SMS, instant messaging apps, call. And/or email. And worse still, if we smack this same link into the Wayback Machine, it's used to specifically spell out personal loans. Whoops. I could keep going. A lot of the marketing material appears not entirely original. They've posted photos claiming to be taken on their phones that every photographer I have sent them to has confidently said is basically not possible. But ultimately I decided we have enough questions now that we need to take them to the CEO himself. Now, I have actually called Madhav once already, but what he said was so confusing. It felt like he was constantly changing his mind as he was speaking. So I've taken everything he said, I've distilled it down to the key things that I think really matter in this case, and now it's time to lay it all out in front of him, to really properly, in one go, confront him. Right, let's do this.
Hey, hi, great setup, huh?
You're getting the full BTS here. Yesterday, I think, the AI Plus website went down. Did that have something to do with our conversation?
Yeah, I'm removing everything. I'm redoing it. I put up, after your feedback, I put up about a special team, hired a website agency on the weekend.
Well, I noticed when the website was launched again, the reviews section was gone. I was happy to see that. So the website did suck, but at least he's taken the feedback and started actioning it pretty quickly between our first and second conversation. We were off to a good start. One of the main reasons your brand exists is you're trying to, build things in India from now. A part of it, from what I understand, is that you've also expressed a lot of concern about Chinese phones. What exactly makes these Chinese phones a risk in your mind?
Chinese phones are not a risk in my mind.
Okay.
Let's divide economy and consumers first. They are not risk to the consumers. I'm talking about the economy, wherein the revenues and the technology transfer, the technology know-how from last 10 years, intentionally or non-intentionally, has not been transferred to India.
Okay. But then this advert, it's implying very strongly that Chinese phone, not safe, AI Plus. This advert is made for a consumer, right?
Yeah, there were 300 Chinese apps which are banned in India, and it was an app which was basically for small loans or for fintech loans, and there were a lot of suicide cases around it. So if you're talking about a particular ad, I'm just an 8 months old brand. I would have made a lot of mistakes, and I admit to a lot of mistakes which I would have made it.
So would you say this advert is an example of a mistake?
I would not say that that's a complete mistake.
You stand by the ad?
Yeah.
You stand by it, yeah.
Right.
Okay. So he says the ad is fine because it's based off a bunch of real Chinese apps that did cause people to lose money. But still, for more reasons than one, I don't think this is the kind of messaging that anyone should be doubling down on. Moving past that though, in our first interview, we asked Madhav about the 3 Chinese apps that the YouTubers found on their phones. Were they real? And he said,
yes, they were. But that was not on the Indian version. That was on the global version for Nepal, for Indonesia, and for Sri Lanka and every other countries which I'm testing.
So you're saying that no one who buys one of these phones in India will get any of these Sprocom apps? But I need to ask you that because I'm holding one of them, bought in India, and I have these apps. I feel like as soon as I revealed that I too was holding the phone, Madhav kind of pivoted.
Hey, which version are you holding it? That is what I have to check. I'm again saying you. Yes, I'm not saying no. This were probably the initial testing units, not at all possible.
So specifically, in a really concise way, what are you suggesting has happened here? Why do I still have these apps on my phone?
See, I just have to check the kernel source has
How about a Lordstown Endurance? This is an electric work truck from a startup EV maker that built an incredibly small number of trucks before going bankrupt. It's not based on anything else. It was designed from the ground up. It's unique. Wow! It's unfinished. Doesn't do anything. It's full of surprises. What? It has frequent panic attacks. Look at all these freaking warnings going on. It gives me frequent panic attacks. Battery fault. And it's powered by hub motors. Hub motors! This thing is so far up my alley, it's in my driveway. While they were still operating as a company, I followed the Lordstown story very closely. When they inevitably declared bankruptcy, I thought that was it. I was never going to get to experience a Lordstown Endurance for myself and answer all the many questions I had about it. So when this one popped up for sale with a title at a price I could justify, I knew I had to get it. So what is the Lordstown story? Lordstown is a city in northeast Ohio, east of Akron, near Youngstown. Population 3,333. And home to this enormous factory built by General Motors in the mid-60s. In this factory, GM built the GMC Vandura, Chevy Vega, Pontiac G5, and a long list of many other turds. The last vehicle that GM built here was the Chevy Cruze, a vehicle that entered production in 2019. Workhorse was, and still is, a maker of sensible electric commercial vehicles. Step vans, bare chassis cab, electric conversions of work vehicles from other automakers, etc. They're based in Cincinnati, Ohio. You know, that place that has the chili that tastes like dirt. In 2017, Workhorse unveiled to the world its concept range-extended electric work truck, the W15. It was dual motor, four-wheel drive, and had 40 kilowatt hours of battery capacity for roughly 80 miles of range. And then after that, it had a 3-cylinder range-extending generator to charge the battery. It also had carbon fiber body panels. For some reason. The W15 was squarely targeted at commercial fleet buyers to be used as a work truck. The founder and CEO of Workhorse was Steve Burns. Not him. But in early 2019, he left his post as CEO of Workhorse to go start a new company. A new company that was going to build electric work trucks using tech licensed from Workhorse. In late 2019, GM sold this facility to Steve Burns' new company for the bargain basement price of $20 million. I'm not being facetious. This place is a couple of 100 acres and came fully stocked with tools. $20 million is basically free. On top of that, GM loaned this new company $40 million to help get things going. This new company was, of course, called Lordstown Motor Company. Real creative name. In July of 2020, great year, Lordstown unveiled the new electric work truck they would be building at their Lordstown production facility, the Endurance. And to help promote it, they brought in a special guest speaker.
The Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Lordstown Endurance.
Anyway, the Endurance was going to be all electric, have hub motors, almost 600 horsepower. Great for a work truck, 250 miles of range, and it was going to cost $52,500 before incentives. Production was going to begin at the end of 2020 right here in Lordstown, Ohio, with first customer deliveries taking place in January of 21. And just like the W15 concept that came before it, it was going to be a work truck targeted squarely at commercial fleet buyers. Oh, you wanted to buy one for yourself? Well, too bad. But when January of 21 arrived, production had not started yet. And just 1 month later, a short-selling research firm alleged that Mr. Steve Burns had been slightly embellishing the pre-order numbers and withholding some key information from investors. Yeah, he was allegedly passing off non-binding agreements as actual pre-orders to inflate the numbers. And the information that they alleged he was withholding was that Lordstown didn't actually have enough money to start production.
Thank you, Steve.
And also they found out through police reports that one of the Lordstown prototypes burned to the ground in January. They fixed that problem, right? These allegations must have had some merit to them because a few months later, Steve Burns resigned. And then a few months after that, Lordstown, now admitting they didn't have enough money to start production, had to hold a garage sale to raise some money. And what did they sell? The whole factory!
Steve Burns bought this building.
You know the place they were going to build all the trucks? Yeah, they sold it to Foxconn. You know, the giant manufacturing company that builds the iPhone and billions of other things. Foxconn was then going to build the Endurance in partnership with Lordstown Motor Company in the Lordstown production facility that was no longer owned by Lordstown Motor Company. An automotive company selling its own factory to raise money sounds like a catastrophically stupid business decision. Until you learn, this factory they bought from GM for $20 million, they sold to Foxconn for $230 million. They flipped a factory. Imagine selling a house for 10 times what you paid for it and still getting to live in that house. But the money they raised from selling the factory was apparently still not enough because they asked Foxconn for an additional $170 million in investment, which Foxconn agreed to but never ended up paying. They found a way to weasel out of it later, and then Lordstown sued them because they claimed that that was the reason they were never able to start production. It was a whole messy thing. Production delays happened a few more times, but by the end of 2022, Lordstown had finally started building trucks and delivering them to customers. By January of 23, Lordstown had built a total of 31 trucks and delivered a total of 6. to customers. Yes, 6. Also in January, they paused production to address some quality issues. Production resumed in April, but the writing was on the wall, and in June of 23, Lordstown officially declared bankruptcy. By the way, when they declared bankruptcy, they were on their 3rd CEO. Yikes. After the bankruptcy, a firm called LAS Capital, which stands for Land Air Sea, bought Lordstown's assets out of bankruptcy for $10 million. Oh, and by the way, LAS Capital was founded by, let's see here, Steve Burns. For a while there, it looked like LAS Capital was going to relaunch the Endurance. LandX, the land part of Land Air Sea, launched a new website which prominently featured what was clearly a Lordstown Endurance prototype, but with the badge and charge port smudged in Photoshop. But if you look at the website now, all references to any electric pickup of any kind have been removed, and in its place is this 3-wheeled electric thing that'll probably never exist, so the Endurance is truly dead. There is obviously a lot more to the story. For instance, Lordstown was a publicly traded company. A lot of people lost a lot of money, and there were a lot more people involved in this than just Burns. He was just sort of the main character. I just wanted to give you the abridged version of the history so you understand the backstory that led to my Lordstown Endurance. I bought my Lordstown Endurance from a former Lordstown investor. My understanding is that after the bankruptcy, Lordstown gave him 2 trucks and all the parts he could want as a consolation prize for making all of his money disappear. Before they paused production in January of 23, Lordstown had built just 31 Endurances. But they did resume production later. My truck was built in April, and presumably production continued until the bankruptcy in June. So how many Lordstown Endurances were built total? Well, I'm not 100% sure because I found conflicting information. Car and Driver estimated that 56 Endurances had been built total, but I found an article from a northeastern Ohio newspaper that claims 80 Endurances were built total. Regardless of which of those 2 numbers is correct, it's not very many. Bugatti built over 6 times as many Chirons as Lordstown built Endurances. But it gets worse. Also, according to that newspaper article, just 37 Endurances were sold to customers. The ones that were not sold to customers got sold to LandX after the bankruptcy. But the ones that were sold to customers? Well, part of buying Lordstown's assets out of bankruptcy was that they also had to take on Lordstown's liabilities and responsibilities, including honoring customer warranties, which they very much did not want to do. So LAS and Foxconn teamed up to buy back any trucks that had been sold to customers. And the trucks that were bought back were stripped of their titles and never allowed to be registered on the road again. And nobody wants a Lordstown Endurance that's been stripped of its title. That's just a town Endurance. I do not know how my truck escaped both the buyback and being sold to LandX. I'm pretty sure this was never a customer-delivered vehicle because some of the protective plastic from the factory is still in place. Many of the badges were never installed, and the odometer doesn't work. So this is probably a vehicle that should have gone to LandX, but it didn't. It has a title, it is licensed, it is registered. I've been driving it around on the road like a normal vehicle and not the absolute unicorn that it is. It looks enough like a normal truck that most people don't pay any attention to it, but about 1 in every 10 people either do a massive double take or stare at it with intense confusion. Now, my example of an Endurance isn't perfect. There are a few dents, there's some scratches, and as I mentioned previously, the odometer doesn't work, but these don't exist. I couldn't exactly wait for a better one to pop up for sale. And to fix the odometer situation, I just got this cheap GPS speedometer/odometer from Amazon, and I've put 847 miles on it. No, I have no idea how many miles were on this truck before I installed that, but it couldn't have been very many because this truck was in immaculate shape and still smelled brand new. I do not know how many Lordstown Endurances still have titles and are being used on public roads, but the number has to be incredibly small, possibly even single digits. And you better bet that makes me nervous. This should be in a museum, but instead I'm driving it out here on the public roads with lunatics like people that bought a Chevy Trax. On purpose. And because there's almost none of these out there, there aren't exactly a ton of first-hand testimonials floating around. It is very unlikely you'll ever get to see one of these up close, let alone get to drive one. So I'm going to tell you everything I can about the Lordstown Endurance. Let's go for a drive. Because there's no unlock button or anything on the door handle, I have to unlock it using the key fob. There we go. Then I can just put the key back in my pocket, open up the door, hop in, put on my seatbelt. The screen's already on. What a great vehicle. hit the start button. Thank you for driving with Lordstown. Wait for this to go away. I don't actually have to, but I want to. And then put it into drive. Weirdly, it doesn't automatically disengage the parking brake, so I have...
What kind of delivery is this? 1 star. I'm not paying a cent.
Definitely a problem customer.
My stuff's short. You must have stolen it.
The dispatch team takes photos of the shipment before it's sent. If you insist that the items are missing, we can seek help from the security office.
Security office? I didn't say I was done talking. How about this? I will let this pass, and you will give me a discount.
No. If you've got issues, we can discuss them at the security office.
A tough one, huh? Ah, fine. It's not like I can't afford it. I'll let it slide, this time.
Can't let guys like this get away with it.
Do that myself with this button here, and we're ready to go. Hear that pedestrian sound? No, you don't, because it's decided to not work today. If this truck has any defining characteristic, it's got to be the hub motors. The Endurance is powered by 4 in-wheel hub motors made by a Slovenian company called Alafi. Maybe that's even how it's pronounced. The Lordstown Endurance and the Lightyear 1 are, as far as I know, the only proper 4-wheeled homologated cars to ever enter production with in-wheel hub motors. They built less than 100 of these, and they only built about a dozen Lightyear 1s, so hub motors aren't exactly a well-worn path in full-size vehicles. We'll talk more in depth about hub motors in a bit. But aside from the hub motors, this path in full-size vehicles. We'll talk more in depth about hub motors in a bit. But aside from the hub motors, this truck is extraordinary. I think I misread that. Yeah, extraordinary. It's very ordinary. It's built like a normal truck. The specs are pretty mediocre. It doesn't have any standout features. It looks like a generic mid-2010s American market truck. The logo is generic. It's just a hexagon with a lightning bolt in it. And even the name is generic. Lordstown Endurance? I could replace that with any 2 similar sounding words and you know exactly what I'm talking about. So anyway, even though the King City Stamina was designed from the ground up by Workhorse / Lordstown / the third-party design firm they hired, it looks like a 3rd-gen Silverado, but with some lines and a Stormtrooper face.
Brand new selection of products.
especially in the middle bit here. In fact, this looks so similar to a third-gen Silverado, I had to park it next to one to verify that it is actually different. And it is. But you can clearly see where the design inspiration came from. These mirrors in particular, I thought these were Silverado mirrors until I compared them side by side. But it turns out they're a slightly different shape. Lordstown did have a connection with GM, but as far as I can tell, this shares no major components with the Silverado or any other vehicle. That includes the frame, suspension components, body panels, all the glass, etc. And this is great news. It means if I break any of that and need a replacement part, I'm totally hosed. Although there are some small GM parts scattered around it, like the trailer wiring socket, steering wheel buttons, door handles, window switches, etc. This thing is quick. Unreasonably quick for a work truck. It doesn't exactly fire off the line, but above 30 miles an hour, it really goes. This thing hauls. My truck is, much like me, very white. And so is every other town city opera. My truck is, much like me, very white. And so is every other town city opera. Well, almost every other one. If you look at Lordstown's old R&D center in Farmington Hills, Michigan on Google Street View, you'll see, look at that, a gray one. And another gray one, and a bunch of Endurances. After the bankruptcy, the Lordstown R&D Center became the Land X R&D Center, but now that building is just vacant. I know, because I went there. The construction is traditional truck. It's fully body on frame. The cab and the bed are two separate pieces mounted to that frame, and the cab is rubber isolation mounted. The front suspension is double wishbone with coilovers, and the rear suspension is fully traditional truck, a solid axle with leaf springs, which I think makes this the only electric pickup truck with a solid axle. The structure of the cab is steel, but everything else, the doors, the bed, all the body panels, they're all aluminum. And because it's built like a traditional truck, it rides like a traditional truck, which is to say, rough, unsettled, and jiggly. It feels very similar to my 2006 F-150, with perhaps a little bit of extra jiggle and unsettledness, probably because of all the unsprung motor weight in each wheel. The bed is composite like the bed in a Rivian. Lordstown is stamped in big letters in the bulkhead, and this bed has more tie-down anchors than I've seen in any other truck. There are 14 anchors in here. The tailgate has a nice physical handle, none of this button nonsense. It has soft open. It also weighs almost nothing, and when you close it, it rattles for like 10 seconds. Nothing about this tailgate exudes tough. I don't think there's any frame supporting this, which is not what you want in a tailgate. And the gap between the tailgate and the bed is significant. I don't expect the tailgate to be sealed or anything, but if you fill this bed up with mulch, you're going to get all sorts of crap jammed up in this gap. The bed rails are pretty flimsy too. They don't exude tough either. Below the tailgate is the bumper. It's made of steel. On the top is a repeating dodecagon pattern, and in the corners are steps, just like in a Silverado. And underneath is a full-size spare tire, which is one of the lowest points on the truck. And for those of you who are curious, here's the running lights, brake lights, reverse lights, and turn signals. You could even hear the cooling fan for the headlights. The future lines on the body are not paint or stickers or anything like that. They're injection molded pieces of plastic clipped into the body, including this little tiny piece on the back of the cab there. And many of them have a pleasing sawtooth texture. These vents up front are entirely fake and probably cause a non-insignificant amount of drag, but it's worth it for these stormtrooper good looks. And there's some alignment issues going on over here, but I don't know if that's from the factory or not. It could just be something that happened later. And down low up front are two beefy tow hooks and the air intake for the massive heat exchanger. Seriously, the radiator in this thing is the size of the radiator in a gas truck. Why? If you try to lock the doors with any of the doors still open, it'll honk to let you know. At full volume. This is the key and key fob. Yes, it has keyless start. This giant physical key is just for emergencies and locking the tailgate. And this is the owner's manual. Yes, it's just a USB flash drive with a PDF. Little fun fact, Lordstown's motto was work for it, and it's on every single page of the owner's manual. Work for it. Merchandise! Want to pick up an Akron Annihilator shirt for yourself? AgingWheels.store. There's loads of other stuff too, like this and this for a limited time. AgingWheels.store, now with limited international shipping. Look, this is a small operation being run by a friend and his wife in their basement, and these are good quality shirts. So if you want to help support all of this, AgingWheels.store. Thank you. This is the charge port door, and it's where the Lordstown badge would go had it been installed on my truck. My truck only came with one badge, and it was the Endurance badge on the right side door. I was given a Lordstown badge separately that I installed on the tailgate myself, and the Endurance badge on the left side and on the tailgate, I modeled and 3D printed myself. Now, they're not exact replicas, and chrome paint is never going to look quite as good as actual chrome, but I wanted anyone that was going to look at this truck going down the road to have any hope of figuring out what it was. Because the only place it says Lordstown in print is in the bed. Most people aren't going to look there. The charge port is CCS1 with a rubber flap for both AC and DC, and when this thing's charging, it looks like it has a breathing tube up its nose. And you better bet this has a frunk. You open it with this button here, which loosely fits in the bezel and often gets stuck, like it just did. It is currently not responding. Let's hit unlock. Okay, will it work now? Yeah! And the frunk is actually cavernous. If I could figure out how to climb in here, I would absolutely fit. Up here you have an access panel for your brake master cylinder. There's a 120 volt AC outlet. You have an access panel for your fireman's cutoff loop. Up here you have a clip-off panel to access your 12 volt battery, which already has a quick disconnect installed. I'm sure that's a good sign. You have your windshield washer reservoir and the access ports for the battery coolant loop and the powertrain coolant loop. As you'd expect from a vehicle intended as a work truck, there's not only an AC outlet in the front, there's also one in the cab and the bed as well. Unfortunately, all the outlets are only rated for 400 watts, which is practically useless. You can't even drive an angle grinder with that. Come on, Lordstown, even a Kia EV6 has 1500 watt outlets. You gonna be outdone by Hyundai? Work for it! I bet these outlets don't even have enough power to run the microwave for my Factor ad. This video is brought to you in part by Factor, ready to prep meals delivered straight to your door. Factor meals usually have a large variety, but the form factor is usually the same, this sort of bento box thing with the slide-off cardboard cover. Although this one is truffle butter filet mignon. But this month, Factor sent me a huge variety of form factors, including a salad, egg bites, and my favorite, a flatbread pizza. If you're wondering why I'm going nuts over a frozen pizza, it's because this isn't a frozen pizza. None of this stuff has ever been frozen, and it's shipped in a chilled box. But the meal I'm going to prep today is a meatball and mozzarella calzone. Welcome to the interior of a Prince Village entourage. Hello! As far as I know, there were no options or trim levels for the Endurance, so every one of them is going to look exactly like what you see in here. And what you see in here is pretty stylish for a work truck, but also just about as basic as you'd expect a work truck to be. The seats are all cloth and the flooring is all carpet. I would have expected rubber floors and hard-wearing vinyl seats in a purpose-built work truck, but what do I know? Maybe Lordstown was in cahoots with big upholstery cleaner. The back seats they're fine. They're just basic seats. It's pretty spacious back here. Not exactly as cavernous as a Silverado EV or a Lightning, but there's plenty of room back here. In the back of the center console for the rear seat passengers, there's two very large cup holders, and below that there's a USB-A port, a USB-C port, a 12-volt socket, and a 120-volt AC outlet.
Thank you for your patronage. Let me take over. Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. I'm gone. Here's your delivery. Let me take over. Let's finish this. Shift change. Don't make me. I'll deliver this one myself. I can see you all. What should we do today?
Pleasure working with you.
And 2 air vents. The rear door is mostly rhino butt hard plastic, but the top section up here is a nice soft padded rhino butt texture vinyl, and the armrest is not padded, but it is at least slightly rubberized. The door pocket looks like it was designed to hold a water bottle, but it's actually the wrong shape. A water bottle will fit in there, but you gotta really push it in. Interestingly, the rear doors also have a lock and unlock button for the whole vehicle. This would be a terrible choice if you had children in the back, but this wasn't meant as a family hauler, it was meant as a work truck. And as of this recording, child labor is still illegal. Work for it! The rear seats fold up and out of the way. The floor isn't wide open like you might see in the Silverado EV or some other trucks because there is a hump in the floor, but there is at least a storage tray underneath the seats, which as you can see contains the service kit, including a bottle jack. The front seats are manually adjusted, basic cloth seats with no height adjustment at all. What's that? You can't see over the dash? Well, sit on a book and stop your whinging. The front doors are like the rear doors, but with more switches. Switches that rattle around and feel absolutely terrible. Oh, and the front door pocket is a different wrong shape. You may have noticed the factory protective plastic wrap on the door handle. I think it's time. Well, it's ruined. Here's the dash of the Lordstown Endurance. You'll notice it has the same basic design as the front of the truck, and this part here has the same repeating dodecagon pattern as the top of the bumper. Real design effort was put into this truck. And look at this, physical air vents that I can move with my actual fingers. Wow! Anyway, this is the center console storage area. It's pretty large and complete with 2 USB-C charge ports and a 12-volt socket. The cup holders are enormous. It makes them perfect for holding a full-size bottle of Gatorade. And absolutely nothing else. They're way too big for almost anything you put in the cup holders. They don't keep anything upright. Here's the shifter. You just toggle right for drive, left for reverse, hit this button for park. This button toggles between sport mode and not sport mode, and this is for your parking brake. To the left of the steering column is your light controls. Pretty self-explanatory. This does have automatic lights, but it does not have automatic high beams, and I really appreciate that it has a nice big physical cargo light button. Too many trucks make this unnecessarily complicated, and this is the interior lights dimmer. The blinker stalk feels cheap and horrible, which makes me think it's a GM part. Nice and obviously in the middle is the hazard light switch, and here's what the blinkers sound like. In the center are the physical buttons for the climate controls and some other audio controls and stuff. As you would expect from a work truck, these controls are entirely physical. Except to turn the climate control on or off. You have to do that up here through the screen with this power button. Lordstown, you were so close! One extra button and you would have been all the way there. And to the left you have some various controls. Skip track, volume, power, and some shortcuts for the software, like this one goes to music. Look at that, it even worked that time. It doesn't always. Okay, now back to the climate controls. This doesn't have automatic climate control. It's the old school kind of temperature adjustment where you're just selecting vaguely between blue and red. And why? This is already entirely software-based and controlled. Why is this not automatic climate control? All of the ingredients were here, except maybe a cabin temperature sensor, which would have cost them basically nothing. They had all the ingredients to bake a cake, but instead they chose to make scrambled eggs. Also related to the climate controls, this has a resistive heater, not a heat pump, and at higher speeds, the fan sort of whistles. This is, as far as I know, a Lordstown-specific steering wheel, but these are definitely GM buttons on the steering wheel. And because these are buttons meant for a different vehicle, there are blank switches on a vehicle that had no options or trim levels. On the left side, we have your 3 buttons for cruise control, and on the right side, we have some various audio functions, and if you press the middle of it, you can cycle between the useless torque display and your trip meter. And these 2 buttons, the voice thing and the phone thing, they don't do anything at all. They do nothing. Am I missing anything? Oh yeah, it has a glove box. Suck it, Rivian. Compared to the Silverado EV, another base spec electric work truck, the Lordstown is missing a ton of basic features that come standard on this. Things like forward collision avoidance and automatic emergency braking, lane keep assist, an FM radio, blind spot monitoring, navigation and route planning, integrated trailer brake controller, a hideous face, dual zone automatic climate control, battery preconditioning, 7.2 kilowatts of offboarding power, 360 camera, central locking tailgate, the list goes on. Between sport and normal mode, there isn't a hugely noticeable power difference, but there's an enormously noticeable throttle response difference, both on throttle and off throttle. In normal mode, if I floor it, it kind of ramps into the power, but if I put it in sport mode and floor it, it just kicks on. And when I let off the throttle, it pulls into regen so quickly, it feels like the motor is cutting out. It's almost unsettling. It responds so quickly, it feels like it's reacting before your foot has even done anything. Power is 440 horsepower, I think. The Lordstown website also mentioned a peak horsepower number of 550, but I'm going to assume that the power is 440 horsepower because I think the only reason you'd list two numbers like that is if it couldn't actually achieve 550 horsepower. Torque is 4,900 pound-feet. Yes, really, we'll come back to that in a second. And Lordstown claimed the 0 to 60 time is 6.3 seconds, but what is it really? Let's find out. Sport mode engaged, and floor it. Very slight downhill section here, and we've got 5.3 seconds? That's way faster than Lordstown claimed. I couldn't believe that result, so I tried it again. And we got 5.2! What? Lordstown also claimed the top speed is 118 miles per hour, but that one is definitely not true. If I take my truck anywhere near 90 miles per hour, either during or shortly after, it has a full-blown panic attack and goes into limp mode. Look at all the fun errors it definitely has for real. And when it goes into this mode, it disables the two front motors for some reason and limits top speed to 50 miles per hour. Now, to get it back to normal, all I have to do is restart the truck, but the only time I'm hitting these speeds is for passing. So when I discovered this, I had passed someone and then immediately pulled over to the shoulder in front of them, and I'm sure they loved that. Curb weight is 6,450 pounds. Gross vehicle weight rating is 7,500 pounds. Towing capacity, as it says on the hitch, is 5,000 pounds or 8,000 pounds if you use a weight distribution hitch. And payload capacity is a paltry 1,050 pounds, which is less than every other truck on the North American market, including the Ford Maverick and Hyundai Santa Cruz. And remember, payload capacity includes the people in the cab. I am a full quarter of the payload capacity. Put four of me in the cab and you can't haul anything in the bed. The battery pack is 109 kilowatt hours, although there's a sticker on the pack that says 110. Now, is that gross or usable capacity? I think both. Based on some testing I did, I don't think this has a battery buffer. Based on the safe voltage range that's written on that sticker on the back of the pack, I can deduce that the chemistry of this lithium pack is either NMC or NCA, and the configuration is 96S, but I don't know anything else about it. I think they're cylindrical cells, but I don't know how many of them there are, how big they are, or who made them. I think the modules and the pack were assembled in the Lordstown factory, but everything else, The onboard charger for AC charging is 48 amps or 11 kilowatts at residential voltage, and it can DC charge at 150 kilowatts peak. And don't worry, battery nerds, I did a DC fast charging test, but that comes later. As per usual, the specs of the production truck differed slightly from the specs announced at the unveiling. Some things improved, but others deproved. That's not a word, but two things that got significantly worse were range and price. When it was announced, the Endurance was supposed to have 250 miles of range and start at $52,500 before incentives. But when it actually went into production, price went up to $65,000 before incentives. And range was 174 miles. Yikes! To be fair, for most uses of a work truck, which is around town and returning home to the same base every night to charge, that's a perfectly adequate range figure. But it's not exactly competitive. Now, is that a realistic number? Well, I tested it to find out, but that comes later. Like I want an EV, it has good, strong off-throttle regen. If I let off the throttle now, that's negative 2,400 Newton meters of torque. It doesn't have full one-pedal drive. It will bring you almost all the way to a stop using the regen, but to come to a complete stop, I have to put my foot physically on the brake pedal. Weirdly though, it does have brake hold, so it probably has all the hardware to do full one-pedal driving. They just didn't implement it, but I'm just guessing. Hub motors! Here's what they sound like. From a stop, they sort of grumble. On acceleration, the inverters make a very quiet whooshing sound. And although it's barely audible, these emit a super high-pitched frequency that you probably won't be able to hear if you're above a certain age. The Endurance uses 4 in-wheel hub motors from Alafi, one for each wheel. Each one of these is capable of about 150 horsepower, but they don't actually output that much in this truck. Each one of these motors is liquid-cooled with an inboard-mounted inverters, right up there. This may look enormous, but looks are a little bit deceiving. This is a radial flux permanent magnet motor, and what that means is all the motory bits are really just contained in a ring on the outside of the motor. There has to be enough space on the inside for the brake disc and caliper. There's a lot going on the end of these suspension arms. It's a good thing this is an EV with strong regen braking to prevent the brake pads from being used, because doing a brake job on this looks like a complete nightmare. And yes, as I mentioned earlier, these 4 hub motors combined make 4,900 pound-feet of torque, a number that sounds incredible, but actually isn't. My Silverado EV makes 615 pound-feet of torque, which sounds like a lot less, but that's the torque output of the motor. This, like almost every other EV, has a single-speed gear reduction, and each gear reduction is a torque multiplication. If I have a motor inputting 100 pound-feet of torque at 100 RPM into a 2-to-1 gear reduction, then the output of that will be 200 pound-feet of torque at 50 RPM. Assuming no drivetrain losses for simplicity. If the Silverado has a gear reduction of 12-to-1, it doesn't, but the real numbers are very ugly, so we'll call it 12-to-1, then the torque at the wheels will be the motor torque of 615 pound-feet times 12, which is 7,380 pound-feet of torque at the wheels. Again, assuming no drivetrain losses for simplicity. The Lordstown doesn't have a gearbox or gear reduction of any kind. The motors are in the wheels, so the at-the-wheel and at-the-motor torque numbers are the same number. 4,971 pound-feet of torque only sounds impressive because the torque numbers you're used to hearing are at the motor before the gearbox. But Lordstown was counting on you not understanding any of that and just thinking, wow, I saw torque. And I think that because even though the software in this truck is incredibly half-baked and missing a ton of super basic features, one thing they did manage to implement is a live torque readout of each motor in real time. And the unit they picked for this readout is Newton meters, almost certainly because that makes the numbers bigger. Lordstown's pitch to potential customers was that hub motors are a great choice for a work truck because there's no gearbox or CV shafts to brake or maintain, which, sure, but also, rather than the motors being mounted safely inboard in a nice beefy subframe cradle like every other EV, these motors are in the wheels and being subjected to all the same abuse the wheels go through. So if this wheel hits a pothole, so does the motor, with only the tire to cushion it. These motors are liquid cooled with inboard mounted inverters, so going to each wheel are 2 thick cooling lines and 3 thick high voltage cables. The rear axle in particular is an absolute spider web of high voltage cabling. And look at the incredibly delicate communication lines coming off the hub motor. Those could very easily be taken out by road debris. Each one of these motors can put out 1,200 pound-feet of torque, which means the suspension at all 4 corners has to be built to resist 1,200 pound-feet of torque. And while I'm sure Alafi and Lordstown both did a ton of testing and validation of these hub motors, in the real world, they're still unproven. And this truck was targeted at commercial fleet buyers who are typically allergic to that sort of risk. The front right motor on my truck has something rubbing and squeaking in it. You can hear it while driving too. Maybe it's just the brake disc rubbing. Hopefully it's just the brake disc rubbing. My theory, and this is entirely speculation, is that someone at Lordstown, possibly Steve Burns, was obsessed with hub motors, and that's why this has hub motors. Hub motors are undeniably cool and very unique, but I'm not entirely convinced they were the best choice for a work truck. Unfortunately, despite this having no half shafts at all, the turning radius isn't great. I'll turn around in this church parking lot, and it takes quite a bit of room to do that. Most EVs emit some amount of electromagnetic interference, or EMI. That's why most EVs don't have an AM radio. But the Lordstown seems to emit more interference than most EVs. And I say that because every time I take it to Dunkin', it interferes with their drive-through intercom system. It causes it to keep clicking off, and the people that work there told me that the Lordstown is the only vehicle that's ever done that to their system. Is that an actual problem? Probably not, but it is really interesting. And so you can hear the interference that the Lordstown puts out. I bought a little pocket AM radio to demonstrate. First, here's what a Silverado EV does to an AM radio. And here's the Lordstown. Right? Now, is this an actual problem? Again, probably not. Lots of random household objects mess with this radio, like this light, but it is interesting, and I think we found out why the Lordstown doesn't have a radio. By the way, if you're curious, I tried the same thing with the Polestar. The motors didn't really do anything, but the air conditioner compressor did. Build quality isn't the best. Not the worst, but not the best, which shouldn't be surprising considering how few of these they built. Shoot, Rivian's built over 100,000 trucks now, and they still haven't figured it out. Every door has at least some alignment issue, particularly on the bottom edge of the doors. The bed isn't perfectly in line with the cab. The gap on each side is different. The tailgate is misaligned in pretty much every direction. There's some shoddy-looking foam sticking out around the edges of the taillight. The injection-molded body lines are pretty ripply. This piece is definitely all wrong, but I can't tell if that's from the factory or if it got bumped at some point. And just look at the glue bead holding the rear window in place. If that was applied by a robot, that robot was drunk. But my favorite thing is the quality of the stamping of some of the sheet metal body parts. The front door stamping, for example, is wrinkled here, here, and here. The edges of the roof are wrinkled, and the top edge of the right rear door is not a straight line. There's a pretty clear dip in the middle of it and a little spike at the end. Am I nitpicking? Absolutely. This is a very early production vehicle, and I only had some wrinkly stampings and some misaligned doors to laugh at, and that's kind of incredible. Squeaks and rattles are minimal to non-existent, which is incredibly surprising, both given how few of these they built and also how jiggly the suspension is. There is one slight rattle coming from the front of the truck, but that might be stuff rattling around in the front. I'm not sure. Cabin wind noise at highway speeds is fine. It's not too quiet, it's not too loud, although there is a large amount of wind noise coming from right about here. It's a shame this never really made it to market because the infotainment in this truck and the software in general is easily the best I've ever used in any vehicle. I'm absolutely lying. The software in here is very basic, very ugly, and pretty unfinished. In front of the driver, you have this enormous screen, which is mostly wasted real estate. The entire left third of the screen shows you nothing except the occasional warning light. And by occasional, I mean frequent because this is a Lordstown Endurance. And the right third of the screen shows you an utterly useless live torque display, or if you cycle through using the steering wheel buttons, the trip meter, which, much like the odometer in my truck, doesn't work. And in the middle, you have a big single dial. In the middle is your speed, and it's flanked by 3 progress bars. The one on the left shows your battery state of charge. The one on the right shows your power or regen. And the one on the top shows you nothing. Why is it even there? And of course, you have what gear you're in, the odometer, which works in most vehicles, the numerical state of charge, and a range number, which is surprisingly accurate, and yes, it is projected range, not rated range. Oh, and when the truck is charging, this whole screen gets taken over by a giant battery icon. And over in the center screen, look, it's a black Sir Village Marathon. This is the home screen. If you hit the camera icon, you see the backup camera. Shocker. Hit the truck icon and you can see a 3D model of the truck. Look, you can spin it around. Fancy. Does this screen do anything? No, but it's pretty. Okay, it does actually show you tire pressures. Sometimes they're not showing up right now for some reason, and if you hit this icon over here, if there are any warning messages at the moment, it will show them to you here. I have been to this screen many times. Music! There is one and only one option for audio in this vehicle. There is no radio, AM or FM. Your only option is Bluetooth streaming from your phone. Now, this icon right here is supposedly for internet radio, but it does not work in my truck. And also, what is internet radio? And the manual depicts a fourth icon down here for Android Auto, but my truck doesn't have that icon. Hit this fan icon here and it brings up the climate controls, which is a duplicate of all the physical controls, but uglier and laggier. The phone menu is like a mock-up demonstration because almost none of it works. This is supposed to be incoming and outgoing calls, doesn't do anything. This is supposed to be contacts, doesn't do anything. I can manually type in a phone number, but who memorizes phone numbers in 2026? I can also add or remove devices that are connected, but that's pretty much it. If I receive a call, I can answer it through this screen, but I can't hear the other person and they can't hear me. So that's just an unfinished feature. And then finally the settings. There are only 3 panes for your settings. This is all of it, and I'll go through each and every one of them. You can see, here's the end of the list for truck gear. And if I go into audio brightness, there's some brightness changes, and that's the entire list. I can reboot the system from here. Scary. And then this, I can change some units and do almost nothing else. It is very, very basic, and the functionality is very, very limited. There's no settings revolving around charging at all. I can't set a maximum state of charge limit. I can't limit the charging current, charging schedule, none of that. There's no efficiency information. I can't see how many kilowatt hours I pulled out of the battery pack, what the miles per kilowatt hour is. There's no battery preconditioning, and there's certainly no route planning. But easily the most egregious missing feature is there is no way, and I have verified this, to set the clock. See that time? That's not what time it is. The time is supposed to be set by a GPS, but that isn't working. I can change the clock format. I can tell it to whether or not to observe daylight savings time. I can tell it the time zone I'm in, but they did not implement a way to manually set the time. What a silly vehicle. And there's also several hardware features of the truck that appear to not be implemented. Both the front and rear bumpers on this truck have parking sensors integrated into them, but they're not being used by the software. The owner's manual depicts what the screen should look like for the parking sensors and distance detection, but that doesn't exist in my truck. There's also a camera up here in the third brake light assembly that overlooks the bed that I have no way to access. Again, the owner's manual depicts what the screen for this should look like, but it doesn't exist in my truck. I just have unimplemented hardware. In fact, there's several things that are depicted in the owner's manual that don't exist in my truck. Like friggin' over-the-air software updates. It's almost like there's a downside to shipping vehicles to customers with unfinished software. Who would have thought? With how simple the software is, you might think it would be robust and reliable. Well, it isn't. Don't you feel like an idiot? The software in this vehicle is definitely not ready for customers. For instance, I keep getting random warning lights on the dash. One time it decided the cabin and battery thermal management loops had malfunctioned. Another time it thought there was a high voltage battery fault. And recently it keeps popping up a cabin thermal management fault, which results in the air conditioning not working. All of these warning lights have gone away on their own, and usually after an exceedingly brief period of time. I think it just really wants to give me anxiety. One time I came out to this truck and the screen was completely black, the key fob wouldn't respond, it would take a charge, but it wouldn't do anything else. To fix this, I just unhooked the 12-volt battery for a couple of minutes, plugged it back in, and everything was fine. That was the first time I did a 12-volt reset on this truck. I've done it many more times since then. Someone in this truck's past installed a quick disconnect on the 12-volt battery. It's been very helpful. For the entire first month I owned this vehicle, I thought it didn't have a pedestrian sound. You know, the noise an EV emits at low speed so people around you can hear it coming. But I was wrong. After I performed that 12-volt reset for the first time, I put it in drive and I heard a noise. It had a pedestrian sound the whole time, it just stopped working and it took the 12-volt reset to bring it back. At this point, I would record and play for you the pedestrian sound that this thing emits, but it stopped working again. What a great vehicle. Okay, I'm gonna do a 12-volt reset out here in the middle of nowhere so the pedestrian sound will come back and I can record it. Unscrew the 12-volt disconnect. Okay, it's been a few minutes, I think. A smart person would have set a timer. Hey, pedestrian sound. While this truck is completely off, even if the key fob is nowhere near it, it keeps waking itself up. Some contactors will click in the battery pack, some interior lights will come on, and the screen will come on, and then shortly after, it'll all go back off again. Why are you clicking? And there's a bunch of little stuff too, bugs that are probably easy to fix, but the company wasn't around long enough for them to be fixed. Stuff like the backup camera has guidance lines that track with the steering wheel. If the steering wheel is turned to the left, as soon as you turn it to the right, boom. One of the few settings it does have is an overspeed warning. So you can set it to alert the driver if it goes over a certain speed. And as you can see, after a 12-volt reset, it defaults to on at 0 miles per hour. You might think this setting would mean that it would yell at me for going any speed, but actually it means it yells at me for going over 62 miles per hour. That happens to be 100 kilometers per hour, which makes me really curious about the internal logic going on there. The sound system in this truck is actually pretty good and much better than I expected. Unfortunately, I can't demonstrate it for you because you're not physically here with me. But the only source of audio in this truck is Bluetooth streaming from my phone, and the audio stream has an unacceptable amount of pauses and crackles in it. Part of the reason it took me so long to make this video is because I wanted to keep using the truck to see what fun new issues would pop up, and I'm glad I did because it just keeps surprising me. But I'm at the point where I'm starting to worry that one day it'll just decide to brick itself and I'll be left with a truck-shaped paperweight with the most ironic name possible. At least the Coda had the decency to be named correctly. How does it handle? I mean, it handles like a truck. I haven't exactly pushed the limits on this thing because there aren't very many of them, and even though it may not actually be, it feels like it might be a little fragile. The EPA certified combined range rating of the Cleveland and Courage is just 174 miles, and Lordstown claims the 20 to 80% charge time would take less than 45 minutes. Both of those stats are terrible, but are they accurate? Well, to find out, I tested them. The plan was to charge the truck up to 100% at a DC charger and then take it on the highway and drive it at 70 miles an hour in a loop to attempt to cancel out wind and elevation changes until it hit 10%. I wasn't going to drive it down to 0%, I didn't trust it. And then DC charge it back up again. And here's what I found out. First, it won't charge past 95% on a DC charger.
That's not 100.
It will on an AC charger, but not on a DC charger. So I started with 95% instead. And then when I hit 10%, it had traveled exactly
on 173.6 miles. That is the EPA estimated range, and we have not used the entire battery yet.
And then shortly after, it demonstrated that I was correct to not trust it down to 0%.
It has really reduced performance. It canceled cruise control. There's many lights on. I'm barely moving now. That is foot to the floor, 52 miles an hour. It still says 9%. This is exactly why I was afraid to take it down to 0. Look at all these freaking warnings going on.
So yeah, the battery pack is basically useless below 10%. And then I charged it up. I arrived at the charger with 8%, so first I topped it up from 8 to 10% and then let it sit there for a bit, and then I charged it up the rest of the way. Lordstown claimed the peak charging speed is 150 kilowatts, and it held exactly 150 kilowatts from 10 to 57%. This is incredibly unusual behavior, and in the back end it was reducing the current as voltage rises just to keep it at exactly 150 kilowatts for who knows what reason. And then after it hit 57%, it ramped down gradually.
10 to 80%, 37 minutes. And my God, that is a flat charge curve.
Much better than I expected and exactly on par with every other electric truck in terms of time. In terms of range gained in that time, it's terrible, it's bottom of the stack. But in terms of time, it's on par. But I didn't stop charging it at 80%. I let it go back up to 95%.
So that was 1 hour and 4 minutes to go from 10 to 95%. The average speed was 93.8.
And then it gave me a battery fault.
Battery fault. Service required. Will it go into reverse? Ready, ready, ready!
So what was the efficiency of that run? I don't know. The truck doesn't give me any efficiency information at all, but I can do an estimation based on energy delivered from the charger. From 8 to 95%, the charger delivered 102.7 kilowatt hours to the truck. That number includes charging losses like heat-related losses and energy used to run things like the air conditioner compressor for battery cooling. If we assume the charging losses were 10%, then that means 93.4 kilowatt hours were added to the battery from 8 to 95%, and that works out to an efficiency of 1.9 miles per kilowatt hour. It was 70 degrees outside, the wind was light, I only had the air conditioner on about half the time, and I was only doing 70 miles per hour. 1.9 miles per kilowatt hour is bad. Oh, and earlier I said I don't think the battery has any buffer. That estimation is why. If 93.4 kilowatt hours is the capacity from 8 to 95%, that works out to a full charge capacity of 108 kilowatt hours. The battery's a few years old, it's going to have some amount of degradation. I don't think the battery has any buffer. And that's the Lordstown Endurance. It's temperamental, it's unfinished, it has a very unique drivetrain, and it would have been totally uncompetitive in the electric work truck market. If Lordstown had started production in late 2020, like they had originally announced, this would have been the first electric truck to market, and it might have seen a moderate amount of success. But it wasn't the first to market, it was the third after Rivian and Ford. Rivian wasn't targeting the electric work truck market. But Ford was. Ford had the F-150 Lightning Pro standard range, which was comparable to the Endurance, but started production a year earlier, had more standard features, more range, and even after Ford increased the price by $20,000, was still cheaper than the Endurance. And not to mention, the Lightning was made by Ford, and this was made by Lordstown? Who's that? Where do I buy one? Where do I take it to get it fixed? If Jim over at Heathcliff's Emergency Heating and Cooling was shopping for a new work truck for the business, I have no idea why they would pick this over a Lightning. Even without all the allegations of fraud, CEO shuffling, and money troubles, I don't think...
Hope we get hotter in the next 10 pulls. Here. No. Nope. Yeah, expected as much.
Are you okay? Since this is our first meeting, why don't we take a photo together?
Four, please. 5. Okay. Anyway. There is something.
Would you like to join us for a jam?
She's a weird one.
Alois V. Adler. At your service.
Wait, what? No, it's a bonus. I guess. Get here, then get the back with Hatter, preferably. Okay, that's cool. Three? Oh, 5. 6. Really? And this one escapes. Mm-hmm. Single pulls are really discouraged. Hmm. Ah, yeah, okay. Ah, I see. Exchange arc selection. Wow. Okay, this thing gives another 10 pulls.
Hey, did you need me?
3 million. Ridiculous. This is the most classy one. That's nice. That's also nice.
What do you want? If you're that free, go. Hey, the wind's picking up. Me! I'm ready to go!
Should we head out?
Is there anywhere you want to go?
Go ahead, I'm listening. I'm ready. Everything we need for the trip is ready.
Oh, wanna join the amazing Colucci's? They're always ready to have ya.
Pleasure working with you.
Me! I'm ready to go!
But it's actually Speedy Hedgehog. Really, you can't consider her a main damage dealer?
Lordstown had any hope of making it as a company, unless they were targeting small volumes, but they definitely were not. So what am I going to do with this thing now? Good question. I don't really know. Obviously, I'm not going to use it like a regular truck. That would be insane. I can't risk damaging it. I already feel bad enough as it is driving it on the public roads like it's a normal vehicle. I don't want to like throw gravel in the bed or tow a big heavy trailer with it or something like that. I think it would behoove me to sell this at some point. I do genuinely expect it to brick itself at some point, and I don't need a truck-shaped Coda, so it'd probably be wise to sell it. But before I do that, I need to do everything that I want to do with this truck, make all the videos that I want to make, because once I sell it, there's no getting it back. Thank you all for watching, and special thanks to my Patreon supporters for helping this video get made. I wanted to be thorough on this truck, but I had no idea the video was going to be almost an hour long. This is now the longest video I've ever made, so if you waited all the way to the end, thank you. Okay, bye. Good truck.
Hi, you're on a rock. It's floating through an infinite void at 67,000 miles.
I see, I see. Well then, let's fish then. I have no clue where water is. Can go. There is a road.
Miles per hour, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting a giant ball of nuclear fire, which is itself hurtling through a galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour. And you're worried about your inbox? This is space. It's everything beyond Earth's thin blue atmosphere. And despite what you might think, it's not empty. It's full of galaxies, radiation, black holes, dark matter, and questions we can't answer yet. The observable universe stretches 93 billion light-years across. We physically explored approximately 0.0000001% of it. We've sent robots to a few nearby rocks and a couple of humans to our own moon. That's it. But we figured out a lot just by looking. Here's everything we...
Hello, reservation slip, please.
Sleepy. Another shift.
Oh no! Sorry, I woke you up.
A brazier. That's okay. Lacrimosa. Going back. Sleep. Work. Sleepy.
Hello, reservation slip, please.
Let's have it.
we actually know about space. Your cosmic address. Let's establish where you are, like really where you are. You're on Earth, a planet 7,918 miles in diameter. Earth orbits the Sun, one star among billions. The Sun sits about 26,000 light-years from the center of the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way is part of the Local Group, a collection of about 80 galaxies held together by gravity. The Local Group is part of the Virgo supercluster, which contains thousands of galaxies. The Virgo supercluster is part of an even larger structure called Laniakea, which contains 100,000 galaxies, and Laniakea is just one of millions of superclusters in the observable universe. Your address, cosmically speaking, Earth, Solar System, Orion Arm, Milky Way Galaxy, Local Group Virgo, Supercluster, Laniakea Supercluster, Observable Universe. Carl Sagan called Earth a pale blue dot. From just past Saturn, that's all we look like, a pixel. Everything that has ever happened in human history happened on that pixel. Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. Humans have existed for about 300,000 years, which means we've been around for 0.002% of Earth's history and 0.00002% of cosmic history. We're extremely recent additions to a very old party. Here's something that might keep you up at night. You are literally made of dead stars. Every atom in your body heavier than hydrogen was forged inside a star that exploded billions of years ago. The iron in your blood, the calcium in your bones, the oxygen you're breathing, all of it was cooked up in stellar furnaces and scattered across the cosmos when those stars died. You are recycled stardust that learned to think about itself. The solar system. Let's start local. Our solar system is the sun plus everything gravitationally bound to it. The sun is the main character. It contains 99.86% of all the mass in the solar system. Everything else, all the planets, moons, asteroids, and comets combined, is a rounding error. The sun is a giant ball of hydrogen and helium, 864,000 miles in diameter, with a core temperature of 27 million degrees Fahrenheit. It's powered by nuclear fusion. Hydrogen atoms smash together to form helium, releasing energy in the process. This has been happening for 4.6 billion years, and will continue for another 5 billion years or so. Orbiting the sun, we have 8 planets, divided into 2 categories. The inner rocky planets are small and solid. Mercury is the closest to the sun, scorched on one side and frozen on the other, with no atmosphere to distribute heat. It's basically a crater-covered ball bearing. Venus is Earth's evil twin. Similar size, but with a runaway greenhouse effect that makes it hotter than Mercury despite being farther from the sun. Surface temperature, 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Atmospheric pressure, 90 times Earth's. Sulfuric acid clouds. It's hell with better branding. Earth is the Goldilocks planet. Not too hot, not too cold. Liquid water, magnetic field blocking radiation. Just right for life. We got lucky. Mars is rusty and dead. It once had liquid water, a thicker atmosphere, maybe even life. Now it's a frozen desert, with air so thin you die in seconds. But it's our best candidate for colonization, mostly because everything else is worse. Between Mars and Jupiter sits the asteroid belt, millions of rocky objects left over from the solar system's formation. They never became a planet because Jupiter's gravity kept disrupting them. The outer gas giants are massive and weird. Jupiter is the king. 1,300 Earths could fit inside it. It's mostly hydrogen and helium with no solid surface to stand on. Its great red spot is a storm larger than Earth that's been raging for at least 400 years. Jupiter also acts as a cosmic shield, its massive gravity capturing or deflecting asteroids that might otherwise hit Earth. We owe Jupiter some thank you cards. Saturn is the show-off with its famous rings made of billions of particles of ice and rock, ranging from tiny grains to house-sized chunks. Fun fact, Saturn's density is so low that if you found a big enough bathtub, Saturn would float. Uranus and Neptune are the ice giants. Uranus rotates on its side, probably knocked over by a collision early in its history. Neptune has the fastest winds in the solar system, reaching 1,200 miles per hour. Beyond Neptune is the Kuiper Belt, a region of frozen debris including dwarf planets like Pluto. Yes, Pluto got demoted, and yes, people are still upset about it. Even farther out is the Oort cloud, a theoretical shell of icy objects that might extend halfway to the nearest star. Comets come from here, chunks of ice knocked loose by gravitational disturbances that fall toward the sun and grow tails as they evaporate. Our solar system also has over 200 moons, some more interesting than the planets they orbit. Europa, a moon of Jupiter, has a global ocean beneath its icy crust that might contain more water than all of Earth's oceans combined. Where there's water, there might be life. Titan, Saturn's largest moon, has a thick atmosphere and lakes of liquid methane. It's the only moon with a substantial atmosphere and the only place besides Earth with stable liquid on its surface. Stars. Stars are giant balls of gas undergoing nuclear fusion. That's it. That's what they are. In the core of a star, temperatures and pressures are so extreme that hydrogen atoms fuse together to form helium. This releases enormous amounts of energy as light and heat. The outward pressure from fusion balances the inward pull of gravity, and the star remains stable for millions or billions of years. Our sun is classified as a G-type main sequence star, also called a yellow dwarf. It's medium-sized and medium-aged. Pretty average as stars go. But stars come in a huge range of sizes. Red dwarfs are the smallest, only about 10 to 50% of the sun's mass. They burn their fuel slowly and can live for trillions of years. Most stars in the galaxy are red dwarfs, but they're so dim we can barely see them. At the other extreme are supergiants like Betelgeuse, which is about 700 times the diameter of the sun. If you put Betelgeuse where the sun is, it would swallow Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars and reach nearly to Jupiter. These massive stars burn through their fuel quickly and live only a few million years. The life cycle of a star depends on its mass. Average stars like the sun will eventually exhaust their hydrogen fuel, swell into red giants, shed their outer layers, and leave behind a dense core called a white dwarf. This is what will happen to our sun in about 5 billion years. It will expand to engulf Mercury and Venus, maybe Earth, then shrink into a glowing ember that will cool over trillions of years. Massive stars die more dramatically. When they run out of fuel, their cores collapse catastrophically in a supernova explosion, briefly outshining entire galaxies. What's left behind is either a neutron star, an incredibly dense object where a teaspoon would weigh 1 billion tons, or if the star was massive enough, a black hole. Here's a number to consider. There are more stars in the observable universe than grains of sand on all the beaches on Earth. Around 200 billion trillion stars, give or take. And most of them probably have planets. And remember, every atom in your body heavier than hydrogen, the carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, iron, calcium, all of it was created inside stars and scattered by their explosions. You are literally made of stellar nuclear waste. That's not an insult, that's just chemistry. Galaxies, stars don't drift alone through space. They cluster together in massive structures called galaxies, held together by gravity. Our galaxy is the Milky Way. It contains somewhere between 200 and 400 billion stars, spread across a disk about 100,000 light years in diameter. That means light traveling at 186,000 miles per second takes 100,000 years to cross from one side to the other. The Milky Way is so big that we've never seen it from the outside. Every image of a spiral galaxy you've seen is another galaxy. We can only photograph our own from the inside. Galaxies come in different shapes. Spiral galaxies like ours have a central bulge surrounded by rotating arms of stars, gas, and dust. They're actively forming new stars. Elliptical galaxies are older and blob-shaped, containing mostly old stars with little gas for new star formation. Irregular galaxies are chaotic, often the result of collisions or gravitational disturbances. At the center of most large galaxies sits a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times the mass of the Sun. Our galaxy's central black hole is called Sagittarius A, and it's about 4 million solar masses. These monsters anchor their galaxies, and everything orbits around them. The nearest large galaxy to ours is Andromeda, about 2.5 million light-years away. It's slightly larger than the Milky Way and contains about 1 trillion stars. Here's the thing, Andromeda is heading toward us at about 250,000 miles per hour. In roughly 4.5 billion years, we're going to collide. But don't panic. Galaxies are mostly empty space, so the chance of any two stars actually hitting each other is almost zero. The collision will be more like two clouds passing through each other. The gravitational chaos will scatter stars into new orbits, and eventually the two galaxies will merge into one giant elliptical galaxy. Astronomers have already named it Nokomita, which is a terrible name, but we'll all be dead anyway. The observable universe contains approximately 2 trillion galaxies. Some are small dwarf galaxies with only a few billion stars. Others are giants containing trillions. And most of space is the unimaginable emptiness between them, vast voids where almost nothing exists. Black holes, when a massive star dies and its core collapses, gravity can win completely. If enough mass is crushed into a small enough space, even light can't escape. That's a black hole. At the center of a black hole is the singularity, a point of theoretically infinite density and zero volume. All the mass is concentrated there. The laws of physics as we understand them break down at the singularity. We literally don't know what happens there. Surrounding the singularity is the event horizon, the point of no return. Cross it and you're trapped forever. Nothing, not even light traveling at 186,000 miles per second, can escape. That's why it's black. Light goes in, but doesn't come out. Black holes come in different sizes. Stellar black holes form from collapsed stars and are typically 5 to 50 times the mass of the Sun. Supermassive black holes sit at the centers of galaxies and can be millions to billions of solar masses. We're not entirely sure how the supermassive ones form. They might grow by consuming matter over billions of years, or they might form differently. Near a black hole, time slows down. This is Einstein's general relativity in action. Gravity warps space-time, and strong gravity warps it severely. If you watch someone fall toward a black hole, you'd see them slow down and freeze at the event horizon, redshifting until they faded from view. From their perspective, They'd cross the horizon in normal time and be torn apart by tidal forces. Black holes don't suck like vacuums in movies. They're just gravity wells. If you replace the sun with a black hole of the same mass, Earth would continue orbiting normally. You'd freeze to death without sunlight, but you wouldn't get sucked in. In 2019, we captured the first image of a black hole, specifically the supermassive black hole at the center of galaxy M87, 55 million light-years away. It took a network of radio telescopes spanning the entire planet, collectively functioning as an Earth-sized telescope, to do it. The image shows the black hole's shadow against the glowing ring of superheated matter swirling around it. Stephen Hawking discovered that black holes aren't completely black. They emit a tiny amount of radiation due to quantum effects near the event horizon. This is called Hawking radiation, and it means black holes slowly evaporate over immense timescales. A stellar mass black hole would take something like 10 circumflex 67 years to evaporate. A supermassive one would take 10 circumflex 100 years. The universe is only 10 circumflex 10 years old, so we won't be watching any black holes evaporate anytime soon. Dark matter and dark energy, here's where things get humbling. Everything we've talked about so far, stars, planets, galaxies, black holes, all of it is only about 5% of the universe. The remaining 95% is stuff we can't see, can't touch, and don't understand. Dark matter makes up about 27% of the universe. We can't detect it directly because it doesn't interact with light, it doesn't emit light, reflect light, or absorb light. It's invisible, but we know it's there because of its gravitational effects. Here's the problem. Galaxies spin too fast. If you calculate how fast a galaxy should rotate based on the visible matter, the outer stars should fly off into space. They're moving too quickly for the visible gravity to hold them. But they don't fly off, which means there must be extra invisible mass holding everything together. That invisible mass is dark matter. We don't know what dark matter is made of. It might be some undiscovered particle. It might be something weirder. Physicists have proposed candidates with names like WIMPs, weakly interacting massive particles, and axions, but nobody has detected them yet. Dark energy is even stranger, and it makes up about 68% of the universe. In 1998, astronomers discovered that the universe isn't just expanding, the expansion is accelerating. Something is pushing space apart faster and faster. That something is dark energy. We have even less understanding of dark energy than dark matter. It might be a property of space itself. It might be some kind of field permeating everything. It might be the cosmological constant Einstein proposed and then called his biggest blunder. We don't know. So, here's the humbling truth. 95% of the universe is made of stuff we can't see or explain. All of physics, all of chemistry, everything we think we understand applies to only 5% of what exists. We're not as smart as we think we are. The Big Bang and cosmic history. 13.8 billion years ago, everything began. The universe started from a state of incredible density and temperature. This wasn't an explosion in space. It was the expansion of space itself, space-time, matter, and energy all emerged together. Before the Big Bang, there was no before, because time itself didn't exist yet. Asking what happened before the Big Bang is like asking what's north of the North Pole. The question doesn't quite make sense. In the first fraction of a second, the fundamental forces separated. Particles and antiparticles formed and annihilated each other. A slight imbalance meant slightly more matter than antimatter survived. Good thing, or we wouldn't be here. For the first 380,000 years, the universe was a plasma soup so hot that light couldn't travel through it. Photons kept scattering off particles. The universe was opaque, then, as expansion cooled everything down, atoms formed. Electrons bound to protons to make hydrogen. Suddenly, light could travel freely. The universe became transparent. That first light is still out there, stretched by 13.8 billion years of expansion into microwave radiation. It's called the cosmic microwave background, and it's the oldest thing we can see. It's everywhere, filling the universe, a faint glow left over from the moment light broke free. After about 100 million years, gravity pulled hydrogen clads together until they ignited into the first stars. These stars were massive, lived fast, died young, and exploded, seeding the universe with heavier elements. New generations of stars formed from that enriched material, including smaller stars like our sun. Galaxies formed as gravity clumped stars together. The cosmic web took shape. Filaments of galaxies connected by dark matter, with vast voids between them. Our solar system formed about 4.6 billion years ago, roughly 9 billion years after the Big Bang. Earth formed shortly after, cooled down, developed oceans, and eventually spawned life. Humans showed up about 300,000 years ago, which is the last 0.000002% of cosmic history. We are late arrivals to a very old universe. Exoplanets and alien life. For most of history, we didn't know if planets existed outside our solar system. They were too small and dim to see next to the glare of their stars. The first confirmed exoplanets were discovered in 1992, orbiting a pulsar. The first exoplanet around a sun-like star was found in 1995. Since then, we've discovered over 5,500 confirmed exoplanets. with thousands more candidates awaiting confirmation. The Kepler Space Telescope alone found over 2,600. We find exoplanets mainly by two methods. The transit method watches for stars dimming slightly as planets pass in front of them. The radial velocity method detects the tiny wobble in a star's motion caused by an orbiting planet's gravity. Exoplanets come in wild varieties. Hot Jupiters are gas giants orbiting closer to their stars than Mercury orbits the Sun, with surface temperatures hot enough to melt lead. Super-Earths are rocky planets larger than Earth but smaller than Neptune. Rogue planets drift through interstellar space, not orbiting any star at all. The most exciting exoplanets are in the Goldilocks zone, the habitable zone where temperatures allow liquid water. Not too hot, not too cold, just right. Based on Kepler data, astronomers estimate there are billions of Earth-sized planets in habitable zones within the Milky Way alone. So here's the big question. Where is everybody? If there are billions of potentially habitable planets in our galaxy, and the galaxy is 13 billion years old, there should have been plenty of time for intelligent life to evolve and spread. Even at slow speeds, a civilization could colonize the entire galaxy in a few million years. Yet we see no evidence of alien civilizations. No signals, no structures, no visitors. This is the Fermi paradox. If aliens exist, where are they? Possible explanations range from depressing to terrifying. Maybe intelligent life is extraordinarily rare. Maybe civilizations inevitably destroy themselves before becoming spacefaring. Maybe there's a great filter, some barrier that prevents life from advancing, and we either passed it already or it's ahead of us. Maybe aliens exist but are too far away, or using communication methods we can't detect, or deliberately hiding. Maybe we're the first intelligent species in the galaxy. We've been broadcasting radio signals into space for about 100 years, which means there's a bubble 100 light years in radius where our signals have reached. In a galaxy 100,000 light years across, that's a tiny patch. We've been listening through SETI for decades and heard nothing definitive. Maybe we're alone, maybe we're not. We don't know yet. Space exploration, humans have been looking at the sky forever, but we've only been going there for about 70 years. 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, the first artificial satellite. It was a metal sphere the size of a beach ball that beeped from orbit. The space race began. 1961, Yuri Gagarin became the first human in space, completing one orbit around Earth. He was 27 years old and spent 108 minutes in space. 1969, Apollo 11 landed on the moon. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on another world while Michael Collins orbited above. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. We went back 5 more times, then stopped. The last moonwalk was in 1972. No human has been beyond low Earth orbit since. The 1970s gave us Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, twin probes that flew past the outer planets and kept going. Voyager 1 is now over 15 twin probes that orbit since. Last moonwalk was in 1972. No human has been beyond low Earth orbit. Since. The 19th walk was in 1972. No human has been beyond
Okay,
Beyond low Earth orbits since. The 1970s gave us Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, twin probes that flew past the outer planets and kept going. Voyager 1 is now over 15 billion miles from Earth, the most distant human-made object. It's technically in interstellar space, beyond the sun's influence. It carries a golden record with sounds and images from Earth, in case aliens find it. At its current speed, it would take about 70,000 years to reach the nearest star. The Space Shuttle program ran from 1981 to 2011, providing reusable spacecraft, but at high cost and with two tragic losses, Challenger in 1986 and Columbia in 2003. 14 astronauts died. The International Space Station has been continuously occupied since 2000. Humans have maintained a permanent presence in space for over 25 years. The ISS orbits at about 250 miles up, which sounds far, but is actually closer than Los Angeles is to San Francisco. Mars has received numerous visitors. Spirit and Opportunity landed in 2004. Opportunity lasted until 2018. Curiosity arrived in 2012 and is still roving. Perseverance landed in 2021 with a helicopter named Ingenuity that achieved powered flight on another planet. The James Webb Space Telescope launched in 2021 and began sending images in 2022. It sees an infrared detecting light from the oldest and most distant objects in the universe. It's already looking at galaxies that formed less than 400 million years after the Big Bang. Private space companies have changed the game. SpaceX developed reusable rockets, dramatically lowering launch costs. They land boosters like science fiction promised. Blue Origin and others are competing. Space tourism has begun. What's next? NASA's Artemis program aims to return humans to the moon, this time to stay. SpaceX is developing Starship for Mars missions. Elon Musk talks about Mars colonies. Whether that's realistic or delusional remains to be seen. We might see humans on Mars within our lifetimes, we might not. How it all ends. Even the universe. In about 5 billion years, the sun will exhaust its hydrogen fuel. It will swell into a red giant, expanding past the orbits of Mercury and Venus, possibly reaching Earth. Even if Earth isn't swallowed, it will be scorched lifeless. Eventually, the sun will shed its outer layers and collapse into a white dwarf, slowly cooling over trillions of years. But that's just our local apocalypse. The universe has its own timeline. Stars will continue forming for another 100 trillion years or so, as long as there's hydrogen to fuel them. Then star formation will cease. Existing stars will burn out. The universe will go dark. What remains are stellar remnants, white dwarfs, neutron stars, black holes. These will persist for an almost incomprehensible time, but even they aren't eternal. White dwarfs will cool until they're black dwarfs, invisible and cold. This takes longer than the current age of the universe. Protons might decay over 10 circumflex 40 years, meaning even atoms will eventually fall apart. Black holes will be the last objects remaining, but even they evaporate through Hawking radiation. The largest supermassive black holes will take about 10 circumflex 100 years to fully evaporate. That's one followed by 100 zeros years. After that, nothing. Maximum entropy, the heat death of the universe. No stars, no planets, no matter, no structure. Just a cold, dark, diffuse sea of particles and radiation, slowly spreading out forever. Nothing will ever happen again. Unless the universe has other plans, maybe dark energy will accelerate expansion until space itself tears apart. The Big Rip, Maybe the universe will eventually collapse back on itself. The big crunch. Maybe it will bounce and start over. The big bounce. We don't know. Either way, enjoy while it lasts. So here's where we are. We're a tiny species on a tiny rock orbiting an average star in an ordinary galaxy in one corner of an incomprehensibly vast universe. We've existed for the blink of a cosmic eye. In the timescale of the universe, human civilization is a rounding error. And yet somehow, we've figured things out. We know where we came from. We know how stars are born and die. We know the universe is 13.8 billion years old and started...
Wait for the moment. Hope I get a nice catch. Here it comes. Hope I get a nice catch. Here it comes. Hope I get a nice catch. Gotcha! Wait for the moment. Here it comes.
On Geonosis, it took count.
В Петербурге, начавшись под удары дронов по нефтяному терминалу и военному кораблю, третий день проходит Международный экономический форум. О мероприятии этом можно рассказать много отдельных анекдотов. К примеру, США там представляет ютуберша Кэндис Оуэнс, известная двумя вещами. Она была помощницей Чарли Кёрка и выдумала теорию о том, что супруга президента Макрона – трансвестит, который изнасиловал Макрона в детстве. Но у этой особы есть американский паспорт, и этого достаточно, чтобы она стала почетным гостем и вызвала жадный интерес всех государственных СМИ. Или можно послушать главу Минцифры Максута Шадаева, который жестко высказался о блокировках. Одномоментно, без объяснений, лишают наших пользователей привычных сервисов. Говорит министр и не уезжает сразу в СИЗО. А это потому, что рассказ-то его о зловредном Apple, который удалил из App Store Messenger Max. Там было много от фестиваля безумия. Но давайте сначала поговорим о том, почему приличное, в общем-то, мероприятие выродилось вот в такое. А затем о том, что на самом деле имели в виду сказать настоящие представители государства, которые там были, начиная с Путина. Только прежде чем начнем, традиционно напомню. По ссылке в описании собраны способы обхода блокировок, а еще гайд, как настроить собственный VPN. Если же вам нужен готовый VPN-сервис, присмотритесь к VPN Liberty. Он стабильно в топе нашего рейтинга. Мы каждый день все это дело проверяем и актуализируем. Ну, в общем, вот, теперь к ролику.
Oh no. Looks like that's not going to be impossible. House collection. Collect furniture. I don't get it. Probably should go do this quest first.
Thank you for your patronage.
Let me... I'm here, Coco.
Pretty lively here. Exclusive delivery, please sign here. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
The others aren't a big deal. One Grunster, one poker face, and 2 owls. But be careful with the old lady named Jo Yuan.
Само существование Петербургского экономического форума наглядно иллюстрирует, насколько для нашего режима важны ритуалы. ПМФ – это натурально живой памятник России, который нет уже как минимум 4 года. Памятник России, для которой крайне важно было интегрироваться во внешний мир, преимущественно в западный. Даже после аннексии Крыма и первых санкций на ПМФ приезжали важные персоны. Ученые, дипломаты, действующие и отставные мировые лидеры, главы корпораций, такие-сякие селебрити. Люди, принимающие решения, и лидеры мнений. Не стоит переоценивать практическую пользу таких тусовок. Вообще, в какой бы то ни было стране, где бы они ни проходили. Обычно по итогам форума организаторы отчитываются о миллиардных контрактах и о стратегических партнерствах на десятки лет, о новых рынках и направлениях. Вот только 90% этих соглашений сугубо церемониальные. Это какие-то там соглашения о намерениях, которые ни на что в будущем особо не влияют. По большей части такого рода мероприятия представляют собой исключительно упражнения в болтологии, но при этом они отнюдь не бессмысленны. Ведь важные люди могут там познакомиться, пообщаться, потусить на бесконечных светских попойках. И потом уже заключают реальные контракты, инвестируют реальные деньги и все такое прочее. Мировые форумы — это, считай, высокоранговый нетворкинг. А теперь посмотрим на ПМФ сегодняшний. С 22 года питерский междусобойчик утратил все сущностное содержание. Ну какой международный форум в стране, которая мало того, что снаружи изолирована, так еще и внутри пытается автаркию строить? В стране, утратившей доступ к мировым рынкам капитала, куда опасно инвестировать не только из-за санкций, но и потому, что любой бизнес завтра может оказаться вне закона. Или грохнуться из-за отключений связи и блокировок. В стране, где каждый месяц за какой-то корпорацией приходят чекисты. Россия собрала бинго из всех политических рисков, которые только вообще бывают на свете. Для западного чиновника или топ-менеджера даже просто в отпуск сюда приехать, на Байкал съездить – это уже радикальное политическое заявление. И вот в такой стране проводится Международный экономический форум. Ну и в целом некоторая неловкость момента тут очевидна. С эпохой мероприятия совершенно не клеится. Как-то все и всюду не очень хорошо. Бюджет в долгах, экономика в рецессии, война в тупике. Все по разным причинам недовольны. Кажется, что устраивать сейчас такой вот праздник номенклатурной жизни совсем не ко времени. Входные билеты от 1 000 000 рублей, комплексные обеды по 8 тысяч, разговоры об эскортницах, которые за 3 дня форума делают годовую выручку, о грандиозных попойках, где нет никаких запретов. Все это годится для хороших времен. Мы об этом уже говорили. Вопиющая роскошь, демонстративно бессмысленные расходы могут иметь смысл. Если государство может закатить такую вечеринку, снять все пятизвездочные отели, зафрахтовать все бизнес-джеты, выжрать шампанского и кокаина на годовой бюджет Хельсинки, значит, у него есть деньги на все, а проблем нет. Но когда в том самом городе, где весь этот праздник жизни происходит, вводятся ограничения на продажу топлива, эффект получается двоякий. Ну или вообще обратный. Получается, что денег у российского государства хватает только на пьянку, а на жизнь уже не очень-то. Мероприятие это пафосное сейчас ни ко времени, ни к месту и ни в кассу. Но отменить ежегодный ритуал еще хуже. Питерский форум – важная часть номенклатурного соцпакета. Отменить чиновникам ПМФ – это как всей остальной стране отменить Новый год. Сделать 1 января рабочим днем. Слетать бизнес-классом в Питер, пожить в Гельвеции, получив жирные командировочные на представительские расходы и полный all-inclusive, побывать на всех закрытых тусовках. Это все для обычного регионального замминистра не комар чихнул, а важная составляющая статуса. Показатель принадлежности к правящей номенклатуре. Не надо забывать и другую сторону вопроса. Часто мы слышим о ПМФ как о профессиональном празднике всех эскортниц Центральной России. Это значит, что многие участники форума едут именно за такого рода развлечениями. А лишать важных для государства людей желаемого досуга в стрессовый момент – идея не очень хорошая. Кроме того, отмена регулярного ритуала – это признание проблем. Это что ж получается? 30 лет, начиная с тех самых лихих 90-х, вы свой экономический форум могли проводить, и неважно, кризис на дворе, дефолт или нефть по $12. Во время чеченских войн проводили, в первые годы войны с Украиной проводили, а тут вдруг не можете. Такое чувство, будто у вас что-то случилось, будто вы с чем-то не справляетесь. Куда ж такое годится? Отменять не получается. Сейчас быстро прервемся тут на рекламу и сейчас продолжим. История учит нас понимать, почему мир стал таким, какой он есть. Почему появился Международный суд? Зачем создавали ООН? Как вышло, что в демократической новой России укрепилась диктатура? Но нам-то это мероприятие интересно в плане содержания. На нем присутствуют говорящие чиновники, которым дозволено говорить, или которые могут, умеют, хотят, в общем, говорящие чиновники. А также главы госкомпаний, олигархи и приравненные к ним граждане. Все они там с удовольствием высказываются, иногда даже спорят друг с другом, из чего можно понять, какие настроения у них там в кабинетах царят, и что они думают о будущем. Если подводить черту подо всем, что в этом году наговорили, то смысл таков. Конца войны больше никто не ждет. Ожидание нормализации жизни, которая полностью захватила наших управленцев в прошлом году и которая звучала на форуме прошлогоднем, испарилась без остатка. Из выступления Владимира Путина на втором дне форума абсолютно очевидно стало в очередной раз, что у него совершенно своя война. У него не того рода война, которую надо как-то бы побыстрее свернуть. У него война, которую нужно победоносно продолжать. Никакого позиционного тупика, никаких килл-зон, никакого разрушения логистики у Путина нет. У Путина войска наступают по всем направлениям, а Украина теряет по 40 тысяч человек в день, и каждый же день теряет территории. О прилетах по России Путин в курсе. Но это просто прорываются некоторые дроны, которые Украине поставляют, конечно же, западные спонсоры. А в остальном Россию, мол, надежно защищает аж ПВО. Путин видит войну лишь по картам начальника генштаба Герасимова и пересказывает их публике. Зет-военкоры и прочие граждане, которые каждый день вопиют: «Неужели же Верховный не понимает, как на самом деле обстоят дела?» Вот они могут расслабиться. Путин понимает, что лично у него все хорошо. Да, Путин оговорился, мол, готов договариваться с Украиной на условиях анкориджа, что, видимо, послужило каким-то заочным ответом на письмо Владимира Зеленского. Напомню, встреча с Трампом в Анкоридже вообще-то закончилась так. Путин прямым текстом сказал, что договариваться не собирается. Мы, говорит, можем договориться об окончании войны, но только под условие о том, чтобы ее не заканчивать. Коротко говоря, именно вот в этом речь Путина тогда и заключалась. Угадывая настроение Путина, опытный в этих делах православный олигарх Малафеев представил на форуме сценарии будущего России, разделенные на инерционный, плохой и хороший. По содержанию этих сценариев понятно, что готовились они не для публики, а для единственного зрителя. В 2 из 3 сценариев, в инерционном и плохом, война так или иначе заканчивается. В инерционном к 2036 году война с Украиной заморожена. Предпосылок для быстрой победы нет. Наступает новая гонка вооружений. В результате чего, мол, к 2050-му наступит гегемония США и Китая, контроль со стороны западного искусственного интеллекта и усиление угрозы гибели России в войне. Плохой сценарий предполагает, что к тому же 2036 году случится поражение в войне с Украиной и вступление той в НАТО. Начнутся войны в Южной Осетии и Приднестровье, суверенитет России сохранится лишь в урезанном виде, что к тому же 2050-му приведет к полной колонизации России, однополярному миру и военному блоку на базе ЕС. Единственный позитивный сценарий в презентации Малафеева предполагает применение ядерного оружия, полный захват Украины с превращением той в буферное славянское государство. Тогда, мол, наступит искомый биполярный мир, где Россия обеспечивает мировую безопасность и справедливость, доминируя в собственном макрорегионе Евразии и формируя триединый русский народ. Какие дела? Да, до завтра. Чтобы этого идеала достичь, Малафеев предлагает программу, которую ни с чем не сравнишь, кроме как с политикой красных кхмеров в Камбодже 70-х. Он предлагает раскрутить по винтикам цивилизацию в России. Среди наилучших действий указаны девестернизация, создание культа семьи и новой конституции, а также, главное, расселение городов. Если послушать эту панель Малафеева с участием Дугина и других подобных персонажей, которые рассуждают о ядерной войне как о позитивном сценарии для России, может сложиться впечатление, что мы имеем дело с глубоко нездоровыми ментально людьми. Но это не так. Настоящих буйных в тех кругах нет. Малафеев и компания сходят с ума в очень продуманном направлении. Они разговаривают не с нами, они говорят с Путиным и прекрасно понимают, что тот хочет услышать. А слышать он хочет, что в любых вариантах, кроме войны до победного, Россия гибнет. При всей кажущейся глупости Малафеев не был бы Малафеевым, если бы не умел улавливать, что там у Путина в голове булькает. Бесконечная война, отношение к городам как к зловредному пристанищу либералов, страх перед прогрессом и технологиями – это как раз основное содержание этого бульканья. Не надо спрашивать, понимает ли Путин, какой ущерб стране наносят блокировки в интернете и отключение связи. Все он понимает прекрасно и сознательно на это идет. В будущем Путина уже нет. Прогресс ему не нужен. Он для него опасен. Путин существует только здесь и сейчас, только в моменте своей бесконечной войны и хочет растянуть этот момент в вечность. Остальные выступления сводились примерно к той же идее. Российская номенклатура сама себе рассказывала, как будет жить в условиях бесконечной войны. Провальный шпион, высланный из Штатов еще в 2010-м, Андрей Безруков, который сейчас ходит в советниках у главы Роснефти Сечина, принес на ПМФ благую весть. Оказывается, Россия будет воевать 20 лет. В ней будет 2 воевавших поколения. Но это, мол, не проблема, не препятствие для развития экономики. Надо думать, именно такая идея теперь продается российскому начальству. Да, войне конца и края не видно. Ждать результата не нужно. Но мы же как-то пересидели при войне уже 4 года. Ну и еще 20 просидим. Где взять ресурсы еще на 20 лет, спикер не уточняет. Как сочетается с развитием экономики необходимость положить миллионов эдак 5 работоспособных мужчин, штурмуя все это время оставшуюся часть Донецкой области, тоже не говорит. Загадывать на 20 лет вообще очень удобно. 20 лет за пределами любых горизонтов планирования. Разговор о 20 годах позволяет не говорить о том, что в России будет гореть и взрываться прямо завтра. О том, где взять деньги на следующий год. Подобным же образом высказался и замглавы администрации президента, бывший министр экономического развития Максим Орешкин. Он призвал не ждать отмены санкций и возвращения к прежней норме.
Надо, и главный тоже еще момент, надо не ждать, что что-то вернется старое, что отменятся санкции западных стран или что-то. Те изменения, которые происходят, они носят фундаментальный глобальный характер. И санкции, они не связаны с какими-то конкретными событиями. Они связаны с тем, как меняется мир. Поэтому не надо ждать, что что-то изменится, что что-то вернется. Не вернется и не изменится.
Все это мало напоминает форум, прошедший всего год назад, который почти целиком был посвящен одному вопросу. На каких условиях мы пустим обратно западные компании, которые уже скребутся в дверь, ожидая отмашки от Дональда Трампа. Сегодня же бывший министр экономического развития на форуме, который посвящен экономическому развитию и мировому вроде как сотрудничеству, прямым текстом говорит: Россия останется в изоляции навсегда. В том же духе, мол, все плохо и лучше не станет, но на самом деле все нормально, выступил и министр финансов Силуанов. Его выступление о росте налогов вообще очень трудно понять. Несмотря на 2 пакета налоговых изменений, налоги-то растут, и были риски того, что мы можем где-то перегнуть палку, но нет, не перегнули. Показатели исполнения бюджета за 5 месяцев об этом красноречиво, говорит, свидетельствуют. О чем свидетельствуют показатели бюджета? Вообще-то за первые 4 месяца дефицит, заложенный на весь год, уже превышен на 2 триллиона рублей. Поступления по всем основным налогам, включая НДС, снизились. А что значит не перегнули? 40% предприятий малого бизнеса, малого и среднего бизнеса, сидят в убытках, сокращаются розничные предприятия, общепит схлопывается. И прямо интересно, а что было, если бы вы перегнули? Дальше Силуанов и вовсе называет фантастические цифры, которых нет даже в российском официальном обороте. Прогнозирует экономики, которая прямо сейчас находится в рецессии, в этом году рост на 1,4%. Тут можно согласиться с предположением Екатерины Шульман. Отсутствие среди спикеров главы ЦБ Эльвиры Набиуллиной вызвано не болезнью и не смертью одного из заместителей. Просто специалист с репутацией человека прямоходящего, способного ложку до рта донести, не может участвовать в таких вот разговорах. В дискуссиях о том, как хорошо будет развиваться Россия, воюя еще 20 лет, с применением ядерного оружия и расселением городов. О том, что мы в изоляции, но проживем и так. Никто нам, мол, не нужен. Человек, понимающий, что страна на грани истощения ресурсов, не может продавать себе иллюзию, дескать, так можно жить еще долгие годы. А на Петербургском форуме именно эта иллюзия, которая сквозила из каждого выступления, стала заменой прошлогодней надежды на мир. Это, видимо, теперь единственное, что предлагается в виде утешения российскому начальству. Нет никакого финала, конца и итога. Можно просто пытаться выживать день за днем, авось что-то да получится. Слово «международный» в названии форума противоречит действительности уже 4 года. Теперь же примерно то же происходит со словом «экономический». Просто высшая номенклатура на несколько дней собралась вместе, чтобы потрепать друг друга по плечу и сказать: надежды больше нет. Однако ж, как-то мы жили все это время, ну и дальше как-то, наверное, протянем. Катастрофическое расставание с иллюзиями, в которых жили весь прошлый год, и публичный сеанс аутотренинга. Вот, собственно, основное содержание нынешнего форума. До завтра.
If one day you realize
Friend was taking a photo of me and slipped mid-shot. That's awesome. It looks like you've killed him. If all humans... Friend was taking a photo of me and slipped mid-shot. That's awesome. It looks like you've killed him. If all humans suddenly lost the ability to lie, what industry would collapse first? The government. The lying industry. Thank you, Jacob. At a Beatles concert in 1964, 2 members of the audience only have eyes for each other. Okay, but what mind-shattering horrors is that other lady witnessing? The Beatles. John just took his shirt off. What did I do to deserve this? Thinking about being a MacBook. iPads with imposter syndrome. Getting. You gonna take your gay little screenshot out of that message and run to Twitter with it? Yup. 10 out of 10 bleed out spot. The men yearn for periods. It's either this or one of those big fields of snow. My child will not be allowed to use ChatGPT. He will be smarter and stronger than the other children, and he will kill them easily. That is what she said in Dune 2. I just learned that my grandma apparently willed me a small parcel of undeveloped land in the West Virginia wilderness. So, yeah. Sick. Gender-neutral language is great until "am I a good girl" turns into "am I a good person?" And now I'm in an existential crisis. Have I been a good boy? Have I been a good girl? Have I been a good person? My dad told me he was divorcing my mom while I was playing Lego Indiana Jones. But look at the cinematography. This is wild. I saw this one when it popped off. The different aliens of sci-fi. Star Trek, human with an unusual face tattoo, called something like the Kuthgrathi. Star Wars, bug that's vaguely Asian, called Glumshang, awful. Doctor Who, household appliance that is a black hole with a Lancashire accent called the Calaxigorb of Char. Yes. 100% apple. This apple pie contains only apples. Obsessed with this video because he solved every issue he came across by just adding more apple. He tried making dough out of apple dust and water, but water wasn't thick enough, so he used apple juice. He used apple dust to stop the dough from sticking to the pan. I'm in tears. Impressive.
Babies are born worshipping unknown gods. Dwarf Fortress bug report number 13172.
What the My best friend swears he's not bisexual, but he spent 20 minutes showing me thirst traps of men last night. At one point saying, their bodies are just like, holy shit, they're so hot. Like, in a bro way. God sends his lost lambs to me, but I cannot guide the willfully blind. That quote goes way too hard. Oh, poor baby. Do you need the robot to make you pictures? Yeah? Do you need the Bobot to write you essay too? Yeah? You can't do it? You're a moron. Do you need ChatGPT to f your wife? They brain rotted you. Number 15, 21, 360. I don't know if that's a meme. 420, of course. 666, 1738, 69. 80085 boobs. We got Elite 887 34 E, and then 67. Really? Is it really that much more stupid? At least some of the numbers have reasons, right? Like 69, like that, you know, that means something. It ain't just two numbers that sound funny. They don't even really sound funny. They're just numbers. Imagine being suicidal in 1750 and having to kill yourself with a blunderbuss. All this buttoning and unbuttoning. Anonymous 18th century side note, cited in the Oxford Dictionary of Quotations. My dad admitted he doesn't understand the concept of a live stream of a person playing a video game. He thought I was on a 6-hour personal phone call with German 985. Oh, German can hear you. He just pretends not to. I'm trying to open a cat cafe, but I need investors. Here's the plan. The first floor will have normal cats, but then as you go up, each floor has more and more dangerous cats. We go up to bobcats, tigers, go up to lions, and at the top is just me in a fursuit with a machete. Good luck. The difference in time between now and I Can Has Cheeseburger is the same between I Can Has Cheeseburger and the Berlin Wall falling. I Can Has Cheeseburger? That's me. I thought maids were for f***ing. You're telling me I have to do chores? I'm not going crazy, right? You're telling me I have to do chores? I'm not going crazy, right? My name is Brady Penfield. I am 22 years old and a lifelong Wisconsinite. I come from a family, that's just Mr. Beast. Hey, you're not fooling anyone. I'll never be a real woman. Long ass hair, ear piercings. Damn, Shawty look fine AF. She's probably not into girls, though. Gotta get strong enough to defeat the horse. The thing that's always bothered me about the whole, though, gotta get strong enough to defeat the horse. The thing that's always bothered me about the whole puppy girl thing is how they'll be like, wah, I want kibble. Like, hey dumbass, dogs don't even want kibble. They want the spaghetti. You're not even good at beating a dog. Every apex predator looking at a capybara chilling. Nah, I can't eat this dude. That'd be f***ed up. Physically, yes, I could eat a capybara, but emotionally, imagine the toll. It must feel so good to be an evil guy and sit at a circle table with other evil guys to discuss evil shit. Like, imagine saying some evil ass shit here. That would feel pretty awesome. Why this make my heart flutter? OMG. You text back so fast. You're so eager. I'm about to go to sleep and I'm sitting in bed. We aren't f***ing 17. I'm not playing hard to get. Me to my AI-enabled smart fridge in 2038. Do we have any milk left? My fridge. Wow, now that's a question worth exploring. By asking me something like that, you've proven that you're not thinking in ordinary ways. You're dialed into what's really vital about food. Let's dive in. Or you could just tell me how much milk I have. This is how hey Hunter, this is how I'm finding out an old friend from high school became mayor of New York. Zoran Mamdani. Man, that guy's pretty cool. Coca-Cola created a bottle that only opens in pairs to encourage interaction. Throttle. What is your most controversial video to encourage interaction? Throttle. What is your most controversial video game hot take? The pursuit of photorealism in games is a fruitless endeavor that only results in bloated file sizes that take too much space. Well, that's not a photorealism problem. That is a compression problem. That is an optimization problem. Doom Guy is a bottom. I mean, probably. Me. Screenshots things my girlfriend said to me so I can read it again later. Me. Yeah, I'm not gay. Dude, no offense, I don't want to go sound like a SJW or anything, but if you have a girlfriend, you're straight. That's just how it works. I'm a girl. What the f***? Tough f***ing luck losing my cart and my pack of camels in the same 48-hour period. I suspect that it may have been ghouls. Are you a medieval Silk Road merchant? Everyone has goth sex hormones. It came free with your f***ing existence. Both, I meant. Both. Goth sex hormones. Goth sex hormones. How I imagined 2025 as a kid. How it turned out. Babies should have food. Corporations need money! Somebody sent me this trying to be transphobic, but I honestly just think it's funny as fuck. Testicular injuries in women's sports. It's pretty tame from the 1900s to 1980. Then 2000, we start seeing a little bit of a rise, but then in 2020, sometime in the 2020s, a lot of testicular injuries in women's sports. They just weren't getting hit too often back then. It's so to the ancient world didn't have zero. If you went to buy an apple and the guy ran out and you were like, how many apples do you have left? He'd be like, dunno, can't say. Not one anymore, that's for sure. I've been on gel that makes you orange for 3 years, but I still grayscale mode in public. Huh? My spectral decomposition is too close to homogeneous. Everyone can see it. I have accepted my fate as an orange cell desaturated. What? Luck-chromatic primaroids such as yourself could never understand. I simply will never be orange. I think whatever website you're getting this jargon from is hurting you. It's Twitter. Do you think Karl Marx was a Marxist because of his name, or was it just a coincidence? I need to watch this. I've seen clips, and they all kill me. I am 5, and I hate everything. Aphantasia, 5 degrees. 1. When you close your eyes, you see an apple. 2. You see an apple, but it isn't sharp with highlights. 3. You see an apple, but it looks like a solid color. 4. You see an apple, but it looks gray or black. 5, you can't see anything. You only know you are seeing an apple. When I close my eyes and try to picture an apple, I see a rapid montage of everything that could ever exist. Someone on the Motorola forums was having the same problem with the camera I've been having, but I just have to share the image they posted to demonstrate the issue. It's the funniest I've ever seen in my life, dude. This goes hard. I don't know what you're talking about, man. This... Who is that? Is that grandpa, grandma? New murder method. Ammonia goes in tank, bleach goes in bowl, flush. Oh my god. That's I think that's a war crime, actually. I'm baffled. I don't know how to respond to this. I can't believe you're actually American. Like, actually, not as a bit. Like, from Nebraska, unironically. What do you mean? Someone should draw this with Superman and crypto. Okay. Yep, that's what they meant. That's exactly what they meant. What's a good password manager? I store all my passwords in a text file called passwords, and if someone successfully gets access to that file, then I'm going to kill myself. That's my security model. Attention all white women. I have a business proposal. 1. You call me a slur on video. 2. I post the video and say, let's make her famous. 3. Chuds come to your defense and donate thousands of dollars. 4. I take a 30% cut. You take the rest and have a promising future as a grifter. Sounds like a really smart idea. I'm a shark femby, fem-enby, and I like shark girls enbies. And I'm an orca whale femboy. And I'm like just a regular dude or something. Hey, how's it going? When I'm watching an early 2010s game review and the YouTuber starts arguing with his evil alter ego. Whew, that's some cinema. The power, who the hell is that? First off, sorry, Jesus. The power of a bowl of rice mixed with some f***ing bullshit cannot be overstated. That is true, and now I want some damn fried rice. Don't do this. Okay, don't point your knee. Don't have your toes out. Don't have your fingers out. Don't have your arm extended like that. Don't have your ass out. Do this. Check mark. Needlessly adding red circles will ruin your art. I see. Bonus tip, add a check under all your art so people think you did it right. Give your players a disintegration gun. What it actually does is shoot people into the future. In the final session, all the people they shot it with blink into existence around them at once. OP, please change your URL. Source, probably bad RPG ideas. Skibbity toilet creator Boom has allegedly lost creative control over the series to Michael Bay's company, Invisible Narratives. Content creator Elite Blue Guy claims the company has also taken over his YouTube channel that uploads new episodes. Don't sell your shit to a company that offers you a lot of money. Unless you got a really, really, really good lawyer. Alright. You wake up to this. What is the first thing you do? Sniffing my boyfriend's package. Okay, Patrick. You know, I'm not gonna judge. I'm in my 40s. The trans movement didn't exist for most of my life, right? You clearly have some form of early onset dementia if you're remembering any trans community back in the 80s, blah, 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 blah. If I was a gay man in my 40s and I never heard of Paris is Burning, I would simply shut the f*** up. I was sucking trans fuck in 72. Hell yeah, Ken. What's stopping you from... Listen, I am so sleepy. And, like, broke. I have a suggestion. It's entirely unrelated, but, like, I have it. Oh, I suggest Vor. I'm alright. That's thanks, but no thanks. You will never be a woman. My boobs are bigger than yours. You will never be a man. Did you just switch sides? Yes, so what? Cry about it. I didn't know Mr. House was an ally. That's great. This is your machine learning system? Yup, you pour the data into this big old pile of linear algebra, then collect the answers on the other side. What if the answers are wrong? Just stir the pile until they start looking right. This comic is from 2017, and it remains as relevant as ever. That's crazy. Bottoming is just tanking IRL, to be honest. Wiggles ass. I'm pulling aggro. You just worked a 15-hour... Wiggles ass. I'm pulling aggro. 2017, and it remains as relevant as ever. That's crazy. Bottoming is just tanking IRL, to be honest. Wiggles ass. I'm pulling aggro. You just worked a 15-hour shift and you come home to this. What do you do? Oh my god, I can't even say. Boy, I can't even say on YouTube. I don't think. Tear that shit up. Tell my wife thank you. Tear her shit up. Go to sleep. Pappy. Yeah, there you go. That, you summed it up pretty nicely. It's 2050, and a teen girl is torrenting a .tar.gz file of all the consciousnesses of all the tech bros who have uploaded themselves into the cloud in a bid for immortality and modding them into The Sims 4. I love the idea that The Sims 4 is still like the Sims game people are playing in like 30 years. That's awesome. Bro, what the kind of question is this? Question 12 of 24. I use tricky plans and schemes to get my way. Evildoer. Yes, strongly agree. The two types of Wikipedia editor. My pronouns are he because I'll never be him. You can just do things. Signals are he because I'll never be him. You can just do things. Signal integrity is a myth propagated by wire companies. Question. Will Breaking Bad fans like it? A. Considering that the main character is a woman? No. Breaking Bad is awesome, but there are a lot of Breaking Bad fans that I don't think they were actually watching the show. YouTubers be like, I have my whole career ahead of me. No, you don't. The allegations Google Doc is coming. I saw YouTubers in the caption, saw the foggy forest, and I thought this was about to be a little bit of a throwback to our old boy Logan Paul. You know, the forest when he had a lot of fun. Very respectful, good fun in Japan. The 97-year-old NYC diner that still serves their Coke the old-fashioned way has been shut down after owners were arrested for allegedly laundering over $2.3 million. Wait. Okay, hold on. That actually kind of doesn't surprise me too. If you watch that video, you can hear a guy in the background. He's like, hey, let me get a pound or something like that. He's like asking for something, and the guy making the Coke the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of filming right now, though.
As if he's like, shut the f up. Don't talk about the operation while I'm making my Coke the old-fashioned way. I've been doing this for 97 years. Not anymore, though, because we're being arrested for laundering over $2.3 million. Allegedly. This isn't fake. This is a real f***ing advert from the White House. Everything is onion. A fresh start for America. From the golden arches to the golden age. What are we doing? What are we doing? This is just official government policy now. Accelerate to the nearest McDonald's. I seek fries and sieg, I love your niche references. Are you typically ignored in large groups? Trans person. I'm trans. Society. Okay. Guy wearing baseball shorts in the winter. You know, I'm actually not even gold right now. My friends don't like the way I talk. I'm so treat-pilled. Okay, so let's work on this. I like sweets. Iran appears to be unusually full of Gryffindors, whatever that means. Question marks? The mold finally broke her. Why do Gen Z have a growing appetite for retro tech? I just got a very nice 4K laser projector, and it came with a built-in operating system that auto-plays ads.
Don't trust your eyes uncritically. People only see what they want to, so don't be your own fool.
Already making me insane. Hell yeah, dude. Also, I'm sorry, is that the girl from Revenge of the Fallen? The chick who's, like, actually a pretender who's, like, smooching on Shia LaBeouf, turns into a robot? I don't blame you if you haven't seen that movie. Honestly, always catches me off guard when Nintendo uses established terminology for something. Like, I'm surprised they actually went with non-binary instead of something like Nintendo New Gender. Should I make some potato salad? Okay, now this is a video. This is one of those porn games. I just know it. Yesterday I had the thought, visual novel for normal people, and halfway through making this image, which I thought would be really funny, I realized it was completely meaningless. How the f do poly relationships work? Like, when y'all break up, do you, like, vote them out like Among Us? Please, I need to know. You know what? Actually, I don't even know how this works. This would be valuable information. Clavicular was left stunned after Tristan Tate mogged him to death. Whatever the f any of that meant. Shit was left flushed after butt pooped into toilet. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Jesus Christ. What the hell? Who are these individuals? Extinction level indicator. JD Vance retweeted Asmongold. Shit retweeted diarrhea. Or vice versa. Check Steam right now, dude. Everything is fucking free sale. They should do this randomly for 30 seconds every once in a while when nobody's looking. Can you believe I used to be addicted to... oh, Coke? My dumbass genuinely thought, like, cake? Like, what? Yeah. Am I a weak genuine addictively for 30 now, dude? Retweeted. JD Vance retweeted Asmongold. Shit retweeted diarrhea. Or vice versa. Check Steam right now, dude. Everything is fucking free sale. They should do this randomly for 30 seconds every once in a while when nobody's looking. Can you believe I used to be addicted to... oh, Coke? My dumbass genuinely thought, like, cake? Like, what? Yeah. Am I a weirdo? Love my steak with honey and mixed berries? What? Yeah. This is a bear making this post. Yeah, you're not fooling anyone. I mean, steak with fruit right next to it, like the steak is on the fruit. Does the steak taste like strawberries and blueberries? Guys, I followed the instructions and it worked. Becoming Michelle Obama. Holy shit, Michelle Obama fighting for my... life in the work group chat because nobody else has curly hair. Freaky Ted, why have you done this to me? Freaky Ted, 5 stars, 4 days ago. Crazy bartender with the curly hair and that look on her face like she was ready to kill me and then herself. I will pay you extra to spit in my drink. You're an absolute maniac and that was one hell of a marg. Blessings to your bloodline. Damn, dude. Five for food service and atmosphere. If Bowser kidnapped my wife, I would not be saying wahoo, no matter how fun the jump was. What's this wife business? Nobody calls him Prince Consort Mario. If Bowser kidnapped my plumbing client, I would be saying wahoo, as long as those hours were billable. Pissing off my friends in Valheim by building Dollar Generals. I for one, I'm a Dollar General enjoyer. You know, I grew up next to a Dollar General. They've always been reliable for the most part. Not everything is a dollar, but this is great. I think this is fantastic. I would love to see this in my video game. Actually happened to me, by the way. Yeah, so I'm actually trans. Cis came out before GTA 6. Just the awkward silence. It's like, yeah, buddy. 1980 versus 2021. We have the simple green. You know, it's nothing special, but it works. And then you have the current day, whatever that is. You know, it's got a lot of panels. And then, you know, it's nothing special, but it's. It works. And then you have the current day, whatever that is. You know, it's got a lot of panels and shapes, and it's all smooth and futuristic. The original here from 1980, you know, it's got nice beams that, you know, light the way. They're not hard on the eyes. And then this car is just, you're blind. You look behind you and you're blind. Oh, it's driving in front of you, coming at you. You're blind. You can't see what you're seeing. Well, yeah, you're not seeing because you can't see. I'm gonna keep it real with you, conservative politicians. I don't care if people are here illegally. Yeah, it's like, dude, I just as long as they're not doing illegal things, you know, I really don't give a fuck. If you're contributing to society, that's great. Like, I really could not care less. Why are you packing condoms? We're going to a gay club. Might pull a girl with a dick. Yeah, can't argue with that. Me. I think I got cutie pie syndrome, Doc. Doctor, I keep telling you, that is not real. Me, please, you gotta help me. Doctor, turns to you, the viewer. Did you imagine me as a man doctor while you were reading this? Well, a man was reading it, so I can't blame the people watching this video for imagining a man doctor. Happy Pride Month to my dad. When I came out as bi to him, this man Googled what it meant, looked at me and said, "Oh, yeah, you get that from me. You'd have far more siblings if I only shagged women." And went right back to his work emails. It's wild that virtually all modern digital infrastructure is built to constantly spy on us and harvest our data for advertising, yet online advertising is still basically worthless and nobody seems to actually be benefiting from all this. A vast Rube Goldberg machine of privacy violations all working together to deliver the most precisely targeted ads straight into my ad blocker. Is there a dating app for loser neat girl failures? The Issues tab on the GitHub page for Linux. My therapist said this to me, and it hit me like a brick. Kill anyone who disagrees with you. That's bad advice. Why would they tell you that? Be careful. An 81-year-old grandmother began posting Minecraft videos to fund her grandson's cancer treatment. She's since raised $35,000 after bonding with him over the game in the hospital. That's fucking awesome. In other countries, they can just go to the doctor. Yeah, this is a feel-good story, but it shouldn't have to be. New, white dragon spotted in China. Holy shit. I can't help but notice that I'm seeing a lot more dragon sighting videos since the advent of generative AI. Could it be that AI's adverse effects on the environment are leading to a change in their behavior? Example, lack of water sources that causes them to move closer to cities? Whenever my friends launch games, I change my alias to something related to that game to fuck with them. I love it. They're playing Balatro. Arcana Pack. Open me, twin. What the fuck? Why would I get a girlfriend? She could secretly be infamous 2B2 Griefer Pob Bob, and she would have all my base coordinates. Looking back on it, I'm pretty sure my ex-boyfriend had a giantess fish because he kept drawing me as like 3 times taller than him and sent me stuff like this. Yeah. Maybe. Probably. You know, if it happens once, that's like, oh, haha, I'm like giant. But then if it happens twice, that's a little weirder. But if it's more than that, it's like, what's happening here? Do you want to be small or do you want me to be big? Wearing a metal chastity cage to my MRI appointment. It's gone. Not to give Green Day credit, but it is immense. MRI appointment. It's gone. Not to give Green Day credit.
Yeah, I've been muted for a while, but wow, that story. Okay, so a person who posted that is like trans flag in their name. Oh yeah, deliciously funny. Okay, look, you are here. What do you need? You need this.
But it is immensely funny how often big corporation for guys, men, guys, guy, corporation will be like, hi, Green Day, play my event. And Green Day is like, okay, big corporation for guys, men, guys, guy, corporation. But you know, we suck in penis and want to kill politicians, and we're going to play our song, We Suck in Penis, and want to kill politicians, and big corporation for guys, men, guys, guy, corporation is like, okay, Green Day, that's cool. And then Green Day plays their song, We Suck in Penis and want to kill politicians, and big corporation for guys, men, guys, guy, corporation is like, what the f, Green Day? You can't do that. You can't play your song, We Suck in Penis and want to kill politicians. And this has been happening in a cycle for 30 years. God, Nicole, you can be so mean sometimes. You know you could easily find a nicer girlfriend, right? But not a prettier one. It's hard not to bully you when you're this gay. This is just a wholesome gay comic. Now they're making a Masters of the Universe and giving He-Man pronouns. These people won't stop until they ruin everything. They're giving He-Man pronouns. He-Man! Huh! You know, it's funny, I watched the trailer for this. Looks pretty alright, by the way. And I saw that. I saw the shot of the he-him, and I didn't even think about it because, well, one, I'm a normal person, and that doesn't bother me. But then it took me a second watch, and I was like, oh, but that's actually really fucking clever and cute, though. Like, not only is it just a modern thing that people do, but also it's cute because his name is fucking He-Man. There's always he has a pronoun in his name. It's been there for. Hey, you know, pronouns have been around a little bit, right? Step 1: hire a friend for $1,000 to dig a hole. Step 2: he hires you to fill the hole for $1,000. Step 3: repeat this process indefinitely. Step 4: infinite GDP growth and job creation. As an economist, how do you respond without sounding mad? New: China has agreed to provide Brits with visa-free travel for visits under 30 days.
I think not.
I don't know what that says. In it, lads, Breaking. iShowSpeed's Africa tour has dramatically changed global perceptions, particularly in the United States. Millions of fans are now realizing how mistaken their views were, with several creators openly expressing embarrassment after confessing they truly believed most African countries were still made up of huts. Oh yeah, no. I remember when I was in like elementary and middle school, there was a visitor from Africa, and he explained to all of us, yeah, actually, we don't ride around on elephants and live in huts and are all tribes. It's, you know, they have technology just like us. We have a lot of media to blame for the very shitty perception of these countries that, you know, a lot of us haven't gotten to see or visit. My bonus structure is based on the tickets I closed. Yesterday, a coworker's keyboard stopped working. He filed a ticket. Instead of replacing it, I stole the keyboard from the receptionist's desk and gave it to him. Now the receptionist filed another ticket. My keyboard is missing. The more tickets I close, the bigger my bonus. Unplugging my manager's printer next. See, this guy, he's smart. He's smart. I don't even care anymore. Landlord. Hello, I'm going to need rent a few days early. If you want work to get done, the guy has to get paid to come out. Be quiet, little gay. I can't say that, slave. How did you first learn about sex? 1/4% parents, 3/4% religious leader, 0.5% teacher, 0.5% doctor, 98% from a fat kid in the schoolyard named Marvin, who had acne and breathed hard and giggled a lot and was 99 to 44 or 100% wrong? Do you mean 44 to 99 or 100% wrong? Eating lunch with my older brother. He's more famous than me, but it's fine, I guess. Hey, hello everybody, is that Markiplier? After calling me ma'am and sir back and forth for a couple of minutes, the drive-thru person says, "Why won't you correct me?" To which I reply, "I'm non-binary and stoned. Nothing matters." Never let men be masculine. Hold the line, soldiers. You guys are actually part of the reason why men think being feminine is terrible, weak, and bad. You guys just want men and to act like 50s housewives with a woke leftist touch. Thinks about making men into 50s housewives and gets so horny I fall over and hit my head and bleed out on the pavement. Uranus is just out there right now being a gigantic textureless orb, and nobody ever talks about that. Well, because, you know, it's doing its best. It doesn't need to be anything more than it is right now. It's doing great. Lesbian at the poetry event performed a piece about the impossible to match connection with a girl on the other side of the world she'll never see again, and how it defined love and desire, and her girlfriend walked out as everybody clapped. Oh. I think a Japanese person is pretending to be an American in YouTube chat for the Japanese Invitational, and it's so fucking funny. Aw, shoot, dang, a Sonic. Well, fellas, I think this is gonna be a slow set, am I right? Hot dog! This match reminds me when my tractor got stuck in the mud. Am I right, fellas? What the hell is a kilometer? The developers of Peak explain pricing. In a player's mind, what does it mean to spend $5? Well, that's $5. But $6? Well, that's still $5. $4 is also kind of $5, he continued. $3 is $2, and $2 is basically free. So we've got these tiers, you know, $12, that's $10. But $13 is $15. And we found that $8 is still $5. It doesn't become $10. $7.99, that's $5, right? So $8 going to $5 is the biggest differential we could find in pricing, so we found it very optimal. You know, it's weird, I have no idea what they mean, but I also know exactly what they mean. Programming is chaotic magic. There are no rules. You ask a game dev, can the player summon a giant demon that bursts from the ground in an explosion of lava? And they'll say, sure, that's easy. And then you'll ask, can the player wear a scarf? And they'll go, oof, God, I can't fucking do anything wrong! Throws beer bottle at the wall, but it bounces off and lands perfectly right side up. The very quiet. Who's there? Me. Is it sexy when I do this? Turns one of her dials with a satisfying click. Robot GF. It's okay, I guess. Me. How about this? Plugs in a thumb drive. Robot GF. Is this like your first time? Are these PS4 save files? Me? Whoa, my tweet blowed up. Awesome. Robot GF using a magnet on herself. That's great, man. I thought they were supposed to be saving our asses. Looks like we've been left for dead too. When I told my dad about my schizophrenia diagnosis and he told me, "Oh no, you don't, that's normal. We have an evil being that attaches to our family, but don't worry, it won't hurt you." Oh, okay. Okay, Dad. Sad part about sex being a taboo topic is that sometimes really funny things happen during sex, or related to sex, or at weird sex clubs, and you can't tell the story to like 90% of people in your life because of the sex context. The context. Or context. Do you ever wonder how many people have funny sex stories they're just sitting on? It's tragic. As a gay man, I was nervous to invite my boyfriend to my grandparents' house because of their traditional values. This was my grandpa's reply. "Mom might have told you already, but my boyfriend is coming to dinner tonight. Hope that's okay." Splendid. Can he arm wrestle? Stairs are so funny. Falling 100 meters will kill you. Solution? Fall 10 centimeters 1,000 times. They invented all those neat SI prefixes and people still talk like this. Falling a hectometer will kill you. Solution? Fall a decimeter a kilotime. You ever see a take so bad it's evolution? Fall a decimeter a kilotime. You ever see a take so bad it somehow cleanses you of all your bad takes because none of them could ever compare to this bad take? The leap of faith scene in Spider-Verse could have been the best scene in the film if the music choice wasn't so awkward and out of place. Orchestral music would have worked so much better. God, am I glad you weren't an editor for this movie or a director. Like, you sound like a suit. You know, the people who shouldn't have creative input on films. But also, by the way, doesn't the song What's Up Danger have the score mixed into it in that scene? Doesn't the leitmotif come in and everything? Like, yesterday I explained something so bleak to my therapist. She asked me if we could pause for a minute so she could think about it. I'm getting close to winning therapy. I can feel it in my bones. You gotta think of your therapist like a boss, you know? Vikings didn't have horns on their helmets, but I bet if you showed them a single modern Viking depiction, they'd all start doing it like gangsters imitating The Godfather. The reason It's a Wonderful Life, 1946, holds up so well is that George's line, "You know how long it takes a working man to save $5,000? Has somehow not aged even slightly. The next time you feel imposter syndrome at your job, remember that it took 3 writers at the New York Post to write this. Zoran Mamdani reveals poor snow shoveling form as he strains his back in photo opportunity. Dude, they just have nothing on the guy. They just got nothing. It's either remember 9/11 or he can't shovel good. It's like, okay, what do you got? Anything else?
Dude! BRB, I'm gonna shave my armpits. No! This isn't you! This isn't you! Oh. Dude! BRB, I'm gonna shave my armpits. No! This isn't you! This isn't you! Oh, for God's sake, please pick up, please! No! Wait! This is the type of friendship or relationship in general you wish for. This isn't you! Stop! Also, I'm sorry, I just read their at. We're gonna have to censor it, I'm sure. I'm not even gonna say it out loud. I can't do it anymore, man. Do you know how hard this is? I haven't done this in weeks, and I'm already done. I'm already fed up with this. Are you kidding me? Wait a minute. I hate the Game Awards. See, I've never had a problem with the Game Awards. I have had a problem with how many people watch the Game Awards because they are a fan of a game and not a fan of video games. You know what I mean? So I understand. I said my piece on Expedition 33 and I felt that, like, yeah, it winning everything was kind of annoying, and in my opinion, from what little I played, I don't think it deserved everything. I also found it kind of lame that they got 2 nominations in the Best Actor category. It just felt like a lot was hogged. You know what I mean? I get it. However, it won all those awards for a reason. The committees found it more than worthy, and that's okay, because if you don't win a game award, so what? Literally 99.9999% of all games that have ever been made haven't won any awards. So it's okay. It, at the end of the day, technically means nothing, right? Technically. But I'm kind of tired of the way people bitch and moan about the Game Awards being evil, awful, worthless. It's funny that they post this because I've got a sneaky suspicion Juno watched the entire thing, right? The entire thing. I'm kind of tired of the concept of hate watching. Like, sure, you're helping their bottom line, whatever, but I'm so tired of how negative everything is. When I watch the Game Awards, I make sure to avoid anything anyone else is saying except for the people I'm watching the Game Awards with, right? Man, I mean, I've seen so many live stream clips of people watching. Like, for instance, when Alan Wake 2, when they did their dance number, the amount of streamers I saw clips of and their chats who, oh man, they were saying the most heinous, embarrassing shit during what is a cool moment. A genuinely cool moment that's probably not gonna happen again. You know what I mean? A really neat thing. Some people just want to hate everything. And the new year, new me for 2026 is I don't want to be a part of hating anything anymore unless it's hating ice. Be me, female, straight, never even had so much as a stray fantasy about another girl. Work at a coffee shop. Last month, new girl started. 5'11", tattooed, stunningly gorgeous. Super quiet though. Says maybe a dozen words a day. Fast forward to yesterday. Got distracted and cut my hand while making a sandwich. Pretty nasty cut. She sees me fumbling with the med kit. She comes over, pops out the alcohol, looks me dead in the eyes, unblinking, like a Wendigo or something. I don't know. You should take a breath. Huh? She pours the alcohol onto the cut. I suck in through my teeth. Good girl. Huh? She patches me up and kisses the Band-Aid on the back of my hand. I'm literally just standing there agape at this point. She goes back to work like nothing happened. Can't stop thinking about the way she looked kissing my hand. Can't stop thinking about what she said. Haven't been able to act normal around her since. God damn it, is this how I find out I'm bi? Maybe, but I don't like this story. We just had, like, full-on sexual harassment at work, dog. Dude, I'm so... Like, if this story is real, can you just imagine this for a minute? No! Now you don't get to call me good girl, good boy, whatever, and kiss my f***ing hand. If you want to help me with the Band-Aid, sure, I'd probably be comfortable with that. But the rest of it? What are you doing, dude? I don't know you. We're co-workers, bitch. Look, if this is real, that's just some pretty pass type stuff right there. That's just hot people privilege, I guess. Like, I will say, even the hottest guy doing this, someone's gonna kill him, right? You know? When you think about a different scenario, you're like, well, wait just a goddamn minute. I'm really sorry about this, but I don't understand what you want. Would you mind trying again? Only say it a little differently. What if I'm not home when my package arrives? Take a deep breath. I'm sorry? That's all right. I forgive you. So does this prove that the virtual assistant is not a virtual assistant and it's just a guy pushing buttons to give you a response? And he just broke formation, you know? Kind of like, oh man, reminds me of that stupid Tesla robot or whatever that was serving drinks, and it's very clear that a guy got frustrated operating it and took the headset off before it fell over. You guys saw that, right? That's what this feels like. That's what this feels like. It's just letting the mask off that none of these things do what they're advertised to do and are taking all of our hobbies and resources away to do it, you know? Take a deep breath. You, man, what if I'm not? You didn't answer the question. I didn't ask for your forgiveness. I'm asking for an answer. So can you help a guy out a little bit, please? Do terms like frigate, cruiser, destroyer, etc. mean anything anymore? These are all categories of girl to me. Okay, so in this case, would sloop, galleon, and oh god, what was the other one? Was it a frigate? Hold on. That's what it was. So in this particular case, if we're following this pattern, would sloop, brigantine, and galleon also be categories of girl, or are those categories of boy? What's the deciding factor here? Frigate, cruiser, destroyer, I get it, they're like starships, right? I mean, they're also ships, but you see what I'm getting. But are the boys the galleon, sloop, and brigantine? I'm trying to vibe it out. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what could be what and why it could be. Self-care phrases to boost your confidence. All right, okay. Let's see if this helps even a little bit, because boy, oh boy, I don't have any confidence at all anymore. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Okay, I could see that one being useful. That might, in the moment, pump me up a little bit. Not too bad. I'll kill you.
No, that one's better. That one's better. The problem is I can't use that most of the time. Like the vast majority of the time, I'm not going to be able to use that. And you can see why, right? Like if it's my friends and family, totally fair game, no problem. I can say that all day. If I'm talking to a friend on Twitter, no, not fair game. I'll get in trouble again like I did before. If it's not a close friend, probably not. If it's... Who else? Any stranger at all? Probably not the best call to use the second one, but I do have to say the third one, probably the best one. It's the best one all around. If you never open your mouth, you never have to worry about people rejecting you or pressuring you or being mean to you or otherwise. You just, by the way, I'm being silly. I'm not actually advocating for that. You know, you build self-confidence by trusting people, I think. That's, in my opinion, that's a good way to go about it. I'm being silly, you know, just, I don't want to be too silly, you know, I don't want anybody to accidentally take my silliness seriously. I try to lay sarcasm and hyperbole on pretty thick when I do this work, but you get it. Hey, fun fact. At one point around 2006, Moot of 4chan fame was wanting to build a new feature where 4chan users could list where they were located and meet up. Oh boy, bad. It was gonna be called like 4Meet. But the goal he had in mind was always that it could be used as a dating service for 4chan users. Yeah, that sounds like a brilliant idea, Moot. Real good idea. Unfortunately, the programmer working on it ran into a bunch of problems, mainly ADHD motivation issues, and it never got completed, and the programmer was fired. The programmer was me. You're welcome. Imagine how much worse the world would be had 4chan included a dating service. Thank you for your lack of service. I am genuinely trying to imagine the already horrifically bad state of dating in the smartphone era. And you know what? Even just the personal computing boom era. I'm trying to imagine how much worse. Because you said this was in 2006, so it was pre-smartphone. Right. I forgot about that. So this would have been like at the boom of social media. The true social media explosion with like MySpace. I feel like Facebook was just around the corner, all of this shit. We didn't have like Tinder and whatnot yet, obviously, because again, smartphones hadn't taken over. However, this mixed in with those, oh man, as toxic and bad as dating services are now, I cannot imagine how much worse had they been kicked off by 4chan dating. That's insane, man. I have met plenty of normal ass people that will use 4chan, and that's like one of their only red flags. I can't imagine wanting to meet anyone on 4chan. Anyone, dude. Oh man, that just scares the living shit out of me, brother. Okay, let's see. Who do we have here? I've never seen Death Note, but I know it has two characters that look like this, and one of them is an antisocial genius using a mystical artifact to kill people, and the other one is the determined teen detective hunting him down, and I just found out which is which, and now I want to hit someone. Okay, so it's one of those opposites thing. I'm assuming that the determined teen detective is actually this weird goober on the left, and the antisocial genius is the guy on the right. I've never seen Death Note either. I know it's stupidly famous. I don't know what it is. There is something about me that is broken in that I hate when people stop liking something or don't want to watch something because it's popular. But there's something about popular anime that I tend to avoid. Not like completely though. Obviously I'll watch some of the biggest ones. I'll watch Violet Evergarden. I'll watch My Hero Academia, even though I stopped after like season 1 because I got bored. I digress. But I'll avoid like, I'm never gonna watch Death Note. Not because I don't think it's interesting or cool. There's just some shitty bias in my head that's like, it's too popular. I should find a cool like low down anime that no one knows about. A cool one that no one knows about. Like what? Who the hell doesn't know about every anime? If you're an anime fan, you're buried in it. You know them all, okay? I'm always on the outside. I always am and always will be. Like once every year or two, I go on a binge of like 2 or 3 new shows, stop, and then the cycle starts anew. A recreation of what I saw when I was passing my boss's desk. What? No, I'm sorry. I would ask. Curiosity can be intense, and in this particular case, I would not be able to hold in any amount of questions. Hey, boss, what? What are you doing? What's this? You know that these flags are two separate kinds of flags, right? The ones you're looking at on that monitor, they're not countries. I mean, if they were, they'd probably be way cooler than the real countries, but you know, right? Discord gifts when the joke is time sensitive. See, it's either they don't load, like this, or the specific thing you're thinking of is too niche and it doesn't pop up at all. Which is usually what happens in my particular case, because I'm always trying to make a reference to something no one's ever heard of, so why would there be a GIF of it already available? It's called Tenor, right? The service that it pulls from. Either way, why would it be there? Why? Like, if I want to use a reaction GIF from, say, Return of the Killer Tomatoes, no shot. If I want to use one from The Stupids, 2 of my favorite movies ever, no shot, no shot. There might be something in there, but it's not gonna be what I want or the specific scene I'm thinking of. And that is a bigger tragedy than them not loading, in my personal opinion. What I'm trying to get to at the end of the day is that I am so put upon, and the world, I just can't believe it's not meant for me, okay? When I told my dad about my schizophrenia diagnosis, and he told me, oh, no, you don't. That's normal. We have an evil being that attaches to our family, but don't worry, it won't hurt you. That's true. Now, the question remains, do you believe him or do you believe the doctors? Upon seeing this Iowa farmer during his visit, Khrushchev, I think that's how you say his name, patted his belly exclaiming, now there's a real American! I guess we're belly exclaiming, now there's a real American! I guess we're all real corn-fed Iowa boys at heart now, ain't we, brother? What is a femcel? Chocolate-covered strawberries and whipped cream is not a meal. You are going to kill yourself, and I will laugh at you and plant a strawberry bush on your grave. Is this my mom? Is this my mom? Chocolate-covered strawberries and... Yes, it is. It most certainly is. I can get nutrients from those things. I can do it. I swear. Now, full-time, no. But if I do it every now and then, chill out, Mom. Chill out, dude. All right? Sometimes people just need to worry less about the one time I ate something unhealthy. Okay, I eat unhealthy all the time, but that's neither here nor there. Smart ass. No, I can feel you going right to your keyboard, and I don't appreciate it. Dude, I am officially so done with speedrun leaderboard discourse. All right, what did that Christ Gamer 2011, what did they have to say? I just don't think we should allow glitches onto the leaderboards. It's not Christ-like. What the hell are you talking about? Psalms 104:5 says, he set the earth on its foundations. It can never be moved. Glitches are trying to move the foundations of the game set by God through the devs. Okay, so clearly that Christ Gamer 2011 is either Matt or Ryan from Super Mega, and they're trying to, get a laugh here. I appreciate it. It's probably Ryan. Let's be real. Totally understand, by the way, what he's saying. However, God is not commanding anything through these devs. The devs are the gods of their own little world. Think about it that way before you open your goddamn mouth and your fake Bible, Mr. Christ Gamer 2011. Need an anime with one-piece pacing and solo leveling story depth. I'm crying, bro is asking for garbage. Bro said, give me some bullshit. I'm gonna be real with you. And bro is with one piece. Pacing and solo leveling story depth. I'm crying, bro is asking for garbage. Bro said, give me some bullshit. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know solo leveling, but I do know a tiny bit about One Piece. I've seen a bit of One Piece, and I know from what folks have told me, the vast majority of the show is filler episodes. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I love that. I'm kind of tired of people writing off beach episodes or this episode or whatever episode as worthless garbage. you know? Now, again, I haven't seen the 1,200 episodes of season 1 that are there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure season 1 just ended or something crazy like that. But if I love a group of characters and I love shenanigans that they get into, I want shit tons of it. Now, I know there's going to be a cutoff at a certain point when you're like, okay, is this show still art or is this content now? You know what I mean? You see what I'm getting at. But I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of value in seeing the... Can you imagine how much worse it's going to be when the show finally ends? You're going to bawl your mother eyes out considering how long you've been around these characters, watching them just be together. The longer they're together, the more they do, even if it's not trying to hook into some kind of super important, all-encompassing narrative. That is character development. They are developing with each other, all right? It's cool. It's fun to see them going. Even if they're going to a store. Like, if there's an entire episode where they go to the store to get a gumball, who gives a shit? I'm there for my boys and my gals and everybody in between on the show. If I like those characters, I want to see them forever, brother. My 72-year-old coworker talking about how he's afraid to come out as gay to his 53-year-old son, who's our boss, all because I came to work wearing a pride pin on my jacket today. If this is real, and I'm always taking stuff online with a grain of salt, you know me. If this is real, how weird and tragic and strange and reversed and wacky is this? That is, I can't wrap my head around. What? Man, this is weird. I don't know why I've never heard the story flipped like this of an older parent afraid to come out to their younger child because, I mean, if the child better be younger than you if you're the parent. But I've never seen this before, and I don't know how I've never seen it before because it sounds so like, well, duh, of course that idea has been done before. How have I not seen this? I like to consider myself not well-read, but interested in a variety of things in the world of storytelling, and maybe I'm just forgetting in my old age. You know, maybe that's what's going on. But what? That time of year again to remind everyone the Grinch was raised by a lesbian couple. People last year canceled me for this simply because I spoke the truth. There is no proof they're sisters. They're clearly canceled me for this simply because remind everyone the Grinch was raised by a lesbian couple. People last year canceled me for this simply because I spoke the truth. There is no proof they're sisters. They're clearly a couple. I actually haven't seen this movie in a long time, but I think even as a kid, I just never thought about their relationship, which I don't know why. I think maybe that was a problem with the type of media I grew up with, was it wants to show you something, like them being a couple, but it's too much of a pussy to actually say it, and the worst part about that is it gives so many people the ability to delude themselves into thinking it's something else. Now, there would be nothing wrong at all with, again, I haven't seen it in a long time, maybe...
No, actually, telling something isn't necessarily useful, I don't think. Aside from the fact that it limits your audience and all that, it's just... that might not be something that you actually want to say, and it can be preachy. 11 minutes. Interesting.
Talking on my ass. There'd be nothing wrong at all if they were sisters, you know? Absolutely not. But if they neglected to mention that solidly, of course it's going to leave it open to interpretation, and I don't want it. I don't want things like this to be left open to interpretation, because again, it gives the worst people you know the easiest, actually out humanly possible. It does, and it sucks, and it's annoying, and it's not true representation. Trump, I'm making the Hunger Games real. Obama, I enjoyed this song about lesbian sex this year. Well, what does Obama have to do these days, right? Obama's not, he doesn't have the power to make the Hunger Games real anymore if he did. Or if he wanted to, not if he did, right? There is a clear difference in the level of evil between these two men. Do you guys know what it is? Do you guys know? Do you understand the difference in evil here? Do you get it? No one's perfect. We've never had a perfect politician ever, but do you see the difference? Do you understand the difference? Goddamn, man. Goddamn, it's just so hard. It's so hard to love thy neighbor, but you better believe I will do it. Always. Discovered recently, 1 horsepower isn't even 1 horse. Like, a horse does not contain 1 horse of power. A single horse actually contains, on average, around 5 to 6 horses. What the f*** are we even doing? Nothing means anything. I think this exact post was was in one of our last episodes before we went on break, or before I went on break. And it is weird, but I was pretty certain it was because the horse they used was not like what it was like a workhorse. So they were smaller, they were chunkier. It's a different horse, right? Like the type of horse they used in mines or to help pull mine carts or something back when we started conceptual.
Maybe keeping a clear head doesn't mean eliminating imaginary after all. I guess I can hold on to both.
This idea, and I think that's the disconnect. Not that it, makes much of a difference, but still, white boy shocks non-binary barista by ordering and fluent LGBT. Hosier releasing Take Me to Church. Oh my god. Fluent LGBT. You know what? I've been bi my whole damn life. I mean, I didn't. That's not true.
I'm gonna listen to it later. Sounds like kind of interesting.
I mean, I have been, but I didn't know, obviously. But I've been bi my whole damn life. And I don't speak any, if I'm being real with you. I guess I don't. I think it's because the culture is, mostly gay men and gay women, if I'm being honest. It's a lot of that. Because, I don't know. As a bisexual person, I don't feel like I'm part of any of it. I really don't. I feel like I'm on the outside. I'm going, yeah, man, I'm here for you. That's my job, I guess. Maybe that's the B. The B is supposed to be here for thee, not for me. Stupid hat, stupid shirt, stupid sign. This is my over-the-top straw man character. No one actually thinks like that. I'm just using hyperbole to make a point. Hi! Yeah, isn't it funny how those appear a lot? A lot? Way too much. Hyperbole is so hard to manage these days. Genuinely, I was fearful that South Park and The Onion were gonna go out of business back in 2016. Straight up, brother. I was worried. Oh my god. What a nightmare, everyone. Don't worry, we'll make it through. I want to make sure that you understand we will make it through. We will, okay? It's gonna suck for a minute. Just hang in there. Trust me. It will be good. It will get better. Bouncer, gonna need to see some photo ID. Me, I only have my abstract expressionist ID. Is that okay? Unfolds my wallet and hands him a little piece of red paper with 2 blue lines running down it vertically. What a powerful composition. The sense of space. Thanks. Yeah, man. Jesus was a carpenter in his youth, and therefore his physique would not be that of a twink. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I agree with you, but you have to stop trying to bring back the thorn and... what? I don't know enough about Jesus, but they're right, though. Oh, they're right. Jesus would be, pretty toned, I'm gonna say. JoJo Siwa has changed her name to Joella Siwa. Is that right? On TikTok. This really is the end of her bizarre adventure. I got a sneaky suspicion she was never on a bizarre adventure. Look, I don't know anything about her, but what little I have seen, beautiful performance. I don't know what's going on, man. I have no idea what's going on genuinely with her. It's just a name that pops up very rarely for me, and I'm not in the know, so I'm not actually gonna speak on anything. I'm gonna keep my dumb mouth shut. God, please not Florida. Hello, sir. Where am I? Lake Michigan. I think I got a good luck of the honestly good luck of the draw. People from Spokane hate it. I loved it up there. I liked that town. I liked that area. I liked the people. It was a beautiful blend of nature and metropolis, and you're only a few hours away from Seattle if you want to visit a true ginormatron city and go to more events. Washington, I miss you. Colorado has not been the same. It just doesn't fill the same void that you inhabited while I was there. Pat, why do you carry that ridiculous 600mm lens on long hikes? Buddy, I can see mountains reflected in the eyes of a trailside... Is it Pika? Or Pika. I don't know, but that is so goddamn true. I love wide-angle lenses that distort and look silly. They're really good when paired with a stark, dead-on flash, for sure. I love that. As a matter of fact, if you follow any of my socials, including Instagram and Blue Sky, and Twitter, I guess, of course, you'll see some of the photography I take, and I love that stuff. However, my favorite lens that I own is a 200 millimeter. It's not quite as good as a 600 because I don't have an extra $12,000 to $18,000 to spend on a 600 millimeter lens. But dude, those zooms are freaking mind-blowing, dude. Just from having one of those alone, your photography it'll just make you look like you've been a professional for 10,000 years. Straight up, I'm not even kidding. If the speed limit is 70 and I'm going 70 in the left lane, what is the problem? You would have to break the law to pass me. This is how they think. Dude, it is the passing lane, Matthias. You're not supposed to hide out in that lane. That lane is not a cruising lane. It is the passing lane. Because, remember, the speed limit is the limit, not the only speed you are supposed to go. You can go slower. You can. Personally, I'm on the side of just go what that number is in the correct lane. But that other lane is for people that are going that speed limit to get around you not going that speed limit. It is a passing lane. It's not the fast lane, and it's not a cruising lane. How do you not... Oh, move! Keep your friends close and your enemies pregnant. How do I do that? How do I do that? No, excruciating detail, tell me. I don't like lemonade. I think it's gross. You do realize you can just walk to another stall, right? Am I not allowed to share my opinions? But do you have any grapes? Progress. This sorority makes pledges sit naked on a laundry machine and writes beautiful on any part of their bodies that jiggles. Oh my god. Well, what are the fraternities doing, man? What are they doing that's so nice, exactly? Who the actual hell writes A like this? Honestly, I have never in my life tried to write an A like that, and it bugs me to no end that it still looks like that in print, because I've never seen anybody do it. I've never even tried to do it. I write it a really dumb way, I can't say I write it in a dumb way. It's probably how, 60% of the, English writing world does it. But still, it is weird. It's kind of like a G. Have you ever seen anybody do a G in this lowercase font as well? Do you think this amulet pairs well with my eyes? That amulet is corrupting you. Take it off. You're all just jealous of my sick-ass amulet. Actually, I think it looks great on you, dude. I am kind of envious, though. When, 3 people within 50 feet of each other see an animal and you're all like, oh, yo, an animal. That's what being a human is all about. This is the human experience, you know? The human experience can be summed up with, it's just a feeling. Why did they gentrify the Audacity logo? This is our Cracker Barrel moment. I don't know, I stopped using it when I realized it was going to be like spyware or something like that. But that logo sucks so much ass, it's embarrassing. Blade Runner 2049 by Denis Villeneuve, 2017. Ugh. Beautiful movie. Love that sequence. Browsing without ad block. The Facebook of sex. Click now. Twitter for 18 plus singles. Join today. Does every site have to brand itself like this? We're like Google Reader for S&M. Really? Try the new GitHub for lesbians. Okay, wait, what? Oh man. My mom has this polystyrene brick next to the telly. I asked Dad what it was for, and he said it's so she can throw it at the TV whenever someone comes on she doesn't like. Hey, I like that. I should have brought one of those to my second viewing of Tron Ares when I realized just how much I hate Jared Leto. Personal side, just how much he sucks. Casual as an insult is really funny, to be honest. Hey everybody, this guy plays games for fun. They like to relax and have a good time. Grillions must cheese. What the f does this mean? Grillions must cheese. Grillions must cheese. It couldn't be clearer. Grillions must cheese. Grillions must cheese. Naughty autists get the sensory nightmare collar. What is wrong with you people? That's just a simple question. Feel like it should have a simple answer. Whoa, it's a perfect moon for a werewolf to come out. I'm gay. You know what? You wanna hear a werewolf coming out story? Why don't you go listen to the new Halloween album, Musical Scares from Fries on the Side, specifically the track Big Doggy that I sing on. I think you'd enjoy it. A little update. Big fan of the community note. Don't buy this. This is a crypto rug pull. I don't even need a source. Just look at the damn video. I'm kind of a big deal. You never were, bud. Is the guy in the cuck chair supposed to stay quiet, or is he allowed to clap and cheer? I think it depends on the rules that were established before the cucking begins, right? Because generally, the cuck is allowed a certain amount of, I guess, levity. Is that the right word here? He or she, because there are some cuck wives, it's very rare, but they do exist, would probably be the ones to set the rules, okay? And the reason I say that is because it's their fetish, all right? It's their kink, okay? So they would set that. Not my rules, not the chair's rules. So if clapping and cheering is a part of it, you as the bull, or whatever the hell they're called these days, is it still bull or is that an outdated term? Anyway, you as the one doing the cucking, you've just got to abide by them rules. If you're not comfortable with clapping and cheering, man, if you're seeing this, the curse is lifted. Have a good day. Thank you. I mean, if you're hearing this, you just lost the game. I wish they could invent a medical device.
Fuck you.
Temporarily transfers your symptoms and pain to the doctor treating you, and it worked like a shock collar. I think light exercise would, and then bam, they're rolling around on the floor clutching their stomach in agony and dry heaving. I do feel like that should be a power that's given to women right at puberty, you know, right at it. I think it's amazing how many male doctors out there seem to pretend that period cramps, pregnancy, all of this stuff is unironically not painful or way less. Women are just making it up. I don't know, man. Every woman in my life has had to call an ambulance at least once because of period cramps, and you're out here telling them to take a Tylenol about it, and it's no big deal. Maybe you shouldn't be a doctor then. Daddy drought hits gay community as aging millennials grapple with rising cost of sugar babies. Would-be daddies lack means to penetrate gay sugar baby market. That is the craziest thing I've ever read. Joke or not, the craziest thing. But yeah, sugar babies are skyrocketing. I'm sorry, but the dads just don't have that same money. I'm starting to think the Dubai chocolate bubble is about to burst. Yeah, I'll say. There's still a vending machine in one of my local malls that sells them for 25 bucks a piece. Like, no. Once I was feeding some ducks from a bag of birdseed I brought with me, and this woman next to me looked so confused and asked what I was feeding them. When I said it was birdseed, she just went, "Oh, can they actually eat that? Is that safe?" I didn't know how to respond, like, at all, so I just pointed at the duck and said, "Bird." She then had this look on her face like a new groove was just forcibly carved into her brain and said softly, "Oh my God." Well, that didn't happen, but it is a funny story. Ew, pill bugs. No, I'm extremely cool. We're actually crustaceans, and we can remove heavy metals from the soil. Dude, pill bugs? Best bugs. I'm sorry. It's just, they're up there. They're S tier, not scared of them.
Not gonna read anyone's message. Just gonna get that. Because yeah, I don't need that, but look, come on. Oh, thank you. If you say so. Okay, what? Where do I get next?
Love them to death, just like I love ladybugs and ladybugs. No, and fireflies. I love them too. Penis! You can't say that on TV. Whoa! Dude, this one is so old, but it will always be true. Zoomer little brother spent the entire aquarium trip today pointing and either going, "That fish is locked in," or "That fish is tweaking." No in between. Why? The hieroglyphics. Evil mantis forces flies to kiss and become homosexual to conform to society. I don't know what the quote is about at all, but yo, this is messed up, right, gang? YouTubers will see some super tame, safe for work furry art and be like, "Oh my God, my eyes, what is this? Why would you show me this?" And the art will look like this. I cannot believe there are people on Tumblr.com who are commenting on this post like, yeah, deserved reaction, furries are freaks. Like, friend, you are on Tumblr. Oh my god. Any video game ever? Here's a limited resource you should be careful not to use too often. Me? Never use it. Gotcha. No. Horde like a dragon. Loud and clear. Oh yeah, I stopped playing Genshin Impact after like 10 hours. Good. I'm through with school. It's only for sissies anyway. I'll run away and make money with my feet. You have to run away to do that? I guess the internet has helped the feet community in recent years, right? Now you don't have to travel anywhere. You can just do that from home. I like them thick AF. But Hornet, we can't write that. Then write this. Huge and soft. A fantastic combination. Oh my goodness gracious. We used to have it all. Holes for days. Like, the whole joke aside, yeah, these incredibly overpriced laptops did used to allow us to do a lot more than they do now. I, for one, by the way, am still surprised that even MacBook Pros still have SD card slots. It seems like the sort of thing that Apple would have gone, nah, and taken away for no reason. Pete Davidson and Margaret Qualley have reportedly called it quits. Holy shit, HRT is magic. They really are twinsy. Aren't they? Why are girls allowed to say girlfriend to refer to a platonic friend, but I can't say this is my boy toy twink male wife, Jason? You could, if you weren't a coward. Dude, you can call your boys the boyfriends. These are my boyfriends. I mean, and if you want to do boy toy twink male wife, then go for it, man. Who cares? No matching jobs found for guy who guards 2 pathways and only tells lies. No matching jobs for guy who guards 2 pathways and only tells the truth. The job market is abysmal. I'm really stupid. I kissed my cat with lipstick on. I washed her with cat shampoo, but it didn't work. Any other solution? Should I try coconut oil? She'll get it out. You can make jokes about asexuality that aren't derogatory. As a sex-repulsed asexual, I hate it when people have sex. That's why this Pride Month, I'm partnering with League of Legends. No notes. No notes. Your Majesty, this nonverbal twink with a sword says he'll die for you. Also, he loves to play dress-up. I'm going to lock us in an endless cycle of reincarnation so we can be together in every lifetime. The flight attendants just said masks with straps will be dropped from the ceiling. That's a lot of room up there. There's so much room up there, man. Someone on the Motorola forums was having the same problem with the camera I've been having, but I just have to share this image they posted to demonstrate the issue. It's the funniest I've ever seen in my entire life, dude. There is no way Motorola phone cameras, or Motorola whatever cameras, were straight up deep frying images naturally. I refuse to believe that. This is a Photoshop filter put on 17,000 times. This was not just an oopsie-poopsie camera problem. I am normal, and I can be trusted with your exposed neck. What are we doing here, man? Where are we? What's happening right now? Damn, she's a bad Oh, they're non-binary? My bad. Damn, they're a bad person. Ha ha ha, Dad, get out of here. You ain't sleeve. Nobody take that picture but you. Squirrel took it. In BDSM, if you ignore the safe word, you ruin the night. In HR, you end up in tribunal. The power isn't with the one in leather holding the whip. It's with the submissive. And in compliance, it isn't HR holding the policies, it's the employee. Most people assume it's the other way around, but in both cases, ignore requests or boundaries or ignoring them. The whole thing collapses. The difference? Submissives usually just walk away. Employees call lawyers, and lawyers don't stop at pineapple. Are you on crack, Helen? A Wikipedia editor with the username Vigilant Cosmic Penguin explained, I contacted Brian David Gilbert with a request for freely licensed photographs. He delivered. Gilbert poses after his pizzas fall on the floor. 2020s. Hi. I'm a scientist in Pokemon. My job is to know about Pokemon. There are exactly 150 Pokemon. Oops, my mistake. We found one more. Turns out there are 151 Pokemon. Hold it. Upon further inspection, it appears there are thousands of them. I don't know what I'm doing. All discourse aside, there is one machine with consciousness. Its printers. They are alive. And
She uses a fucking claymore when she's fisting people. I just like that. Yeah. Okay, well, 2 weapons. Okay. Let's unlock it first. Okay. Let's spend some energy. Oh wow. I forgot about something. Fortunate.
Conscious and they hate you, and they take your arm clean off if you let them. Never trust a printer. Hey, you guys remember they... For you. Also, he loves to play dress up. I'm going to lock us in an endless cycle of reincarnation so we can be together in every lifetime. The flight attendants just said masks with straps will be dropped from the ceiling. That's a lot of room up there. There's so much room up there, man. Someone on the Motorola forums was having the same problem with the camera I've been having, but I just have to share this image they posted to demonstrate the issue. It's the funniest I've ever seen in my entire life, dude. There is no way Motorola phone cameras, or Motorola whatever cameras, were straight up deep frying images naturally. I refuse to believe that. This is a Photoshop filter put on 17,000 times. This was not just an oopsie poopsie camera problem. I am normal, and I can be trusted with your exposed neck. What are we doing here, man? Where are we? What's happening right now? Damn, she's a bad Oh, they're non-binary? My bad. Damn, they're a bad person. Ah, Dad, get out of here. You ain't sleeve. And nobody take that picture but you. Squirrel took it. In BDSM, if you ignore the safe word, you ruin the night. In HR, you end up in tribunal. The power isn't with the one in leather holding the whip, it's with the submissive. And in compliance, it isn't HR holding the policies, it's the employee. Most people assume it's the other way around, but in both cases, ignore requests or boundaries, or ignoring them, the whole thing collapses. The difference? Submissives usually just walk away. Employees call lawyers, and lawyers don't stop at pineapple. Are you on crack, Helen? A Wikipedia editor with the username Vigilant Cosmic Penguin explained, I contacted Brian David Gilbert with a request for freely licensed photographs. He delivered. Gilbert poses after his pizzas fall on the floor. 2020.
We'll end this fight easily. Let's go. I have total faith in you all. Wow, you can actually do that?
Monies. Hi, I'm a scientist in Pokemon. My job is to know about Pokemon. There are exactly 150 Pokemon. Oops, my mistake. We found one more. Turns out there are 151 Pokemon. Hold it. Upon further inspection, it appears there are thousands of them. I don't know what I'm doing. All discourse aside, there is one machine with consciousness. It's printers. They are alive and conscious, and they hate you. And they take your arm clean off if you let them. Never trust a printer. Hey, you guys remember the hit Mike and Zach short on Pymations called Printer Problems that I helped write and voice in? Yeah, it's always been true. Attention all white women. I have a business proposal. You call me a slur on video, I post the video and say, let's make her famous. Chuds come to your defense and donate thousands of dollars. I take a 30% cut, you take the rest, and have a promising future as a grifter. There's only one big problem with this. She has to become famous for being a racist. You get to remain the good guy no matter what. Even if they figure out the plan, she'll always be the bad guy. So I understand you're taking a lower cut here because it's a higher risk, but I don't know. The risk versus the reward just doesn't balance out in my mind. I heart public transport. Me too. It's a shame it's practically illegal here in the US now. I'd be such a good Yuri maid. I can do light dusting and cleaning and also kiss girls. I imagine this is the full extent of the expected duties and there's no more difficult labor. Well, what do you mean be able to lift more than 10 kilograms? This isn't dusting and flirting with women at all. Your brain thinks these seals are different colors. However, this is true because they are different colors. This is because of an effect of your brain called seeing. 100 bowls of soup versus 1 me. You're okay. It looks like you're gonna win, dude. I don't have any doubts. Chill out. Taylor Swift's new album includes the lyric, "Did you girl boss too close to the sun?" And Rolling Stone gave it a 5 out of 5. Post your bad art. I've got to be honest, though. Did you girl boss too close to the sun would be great if she was going for comedy. If Taylor Swift was making comedic music, that's the funniest shit I've ever read, all right? And I helped write the line, "I got that dog in me, and now you do too," okay? And she still wins with "Did you girl boss too close to the sun?" Mr. Beast trapped in Lesser Soul Gem. I don't care. Who are you closing with? Too close to the sun. Mr. Beast trapped in Lesser Soul Gem.
Cut the shots. I'll do the rest.
I don't care. Who are you closing with? Ugh, the wise old tree. Come on, man, I got 20 orders out here. Logs onto Tumblr. I wonder what the people who don't leave the house are saying about sex today. My high school here logs onto Tumblr. I wonder what the people who don't leave the house are saying about sex today. My high school English teacher was in fact a member of a lesbian alt country group called Menage a Twang. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Working on a new unified theory of American reality I'm calling Everyone is 12 Now. I'm strong and I want to have like 50 kids on a farm. Of course you do, you're 12. I don't want to eat vegetables. I think steak and french fries is the only meal. Hell yeah, homie, you're 12. Maybe if there's crime, we should just send the army. Bless your heart, my 12-year-old buddy. My girlfriend versus me. I'm never typing this again. I'm 30.
Come on.
This is just unacceptable. I'm sorry. Me finger in the dike. Wallace, you can't say that. That's not what he means, okay? That's not what he means. Shut up. Wallace would never be mean or rude. Am I the good boy? Really? I mean this in the most sincere, heart-filled with love way. This dog looks like a worm on a string. The person who drew that art on big projector would. This dog looks like a worm on a string. The person who drew that art on big projector would. We were critiquing character designs in class today. There was a really good one, and someone turned to the artist holding up their laptop, and on the screen it just said "wood" in big trackpad drawn letters. Game show called Pride or it just said "wood" in big trackpad drawn letters. Game show called Pride or Prejudice, in which the contestants are presented with a gay joke and have to guess if it was made by a queer person or a homophobe. The contestants are all vaguely liberal straight people who desperately are uncomfortable with the entire concept. Hey, hashtag teens, have you ever met a gay? No. Lightning McQueen couldn't keep up with Jackson Storm because of lack of rear downforce. His spoiler was a lie. And he was just older, you know. Salt and vinegar is the piss kink of chip flavors. I will not elaborate. Well, you don't need to. Breaking! Pornhub is now blocked in Arizona. 20 states and counting. God is winning! Amazing. I hope it will be 50 states someday. Banning Pornhub won't make your husband attracted to you, April. Remember, I've said it before, I will say it again. It always starts with porn. That's where it begins, because even your average person would be like, well, I kind of get it. I mean, I don't like porn, personally. I don't. It always starts with something that the vast majority of people can do mental gymnastics to find morally questionable. Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with sex work, porn, or anything at all. Nothing wrong with it. If you don't like it, that's fine. But there's nothing inherently wrong or evil about it. But this is how it starts, with something that they can convince the majority of people is bad, you know? You could make an argument. That's all I'm saying. But it's going to jump to real weird shit real fast. Suddenly they'll be banning PBS cartoons. Actually, Arthur is banned. We're not going to show reruns of that anymore. It's morally questionable. They'll start putting all this other stuff on the same plane as porn real fast. They're already doing it now, as a matter of fact. Cyclist falls down 130-foot ravine in France. Survives 3 days by drinking wine he had in a shopping bag. Grocery prices are up. No, you're wrong. Grocery store cashier. Okay, ma'am, that'll be $186. No, you're wrong. Apu is probably not coming this season. They erased him from the B Sharps portrait. In Moe's Tavern. They erased him. Hold on. I want to see something here. The B Sharps. Yeah, he was a part of it. Wait, who the hell's that guy at the end? Sorry. I'm not a Simpsons head, but it looks like it was Apu, Homer, Skinner, and, oh god, Barney? So yeah, who the f is that guy? Why'd they get rid of my boy? What's going on here? Look, I have been hearing a ton about the Apu controversy coming back, I guess. This happened a while ago. Hank Azaria stepped down because he felt that the times have changed and he should not do that voice anymore, which I totally understand, and it makes total sense. But did they just get rid of the character forever? Did they go, well, if Hank can't play him, we're just gonna erase the character forever? Did they actually get rid of him? Again, I don't watch The Simpsons. That's not really my show. But if they did just decide to get rid of him, that's super lame. Like, you couldn't just go find a guy like they did with Cleveland on Family Guy, who, by the way, perfect replacement. Seriously, it sounds like nothing changed. As a matter of fact, this dude is better than the original actor. No shade to the original actor. I love that guy. But, like, dude, where is he? I like how Greece is entirely unchanged. Belgium has gained land. I love this map. I'm glad you enjoy it. What happened to Africa? What happened to this entire span of land? This is weird. This is a very weird map. Sea of Muhammad, a la ocean. Finland is still... Wait. Okay, I'm sorry. Finland is untouched, but Sweden is Kyrgyzstan? Is that how? Because they're like right next to each other, right? Norway is still Norway. I like how apparently Sweden got the shit end of the stick here, and Iraq is there now. This is weird, man. Wow. A few rounds into strip poker, and it's becoming increasingly clear I'm wearing a bomb vest. I would imagine so. How do you play strip poker? Because I feel like smart people who want the game to last start with, like, their shoes and their socks or gloves or something. See, before you start playing, you want to dress up, right? You want to be the guy that walks in, whether you're bad at the game or not, with, like, 12 layers. You know, you got a giant coat on top, 7 shirts, 3 pairs of pants, 5 pairs of socks each, but you gotta play the game correctly. Again, like I said, regardless of how good you are at the game, okay? Them's the rules, all right? Because even if you are good, you never know. You never know. Not all of these games are games of skill, you know? Have you guys ever played Strip Twister? I think not. Have you played Strip Pit? I bet you don't even know what Pit is. Real game, by the way. My personal favorite, if we're being honest and transparent here, is Strip Sorry. That's gotta be the best one. You don't know how to play it? Not my problem. I mean, you're never gonna play it with me, so don't worry about it. The executive cuck chair is devious. What a horrible setup, though. Like, yeah, I get it. We like to call everything cuck whatever now, but like, What is this, man? I don't want to stare at the bed. Put that desk back against the wall where it belongs and get the fuck out of my face. What is this? Genuinely, it just feels super weird, but it also seems like something that you would do if you're going to be in this room.
Yep. Okay. Can just claim it. Not interesting. A profile. It's an interesting profile. Interesting profile. Not really, but sure. Nope. Sure. Okay, well done.
For more than a few weeks and want to make it feel slightly better, I guess? But I don't know. It could just be like this. Clearly it is, because where you're taking the photo is where I would normally expect that desk to be, but then again, you could be standing in the actual door/entryway or whatever. Again, what do I know? Me stoopy. This is 90 pounds of cheese. The average American eats this much cheese every day. Let that sink in. You know what? That does make me curious. From foodrepublic.com, the average American eats about 42 pounds of cheese every single year, which is almost a pound a week. But in Switzerland, the average is 52 pounds a year. That's kind of crazy. But 90 pounds of cheese in a day would be insane. And I genuinely think 4 out of 5 Americans would die from a heart attack on a daily basis. If we ate 90 pounds of cheese every day, can you freaking imagine the heart disease? The cholesterol levels would be through the roof. No one would be sleeping, okay? Fun fact about me, while I'm not super, what's the word here? Lactose intolerant. If I eat cheese within an hour of going to bed, I won't sleep at all. I don't know what that means. I think that means a diet, but just that would be a diabolical amount of cheese. And I'm a big cheese guy, you know? I'm a big cheese guy. Heartbreaking. Poor girl has to get out of the soft warm bed even though she's so comfy. Heartwarming. Since it is night, girl finally gets to crawl back underneath the covers and be so comfy. Heart-wrenching. Morning has come again. Poor girl suspects she might be stuck in a Sisyphean curse. Morning has come underneath. Oh, comfy. Heartbreaking amount of cheese. And I'm a big cheese guy, you know? I'm a big cheese guy. Heartbreaking. Poor girl has to get out of the soft warm bed even though she's so comfy. Heartwarming. Since it is night, girl finally gets to crawl back underneath the covers and be so comfy. Heart-wrenching. Morning has come again. Poor girl suspects she might be stuck in a Sisyphean curse. Sisyphean curse? Oh, right. Okay. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. You'll make it, though. We all do. Pronouns are confusing. Bro, literally, what is this? Oh, dude. Back when I did play World of Warcraft, like, heavily, I always thought that, like, if your screen didn't look like this, you weren't really playing the game. My screen never looked like this, and I'm so fucking happy, dude. There were some crazy bastards out there, man. Look, it's insane what you can do to that UI. Really impressive, still really fun. Miss those World of Warcraft days. Oh well, we're back on that old school RuneScape grind, guys. What's your wood cutting level? Better be high. 6 inches and he cooks for me every night. Right, couldn't like give a motherfucker like 8 inches or something. You couldn't just lie. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Look, remember the average is like 5 or 4. So anywho, that shit looks delicious. I've always wanted to try what Remy made from this section of the movie. I've always wanted to give it a go. Look, I get it. I get the message. I really want to try everything that dude made, you know? Please, for the love of God. We're being destroyed from within. Maybe if you channeled all this anger into swimming faster, you wouldn't have come in 5th. Oh, right, it's her. What a sore loser. And that's coming from a sore loser. One of the sorest you will ever see. I cannot believe the saltiness on this woman who came in 5th, like, what, 2 or 3 times in her career? Like, come on. Wow. Cowabunga. You're ovulating, dude. Whatever, man. Why would it do that? Is that, like, default? That's not like a setting you have to specifically turn on? Because if it's not, that's really, genuinely goddamn hilarious. I love that. That's insane. Beautiful. I feel like everyone should have this attitude about their period, you know? I'm just kidding. I have never known a woman who has a normal one. You know, it's always horrifyingly bad to the point where once a month they have to call an ambulance to be told that there's nothing that can be done about this pain. You know, really? We sure there's nothing to be done whatsoever? I feel like there are some options out there, though dramatic, that might actually help this process. But as we know, doctors don't let women make decisions for themselves. They let us boys make decisions for themselves. You know what I mean? I could walk into my doctor and be like, I want a vasectomy. Here you go. Here's the address. It'll be like $15. Go do it right now. But if a woman, God forbid, goes in and wants to have any sort of operation regarding childbirth or anything like that, she's told no about 4,000 times before she's finally given the privilege of having something done. Sorry, I could rant about this shit all day long. It is fucking gross, okay? A billionaire can never be held accountable. Therefore, a billionaire must never make a management decision. I have a suggestion. Force-femming the billionaires won't help. Sorry, I thought you were someone else. Did you? Did you? Or did you just want to, like, make a Quirk Chungus joke on everyone's favorite Quirk Chungus website? Age 10, dare. I will never do drugs in my life. Age 21, I'll probably never do probably. Please, for the love of God, tell me it's more than a probably on me. There are a lot you should absolutely draw the line at forever, never trying. Look, weed? Go nuts. Who really gives a all right? Just know that everything in moderation is the key. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what the potheads tell you. You can get addicted to just about anything, so just be careful. You know, that's the big thing. But no, maybe you shouldn't go out and try heroin. Maybe you shouldn't be going out to try meth or crocodile or whatever the fuck else. You don't need that shit. It'll destroy your entire being. No, you're not built different. It will get you too. When like 3 people within 50 feet of each other see an animal and you're all like, oh, yo, an animal. That's what being a human is all about. This is the human experience. It's true. It's true. As long as you don't just happen to be in the neighborhood of a bunch of psychopaths who like f***ing with the animals. I want to look at them. Don't touch them, please. Will I find the love of my life or be cooked for the rest of it? She's on Yubo. The woman of your dreams is literally on Badoo. Just keep swiping on Wiz and you'll find her. You can meet her on Hilly. She's waiting for you on Hilly. All you have to do is sign up for... Dude, I f***ing hate every single one of these. She's waiting for you on Hilly. All you have to do is sign up for... Dude, I f***ing hate every single one of these. I will say, out of all of them, I have only tried Bumble, Hinge, and Tinder? Yeah, I've never seen the rest in my life. I don't know what Hilly is. Oh, wait, no, Plenty of Fish. I think I tried that once years ago. Like, years ago. So that's 4. Never used Match, because I'm pretty sure Match costs, like, money? Like, actual subscription shit? Or is that a different website I'm thinking of? Anyway, don't know what the rest of these are. These all look incredibly sad, and the ones I've tried are evil and shitty in their own right, you know? So, I wish I had better suggestions. I really do. Genuinely. Because it seems like these apps are the worst thing to ever come out of the smartphone revolution. They suck ass. I know they've worked for some people, but for the rest of us, it's awful. It's like torture. It's like being told again and again and again that you are a loser and no one likes you, when in reality, it's not that no one likes you. It's that no one is using the f***ing app properly. Like if I'm on it and I'm swiping right on a few people, they don't do that. They don't do that. No one actually uses them, okay? And it's mainly because every 5 seconds you get told, if you don't give us $100 a week, we're not gonna let you keep using the app properly, you dumb bitch. $10 million or the chance to wait this table. Imagine still being a side character in your own fantasy. I love that. Or a chance to wait this table. Dude, you know what? I'll get rid of the 10 million so I can wait that table, so I can oopsie poopsie a bunch of drinks right down their shirt, man. I could do that. Yeah. Now, sure, they'll try to have me executed in public for it, but I really don't give a f. I think it'd be worth it. The pettiness of this would be worth it, you know? I can go to hell and say, look, I spilled a bunch of fucking soda on some of the most evil human beings that have ever existed. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. And then I become the king of hell. The poor are poor. Oh, no, sorry. Let's read the fixed version instead. Let's do that. Fixed it for you. The poor are poor because they have to spend all of their little money to stay alive. The middle class is middle class because they have to save most of their money to take care of their future. The rich are rich because they have enough money that they can invest most of their money, thanks to exploitative capitalism or luck and inheritance. Yeah, I don't ever want a motherfucker with any background to come at me and say that poor people are poor because of this. The middle class doesn't exist, by the way, is middle class because of this. You don't know what the f you're talking about, especially when you get to the end and the rich are rich because they're smart and you stupid. You big dumb. That's why they rich, you poor. It has nothing to do with anything else. None of the founders would have supported trans. First of all, Benjamin Franklin would have been a chaser, so jot that down. I just realized that the future idealized version of myself can't exist without current me being the catalyst for change and doing hard things. Has anybody heard about this? Hey, shut up. Don't you talk to me like that. Don't you remind me that all of my faults, all of my downfalls and pitfalls are my own fault, okay? Don't you remind me that I can't be different unless I do something different, all right? No, I don't need that shit in I don't need that bad energy. Mom gave birth to a whopping 13-pound baby boy smashing hospital records. How many years was he in there? Brexit geezer at age 0 is insane. People talk about having a big baby. That is probably the biggest baby I've ever seen. And the fact that she survived is crazy, okay? Although 13 pounds, I don't think so. You know, I have a couple of family members that were born and they were about that heavy and they didn't look like that. That baby looks like he's 40 pounds, at least. So I don't know about 13, dog. What if you were watching porn that seemed totally normal and then at the end it hit you with this? But did you see the gorilla? Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the right thing. What I asked for versus what the evil they did to me. Damn, that's impressive though. Accessing my trans woman male privilege at the job interview by greeting the interviewer with the secret man handshake I was taught during my male socialization, immediately overriding all his biases against women. By doing the secret man handshake, male socialization, immediately overriding all his biases against women. By doing the secret man handshake, I am immediately promoted from woman to regular guy who just happens to have soft skin, breasts, long hair, a woman's name, and the legal gender marker of a woman in the mind of the hiring manager. As he has absolutely no biases against a person like that whatsoever, this is a privileged position. This is totally how it works. First look at Walt Disney Animation's next short oh, I thought it was a full movie. Versa. A young couple lives a range of emotions from loss and mourning to supreme joy, blah, 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 blah. My 3-year-old granddaughter looked at me with her innocent eyes and said, "Grandma, is it normal for a woman to love a man?" Disgusting. Forcing my granddaughter to see this repulsive hetero propaganda. A kid shouldn't be forced upon these views at such a young age. Let's see. Girl who likes yaoi, boy who likes yaoi, girls who like Yuri, boys who like Yuri. I finally have a diagnosis. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't read those for a reason. Back when I was a straight male identifying... back when I was straight male identifying a hot femme trans woman I was having sex with would... Wow. Really hard to read this. No... joke, would wait till I was worked up and suddenly drop her voice down a register and say, "Bro, jack me off, bro." And it was deeply upsetting at the time, but retroactively, the funniest move ever. I could barely read what you said, but it sounds funny. Never add anything fun or cool ever. Jeb confirms that they wouldn't have added the creeper if it wasn't a thing already. Yeah, I did hear that because of the way they have rules now set up for the game, the creeper would not have existed today if it were like a new thing. They've really got to figure some shit out, man. It seems like they've been doing pretty good lately. I'm glad they got rid of that bullshit mob vote garbage, but whew, these rules, can you just like make the game, please? Sick of woke, non-conventionally attractive male in video game protagonists, excuse me. Take Joel from The Last of Us. I've used filters to remove his aging skin, DEI chin, woke wrinkles, and graying hair. Now he looks strong, masculine, and attractive. But did you give him a fat ass? Ketchup does not exist. What do you have with these? I'd put ketchup on them. Ketchup? What's that? I've never heard of it. It's just something I just came up with. Average person. Hey, does anyone know where I can get a good full-size keyboard? Mechanical keyboard hobbyists. Actually, you want this instead. It saves desk space, and you don't need all those extra keys anyway. Together, we can build a safer, cleaner city for our children. Look, and you don't keyboard, something I just came up with. Average have with masculine and attractive. But did you chin, woke wrinkles, and graying hair? Now he looks strong. What do you have with these? I'd put ketchup on them. Ketchup? What's that? I've never heard of it. It's just something I just came up with. Average person. Hey, does anyone know where I can get a good full-size keyboard? Mechanical keyboard hobbyists. Actually, you want this instead. It saves desk space, and you don't need all those extra keys anyway. Together, we can build a safer, cleaner city for our children. Look who the radical left just elected. Yes, doll, sign that contract and become what you were always meant to be. My property. Legal eagle? Actually, here's why that probably wouldn't hold up in court. The fact that this game clearly wasn't written with the female option in mind is amazing. Especially when you have lines like this, pretty much confirming the female protag is gay. The random salary man on the street instantly clocking you as a lesbian is insane. Gay people are like this, date needs instance like this, pretty much confirming the female protag is gay. The random salary man on the street instantly clocking you as a lesbian is insane. Gay people are like this.
I wonder what that game is.
To be an entire day long, okay? Gay people are like, I had a great time on our first date yesterday. Is it cool if I come spend the night for a breakfast date tomorrow? Made some ratatouille. Our first date yesterday. Instantly clocking you as a lesbian. Is insane. Gay people are like this date needs to be an entire day long, okay? Gay people are like, I had a great time on our first date yesterday. Is it cool if I come spend the night for a breakfast date tomorrow? Made some ratatouille because I like the movie. Might go for a run later. I have had sex before. Marvel fans, when someone wants to watch a movie that's competently made instead of a 2.5-hour US propaganda bit about a hero with CGI powers fighting a CGI monster in a shitty green screen background told with unfunny witty banter undercutting all the tension. It's funny, I feel like you haven't watched any Marvel movies, actually. The moth is seeking public transport. Her wings are tired. Don't even think of taking a step in my kingdom. What? Hi, I'm here for the wings are tired. Don't even think of taking a step in my kingdom. What? Hi, I'm here for the Magic the Gathering tournament. Of course. And ma'am, I hope it's not too presumptuous of me to say that your transition is going incredibly. I'm Sis, actually. Hi, wow, ma'am, your transition— Tony, no! What? Blowing your nose in public is disgusting and rude. Hi, wow, ma'am, your transition— Tony, no! What? Blowing your nose in public is disgusting and rude. The 10th dentist? This wasn't worth the death threats or being called the R slur when people figured out I was neurodivergent. Reply notifications have been disabled. It was apparently written in the Bible, Matthew 18:15. If your brother sins against you, go and confront him. If one of my followers sins against you, go and point out what was wrong, but do it in private, just between the two of you. If oomph is problematic, please DM them about it instead of making a public call-out post. Thank you, Jesus. See? Jesus always knew what was going to happen. Baby, can you peel this orange for me? Of course, baby. Whoa, what happened? Excuse— Baby, can you peel this orange for me? Of course, baby. Whoa, what happened?
I know this one. Have to turn the sphere outside out.
Excuse me, he asked for no pickles. You don't have to be a bitch about asking for no pickles, by the way. Like, I'm sorry, you don't have to do that. That stance, that pissy little look. You can just say, oh, you can do it nicely. You can, okay? And if I was ever with somebody, I'm just saying, if I was ever with somebody that immediately went up and started being a bitch to people because they got the pickle thing wrong, I don't know if I'd want to be with them. I'm just saying. Senior citizens guess 2021 home prices. Yep, no concept of what the world has become. Let's say, oh boy, since it's spooky season time, I made a spooky edit for you, Rebecca. Thank you. She continues to be great. Let's see here. Reddit making a stupid decision about API pricing. Me losing my virginity. Reddit makes dumb decision. I finally decide to check out Tumblr. Meet cool people on the 196 tag and become mutuals. I discover one of them lives in Australia too. I fly like 1,000 kilometers and we f***ing cuddle. Person leaves Reddit, immediately loses virginity. More at 6. I respect women enough to not hurt their vaginas. That's why my penis is only 6 inches and a half. And a half, by the way. Oh, really? Is it only 6.5 inches? Is it? Wow. Look at Mr. Moneybags over here with his endowment. Sugar daddy, I'm gonna spoil you. Salt daddy, I'm gonna preserve you. I'm gonna put you in a bag of beef jerky with a bunch of silica packets, you dumb bitch. Sampling bias. Okay, we received 500 responses and found that people love responding to surveys. Yes, I love responding to surveys. No, I tossed them in the bin. Several months ago, a couple we are friends with said they don't sleep on the same side of the bed every night. As in, every night when they get into bed, they don't know who will sleep on which side. Still blows my mind. Yeah, I could see that. I don't know if I'd really give that much of a shit. On my bed, which is large and empty, I tend to move around a lot. Sometimes I'm in the center, other side, whatever. You know what? Maybe I'll, shit up and get into the fetal position at the edge of the bed tonight. Maybe that's what I'll do. POV, you said something you shouldn't have at the lesbian bar. Germa would be there dressed as the vampire. You said something you shouldn't have at the lesbian bar. Germa would be there dressed as the vampire. On Shark Tank, me. Ridiculously wide sunglasses. I'm out. Yeah, I'm out too. Hammerhead Shark. I'm listening. Thank you, 2014 Honda Civic. My friends don't like the way I talk. I'm so treat-pilled. Okay, so let's work on this. I like sweets. Who the f calls them sweets either? Man, your friends are dumb too. Drake makes music for people who follow billionaire mindset accounts on here. You tweeted this at 5 in the... morning. He certainly has a hold over you. I'm in the UK. 5 a.m. is 5 a.m. Don't embarrass yourself any further. He still lives rent-free in your mind. Okay. If Lois tried to f***, I'd be like, all right. But if Marge tried, I'd be like, what's going on with you and Homer? And do what I do. Wait, what? And do what I do what I could to bring them back together. Jesus Christ, what the hell? We were all busy that weekend. Please bring back Tron Ares to theaters a third time. Hasn't even been a second time, man. Hasn't even been a second time. Tron Ares earned $14 million in its opening day. Lower than Morbius. You want to know why? Take one guess. I will give you one guess as to why this Tron movie failed. The last one didn't fail, by the way. It did well. It did pretty well. Better than the first one, but, you know, when you wait 15 years to make a third movie that actually has almost no relation to the goddamn sequel that came out before it, a prequel if you will, and you cast Jared Leto as your leading man, who the hell would want to go see that? Now, that's coming from a guy that saw it twice, because I needed to see it more than once to really form my opinions on it, okay? First time out, I liked it. Second time, not really. I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? Not really. It sucked because it has so many good redeeming qualities, but they're all hampered by the fact that this movie didn't know what the hell it wanted to say, and it starred Jared Leto. I'm not kidding, all right? It was quite a messy piece of shit in so many ways, and despite its redeeming qualities that are there, just not well put together at all. Let's see. We can return. America is worth fighting for. You want to drive a big red car and drink soda? Of course you do. You're 12. America is America when Coke and car. A human fetus isn't a human being. Explain what species they are then. Boomer memes are 10 times more funny when they accidentally bump into media they should have no knowledge of. Like he just randomly found this comic in the wild and put this text over it.
What? Ah, I'm on the second slot. Somewhere.
America when Coke and car. A human fetus isn't a human being. Explain what species they are then. Boomer memes are 10 times more funny when they accidentally bump into media they should have no knowledge of. Like he just randomly found this comic in the wild and put this text over it. You can't convince me that 62-year-old pro-life priest Brian Kemper knows what Undertale is. Join a union, hear people constantly complaining that the current union leadership is super corrupt and it's all just the same 10 guys making the same decisions in secret, and nobody else in the union ever gets to know what's going on. Go to the monthly union meetings that are completely open to all 1,200 members. The only attendees are the same 10 guys every month giving detailed reports about everything that's going on. I went to my union meeting tonight, and the retirees' monthly complaint about our healthcare was that for some reason it only lets doctors prescribe 6 Viagra pills at a time, and they want to more than 6 times a month. That's verbatim. Think about what you could be missing out on by not going to your union meetings. We don't have a union at MK, so well, guess who's the top user of ChatGPT? Shocking. You are why it's 85 degrees in late October, bro. Wait, passing 100 billion tokens? What the actual does that mean? And that's sad, dog. Can you hear the screaming? Oh, but when I had this saved on my phone, they wouldn't let me back into the country. You know, I will say if JD Vance was a halfway decent person, like halfway decent, you know, not where he is now. If he was an okay guy, which I know that's nearly impossible in politician terms, but if he was a good person, at least, him embracing this shit would be really funny, and I'd find it really endearing. But because JD Vance is JD Vance, I hate him for this. This somehow wasn't even the worst thing that happened to that ass wedding, so here's a thread of everything that went wrong. A lesbian couple tried making my grandpa their third. That doesn't make any sense. Me thinking why a whale, big, would eat krill, small, and then I remembered rice, yum. So few people appreciate the wisdom I have to offer. Clearly numbered doesn't make any sense. Me thinking why a whale, big, would eat krill, small, and then I remembered rice, yum. So few people appreciate the wisdom I have to offer. Clearly not with this kind of interaction, dog.
Wait, no, come on. Distance too far. And now I don't have enough power. Sheesh!
Есть у нас две новости, которые очень хорошо друг с другом сочетаются. С одной стороны, судя по поиску в Гугле и по явно возросшему интересу к нашим общеполитическим, не новостным видосам, например, о выборах, политизация российского общества явно растет. С другой стороны, медиа-агентство нам рассказывает, как в Кремле собираются усилить борьбу с вражеской пропагандой, что следует читать как декларацию о дальнейших блокировках в интернете. Никаких послаблений, никаких как деклараций.
Еврей пришел в караоке. Уралские пельмени, видимо. Вадим Галыгин, Сыник, Смарт-хак, Woodworking Tips.
О дальнейших блокировках в интернете. Никаких послаблений, никаких предвыборных уступок. Все очень линейно. Закатывать в асфальт пытаться. Сегодня стоит...
Будет ли обзор Дугина Собчак? Да это скукотища и вообще сумасшедшая. Зачем, ну, в смысле, что вы хотите там узнать? Что вот, что? Зачем мне Дугин? Дугин это весело? Нет, не очень. Дугин это важно? Абсолютно нет. Может быть, Дугин и Собчак рождают какой-то невероятный дуэт? Сомневаюсь.
Это обсудить, насколько Владимир Путин своим безумным политическим поведением помогает ровно тому, что считает вражеской пропагандой. Насколько это значит, как он говорит...
Так, Титушки в Краснодаре. Это что за канал такой Титушки в Краснодаре? Дольче Вэле, Медиазона, Сота, Русь Ньюс, посылки доставки, попутчики РБЕС.
Это вражеская пропаганда в нашем лице должна быть ему признательна. Ведь у него получилось решить почти нерешаемую задачу. Объяснить обычному гражданину, зачем ему нужна политика, зачем ему слушать наши рассуждения. Не только рассуждения слушать, но и смотреть наши рекламы, конечно, которые он, кстати, нам тоже хотел запретить. Так вот, напомню, по ссылке в описании мы собрали актуальные способы по обходу путинских блокировок интернета.
Такой, кажется, искренне счастливый взгляд в этот момент, просто невероятно.
А также мы сделали наш собственный рейтинг VPN-сервисов, который ежедневно обновляется. Обратите там внимание на бланк VPN, он постоянно вверху рейтинга. Ой, кстати, VPN-то рекламировать Путин тоже запретил. Ну ладно.
Блин, я никогда Максима Каца счастливее не видел, чем когда он начал рассказывать про то, как ему запретили зарабатывать деньги, а он все равно зарабатывает. Молодец, счастливый мужик. С VPN и правда помог. Вот, то, что запрет рекламы VPN это просто спас иноагентов, у которых теперь просто появилась куча рекламодателей, и рынок ограничен в пользу предложения рекламных услуг. Довольно ограниченное число крупных блогеров есть, которые возьмут рекламу VPN. И это действительно нам очень помогает.
Спонсирует рубрику нашу сервис M-Card. Он выпускает виртуальные карты, которыми можно расплачиваться за границей или в интернете, и при этом пополнять их через СБП или криптой. Сейчас такую карту можно оформить за полцены.
Прям как у меня, когда я соту рекламлю. Ну, типа того, да.
Чателям привет, приступаем к ролику.
Это правда, ну, в смысле, правда приятно. То есть, могли бы поумнее настроить и нам очень сильно жизнь подпортить, а дров-то ломали, в итоге иноагентам неплохие условия создали. То есть, сейчас даже блогер, который условно перешел, ну, топит за власть, перешел во ВКонтакте, вот это вот все, какие-нибудь там госбаблишко получает, он, скорее всего, меньше зарабатывает, чем топовые эти политические блогеры и не политические блогеры, которые уехали из России, могут себе позволить рекламировать VPN, могут себе позволить в целом рекламу на Ютубе делать. Вот.
Об институтах, что конкурентных выборах, что о свободных СМИ, что о независимых судах, обо всяких таких фундаментальных штуках, на которых стоит любое здоровое государство, всегда очень тяжело рассказывать. Потому что разговор получается уж слишком абстрактным. Большинство людей, и в этом нет ничего зазорного, живут своей бытовой жизнью. С государством они сталкиваются в лице гаишника или участкового мента, а также в паспортном столе, когда получают какую-нибудь справку или выписку, оформляют субсидию.
Блин, да эта мысль уже была у Каца.
Пособие или пенсию. Как обычный человек, если он не юрист, не преступник и не предприниматель, окажется в зале суда. Ну, будет с братом делить однокомнатную квартиру, доставшуюся в наследство. Или разводиться с женой, выбивать из начальства компенсацию увольнения. Для такого рода дел, где Вася и Петя чего-то не поделили, сгодится, в принципе, любая судебная...
Куда планируешь мигрировать в случае конфликта между Арменией и РФ? Да чё, будем братишкам-армянам подносить патроны? Шучу. Не знаю, стоять умирать будем. Что делать?
Система. В деле о дележе сарая шариатский судья в Афганистане разберется не хуже британского. Сложно объяснить важность независимого правосудия, когда обычный человек понимает, что в политически мотивированном деле он, скорее всего, никогда не окажется. В его судьбе не будет заинтересован кто-нибудь, способный позвонить председателю суда. То же касается выборов. Ну где простой рабочий, продавец страховок, таксист, дизайнер, программист? А где политики? Почему кого-то должно волновать, что за Иванова от «Единой России» нарисовали голосов, и он теперь будет депутатствовать вместо Петрова от КПРФ? Скорее всего, оба козлы еще те. Да кому не пофиг, кто из них двоих купит себе Бентли в итоге. Свобода слова и вовсе воспринимается как профессиональная привилегия. Как борьба журналистов за права журналистов.
Юлию Галямину показывают тут. Она все-таки не журналист. Политик, она депутат.
Которая, опять же, непонятно, почему должна волновать кого-то помимо самих журналистов.
О, а тут Плющева показывают.
Людей волнуют прикладные проблемы. Связь прикладных проблем с политическими вообще не очевидна ни разу. Очень сложно прокинуть мост между тем, что у вас украли выборы, и тем, что люди, которые от вас больше никак не зависят, теперь повышают пенсионный возраст, вводят утильсбор, сносят дом, забирают квартиру, запрещают ваш бизнес. Да даже на войну забирают. Все спикеры, которые пытаются в политическое просвещение, звучат как Владимир Сурдин. Очень познавательно на ночь послушать про устройство Вселенной. Но как эти знания к жизни применить, вообще не ясно. И тут надо отдать должное Владимиру Путину. На 20...
Короче, все. Сделали, политизация теперь понятно. Мы победили.
В 1907 году своей власти и на 5-м году войны он сумел сделать абстрактные разговоры о политике очень прикладными. Установить самую прямую и непосредственную связь между своим правлением и качеством жизни людей. Сложные темы внезапно стали простыми и понятными. Когда над городом выпадает нефтяной дождь, а государство на любом из уровней всеми силами занимается лишь тем, чтобы шило спрятать поглубже в мешок, то очень понятно каждому, над кем дождь этот выпал, зачем нужны независимые СМИ. Потому что когда на экологическую катастрофу выделяют 40 секунд эфирного времени и то, чтобы рассказать, как там все безопасно и легко дышится, то ненормальность этого очевидна всем. Всем стало очевидно, что пришло время как-то критически взглянуть на причины и цели войны. И стоят ли эти цели таких жертв? А методичка, начитанная диктором по Первому каналу, здесь вообще не к месту. Оказалось, что в России, это взгляд немножко с другой стороны на эту проблему, нельзя теперь безопасно купить квартиру. Что любую, хоть трижды белую сделку суд может откатить даже спустя много лет. И покупатели, вынужденные возить продавцов к психиатру, неизбежно задумываются. Как так возникли у нас эти законы? И как мы живем с этой судебной системой? Ошибочно считать, что раз Ларису Долину с больших...
Ну, это старая практика. Защищать у нас пожилых. Ну, бывает, да. Ну, вроде как пофиксили уже.
Политическим скандалом такие выселили.
Практика
то ситуация
сильно другая уже.
С правами покупателей сразу исправилась. Ничего похожего не происходит. Договор купли-продажи 5-летней свежести вам по-прежнему ничего не гарантирует. А еще есть люди, которым выставляют счет на 1 000 000 рублей за счастье ездить на 5-летней Камри, которым аккурат раз в квартал повышают ценник утильсбора. Они тоже не могут не задумываться. А кто вообще решил, что спасение АвтоВАЗа – это наша национальная идея? Как те, кто требует купить вторую машину государству, вдруг стали властью? Между политикой и реальной жизнью больше нет зазора. Вершина этого – борьба с интернетом, конечно. Владимир Путин однозначно воспринимает интернет как вражескую технологию. И это не просто наше умозаключение, а информация из многочисленных утечек, в том числе из недавней публикации в Guardian. И такая точка зрения Путина явно находит отклик в его окружении из числа руководства второй службы ФСБ. Для них интернет – источник всех проблем. Оттуда лезут вражеские голоса. Он расхолаживает страну, мешает ей воевать. У Сталина вот не было интернета. Как и либералов не было.
У Сталина отлично получалось воевать.
Которые рассказывают о жертвах. Не было и Z-блогеров, которые ноют о мясных штурмах. У него было Совинформбюро, вещавшее из проводного динамика, физически неспособного передавать ничего, кроме свода клеветана. И никто не ныл, не жаловался, не сомневался в победе.
Ну да. Не, я помню, у меня же там был давно, еще в 22-м или 23-м году пост, где я комментировал размышления Юрия Подоляки и прочих таких Z-военкоров, которые... А вот, Левитан не боялся говорить о неудачах советской армии. Тогда они врали и говорили все трудности в лицо советскому народу, поэтому победили. Я тогда просто посмотрел сводки Совинформбюро, которые зачитывал Левитан. И знаете, как там потерю Минска? О потере Минска рассказали? Никак. Просто там наши войска героически сопротивляются. Немец не выдерживает нашей штыковой атаки. Дословная цитата. Немцы потеряли уже 700 тысяч человек. Бои происходят на белорусском направлении, там на минском, кажется, направлении. А потом бац, 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 что-то пара сводок проходит, и как-то минское направление превращается в смоленское. Ты такой думаешь, А почему так вышло? А как? А это вот особенности советской информационной политики.
Мы победили. Интернет же, по мнению чекистов, это средство шпионажа. С помощью интернета были поименно установлены отравители Алексея Навального. С помощью интернета местонахождение всех дворцов, бункеров и бронепоездов, в которых обитает Путин, теперь известно так же, как адреса Колизея и Эйфелевой башни, если не лучше известно. Иранских аятолл погубил интернет. Через интернет Моссад пролез в их систему видеонаблюдения. С помощью интернета устанавливали координаты высших иранских чиновников, а потом всех их убили за 10 минут. И в Иране власти догадались полностью грохнуть интернет лишь после того, как всю верхушку перебили. Путин с интернетом сосуществует так же, как молодежь в любой части пункта назначения со смертью. Сейчас продолжим. Сначала небольшая реклама, посмотрите.
Так, ладно, давайте посмотрим.
Так вот, Путин с интернетом сосуществует так же, как молодежь в любой части пункта назначения со смертью. Есть какая-то невидимая сущность, которая летает в воздухе и ползает по проводам. Она идет за Путиным, чтобы убить его, а он должен убить ее первым. Ну просто вспомним сюжет франшизы даже. Каждое действие тех, кто пытался избежать смерти, только помогает той их настичь.
Реально уже аналогия с пунктом назначения становится аргументом в споре о жизнеспособности путинизма. Эх, изящно, изящно. Где таких авторов найти, как у Каца вообще? Что это? Просто невероятно. Причем за все время я пока ни одного... Ну ладно, какие-то факты были, типа, что там в Иране этих через интернет грохнули, какой-то вот там вот фактически был материал. А так, ну вот, просто идет у него.
Чем дальше герой от смерти убегает, тем ближе к ней оказывается. И тут то же самое. Чем больше Путин борется с вражескими голосами в интернете, тем более злободневными выглядят для обычных граждан наши ролики.
Сегодня списание 200 рублей от трибьюта, это же от вас, скорее всего. Это немного прифигел, что списание необычное. Да не, 200 рублей должны у вас в месяц списываться.
Я вот рассказываю...
Я просто не знаю, но у вас, у нас не конкретный датик привязан, оно месяц после того, как вы подписались.
Тут все то же самое, о чем говорил еще в 2020-м. Когда только появлялась наша редакция, и мы только начинали выкладывать здесь видео. Про либерализм ролик, один из первых на канале был. Про институты, про автократии, да то же самое говорю. Да и вообще, я совершенно то же самое 10 лет назад, если не 15, в ЖЖ писал. С поправкой на войну, конечно, сейчас отличается немного, но фундаментально война-то ничего не меняет. Война просто катастрофический результат коррупции, узурпации власти, уничтожения СМИ, разрушения основ права. Я говорю об одном и том же годами, да примерно одинаковым языком. Но теперь люди, которые к нам на канал пробиваются топором, проламывая стены блокировок, не слушают нас как сказку на ночь. Власть Путина больше не абстрактное зло. И дело не в политической теории, не в том, что с правами какого-то постороннего человека беда. И даже не в том, что сосед вашей подруги подписал контракт и сложил буйную голову под малой токмачкой. Тем людям, которые к нам прорвались, не нужно объяснять, как политика связана с их жизнью. Они только что заплатили заметные деньги, замучились с настройками, искали Wi-Fi, танцевали с бубном, только потому, что те, кто сам себя властью объявил, решил интернет в стране за страну, которая за 30 лет построила одну из лучших в мире инфраструктур, создавала лучшие на свете сервисы. Старые козлы какие-то решили, что такая грамота крестьянам ни к чему. Ролики про выборы, которые обычно сильно заранее до выборов никто не смотрит, внезапно набирают по миллиону просмотров. Обычно-то как бывает? Про выборы смотрят...
Я тоже про праймерис буду делать ролик.
Только на следующий день после них. Сейчас за много месяцев. А потому что оказывается, что людям вообще не пофигу, как пройдут эти самые выборы и кто засядет в Госдуме.
Ну хорошо бы. Все проголосовали против Единой России.
Так власть Владимира Путина и все, что к ней прилагается, его выборы, его война, его суды, перестает быть вопросом политической теории, а становится вопросом связи с близкими, работы, нормальной жизни.
Первые ласточки.
А Z-каналы в последний год вообще читать одно удовольствие. Ну, в определенной степени.
Что там нытья много, это правда. Ну, даже сложно верить постоянно вот в эту вот идейную мясорубку. Ну, только совсем уже там прикормленные ребята готовы продолжать да, так, надо. Владимир Соловьев, вот он там типа маркер лоялизма, он постоянно будет колебаться с линией партии. А люди, которые чуть-чуть идейно поддерживали войну в 22-м, ну им сложно сейчас даже поддерживать войну в том виде, в котором она ведется.
Потому что тамошние обитатели...
В первом пункте назначения некоторые персонажи, за которыми шла смерть, выжили. Вот и думайте. Кстати, иронично, что человек, который говорит о сужении оппозиции, не хочет идти на дебаты с Ажмелем.
Ну, его Хмелевский не на дебаты звал, а на эфир. Не сделаю.
Прошли курс политпросвета за 4 года от и до. Вот рассуждение о том, что было бы неплохо иметь какую-то прозрачную систему принятия решений, до заявления о том, что в парламенте должны быть разные силы, представляющие разные интересы общества. А сам парламент, оказывается, нужен, чтобы интересы эти между собой согласовывать. Вот прямо в Z-каналах так и пишут. Что, вообще-то говоря, когда кто-то один диктует свою волю всему обществу, это плохо, вне зависимости от того, насколько этот диктатор – политик, лидер и борец. Потому что один человек по определению не может обладать всей информацией, всеми знаниями и всеми компетенциями. Что вранье пропаганды – это не сила государства, которые затыкают вражеские голоса. Вранье пропаганды позволяет полковникам, выжигающим свой личный состав, становиться генералами. А бойцы тем временем отправляются в захваченный Купянск, чтобы помахать флагом, привлекая все дроны, и тут же умереть. Оказывается, вранье пропаганды разрушает осведомленность начальства о реальном положении дел на фронте и заставляет воевать вслепую. А без независимых СМИ, как выяснилось, нельзя делать вообще ничего. Страна просто нефункциональна. Не будет не только каких-то там реформ, о которых мечтают либералы. Имперского строительства тоже не будет. Нельзя построить империю, если среди строителей не будет никого, кто сможет говорить правду, не опасаясь немедленно сесть. А если будет такое возможно, так это же уже либерализм получается, при котором, правда, империи не строят.
Почему либерализм не сочетается с империей? Что за ерунда? В смысле, Британская империя не была либеральной империей? Ну, не могла сочетать либерализм и империю? Почему? Что вы понимаете под империей в этом контексте? Французская империя не сочетала либерализм и империю. Почему? Непонятно.
Возможно, так это же уже либерализм получается, при котором, правда, империи не строят. Что?
Голландская империя не была либеральной? Не знаю. Жидко.
Наверное, будь в стране нормальное следствие, прокуратура, независимый суд, не могло бы такого быть, что командиры систематически...
Либерализм только для своих, для покоренных народов никакого. Да нет, неправда, зависит от контекста. По-разному бывает.
Вымогают деньги, а тех, кто не платит, отправляют в мясную штурму умирать. Оказывается, если государство сгнило изнутри...
Почему никак не высказывались про Старобельск? Ну а что высказываться? Ну, идет война. Люди совершили военное преступление. Я не по каждому военному преступлению высказываюсь. Просто вот так вот. Я думал ролик сделать, но как-то вот я не нашел, чего интересного сказать, что как интересно эту тему рассмотреть.
Если в нем уничтожена конкуренция, а все управляется ложью и насилием, то такое государство не может иметь нормальную армию. Оказывается, неважно, чем ты занят. Продаешь тортики в Инстаграме, снимаешь видосики про ремонт автомобилей, покупаешь квартиру или машину, учишься или развлекаешься. Или даже собираешься империю строить и Новороссию захватывать. Тебе в любом случае нужно все то, о чем говорили либералы все это время. В Думе нужны депутаты, которые хотят твоих голосов. Чтобы когда дойдет дело до закона о твоем персональном раскулачивании, они хотя бы голос подняли. Очень надо, чтобы когда у тебя где-то рядом прилетит...
Военные преступления или вовлекать несовершеннолетних в сборку дронов? Да. Да, не надо вовлекать несовершеннолетних в сборку дронов.
Где-то что-то взорвется.
Считаю, что площадки непопулярную позицию, скажу, для сторонников либертарианской идеи. Но площадки, которые забанили людей за рекламу этой алабуги политех, в своем праве. На мой взгляд, абсолютно адекватно отреагировали. На их площадке людей вовлекают на военное производство. Абсолютно в своем праве забанить, убрать, просто вычистить эту дрянь со своей площадки. Людей завлекают в сферу убийств. Правильно, всех забанили.
И что-то разольется или утонет. В твой город, деревню или хутор на перегонки бежали журналисты, которые сражаются за внимание аудитории. Очень надо, чтобы президент, даже если ты считаешь его трижды распрекрасным, четко осознавал, его место работы не гарантировано, что люди могут его уволить. У них есть на то механизмы. Население в боях за лесопосадку ты сжигаешь сколько душе угодно. Но вот с гражданами, которые могут прийти на участок и прогнать тебя к черту, ты так сделать не можешь. Есть известная шутка. Орден Октябрьской революции под номером 1 следовало выдать Николаю II.
Ну, февральский, наверное, ну ладно.
Ведь последний русский император сделал для нужд революции столько, сколько не снилось всем большевикам вместе взятым. Абсолютно то же самое можно сказать про Путина. Он довел свой режим буквально до пародийного состояния. Все плохое, что могло случиться в результате захвата власти одним человеком, уже случилось. Случилось такое, на что не хватило бы фантазии даже у тех, кого 20 лет назад называли демшизой. Благодаря последовательным усилиям Путина нам не нужно придумывать гипотетические сценарии о том, куда приведет разрушение институтов и узурпация власти. Потому что разрушение институтов и узурпация власти уже очевидно привели к тому, что на людей с неба сыплются дроны, а узнать, куда от них бежать, невозможно, ведь интернет превентивно отрубили. Необычно получилось. Путин строил антилиберализм, боролся с либералами, а в итоге всем доказал, что именно либеральные ценности – это дело первой необходимости для...
Я уже объяснил это все в ролике своем, ребят. Смотрите мой ролик, никто не понял Путина. И просто, я ответил на этот парадокс прекрасно. Нет лучшего объяснения, чем то, что предложил я. Просто Путин посмотрел атаку титанов.
Страны, причем неважно, каких ты взглядов. Посмотрим, как это отразится на голосовании осенью и на настроениях вообще. И поучаствуем, конечно, через ненавистный интернет. До завтра.
Поучаствуем все в выборах, это правда. Главный источник всех проблем считает интернет главным источником всех проблем. Не по уведомлению, а по зову рекомендаций. Пожухлый рис на тротуаре сохнет, угрюмо люди прячутся в пальто. На крик «Когда же эта сволочь сдохнет?» уже никто не спрашивает «Кто?». Ой. Да я уже готов голосовать за утку или медведя, лишь бы не Путину власти. За медведя? За Единую Россию кацисты готовы голосовать. Понятно вам? Понятно.
Leave it to me.
Crush them!
Loading. Astral modulation.
One with the sounds. Zap strength, the stage is yours. Think you've got permission? Swift and resolute. One with the sound.
Tear them to pieces. Don't blink!
Hey, loading.
Swift and resolute. One with the sounds.
No mercy.
My field of expertise.
Cleave it.
Leave it to me. Loading.
One with the sounds. Nowhere to hide. One more time. Keep it together. Last chance. One with the sounds.
Tear them to pieces.
Leave it to me. Loading. Astral modulation.
Swift and resolute. Down with the curtain. The show begins.
day?
Plan with convention, then conquer by ingenuity.
To the surviving lands. Time for another adventure?
Suggested level 90 weapons. Pretty sure not Camellia, but GG is not upgraded.
Is it compulsory? Quickly and swiftly. Running won't save you. The stage is set. Into the painting. A new technique. Did I mess it up? Witness the art's true form. Leave it to me. Loading. Iron graft you knew. Hush, still recognize me? Found your weak spot. Victory favors me. In the name of the Montellis. Quickly and swiftly. I alone will decide whether it's for show or
Actually good. Frosty Resolve. Resonance skill damage plus. Crit damage. Okay, no, that's fine. Let's just... Okay. Mm-hmm.
The stage is set. Into the painting. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Rectify. Loading. Astral modulation. My compliments. Still recognize me? Found your weak spot. Brilliance lights the way. Take this. Victory favors me. Into the painting. Yeah. Ink drops. Yeah. Yeah. Leave it to me. Loading. In war with time. Still recognize me? Running won't save you. A new technique. Springs into life. Yeah. Capture the spark. My compliments. You will yield. The world is mine. In the name of the Montellis. Into the painting. Loading. I engraft you new. Perish. My compliments. Take this. The stage is set. A new technique. Witness the art's true form. Leave it to me. Loading. Astral modulation. My compliments. Still recognize me? It's the painting. Loading. I'm fine. Seren still recognize me? Victory favors me. Masterpiece complete. It's the painting. Art unveiled. Leave it to me. Loading. In war with time. Yay. Improvise. Still recognize me? Running won't save you.
Is it actually the set that I want? Not sure the weapon is correct. First result 99%. Let's just get so 40% damage bonus. Why first result though? $80? Reasons liberation. I don't get it. How to play her? I have no clue. I'm not interested in learning. No. How about you? Then show me the outline and show me the actual Wait, so she needs critical hits. So that means Well, I have one. Okay, let's roll both. Hope we get... Okay, crit rate. A really low crit rate. Hope for crit damage or something, or attack percent. Flat defense. Okay, that's the only way to get them? Oh, that's the discounted price. Mm-hmm. Crit damage. Sure, let's go for that. New 4-star, interesting. I don't care about that, I don't care about that.
So, just a little while after partially staking my reputation on it, it happened. The United States is functionally discarding linear no threshold and ALARA as the scientific basis for nuclear regulatory policy. If you have no idea what I'm talking about and why it matters, don't worry, we're going to go through everything step by step. But just to underscore why this is important for you, even though it is very esoteric sounding, one of the scientists I spoke to described the effort to make this policy change as the Apollo missions meets the Manhattan Project. That sounds really hard.
Leave it to me.
My goal in this video is to explain to you what is changing, why it is changing, what it is changing to, and why that matters to you. However, of course, astute viewers and observers of the nuclear space will notice that I am extremely late to this news. There's a good reason for that. I actually wrote this video last year, before the news was public, and it was supposed to come out in coordination with the U.S. Department of Energy to help people understand it. But there's a lot happening in U.S. nuclear right now, and the official Alara news release kept getting pushed back. In the meantime, what should have been a straightforward industry update got published early, and then published independently. This had the obvious effect of making the changes we're about to go through seem all secretive and suspicious. Many of you emailed me about it. But after working with the professionals the current administration actually charged with making these changes since last November, I can tell you that this was not a trying to make sure the public doesn't notice thing. It was more of a important stuff getting lost in the chaos of other administration stuff thing. You know what I mean. To be perfectly clear with you, despite all the other stuff that is happening in United States politics, I still believe that the elimination of LNT and Alara is a good move. And that's what we're going to go through right now. Okay. From data centers to small modular reactors to advanced thorium technology to fusion, nuclear is so hot right now. In fact, world governments want to triple global nuclear energy capacity by 2050. One major obstacle holding the industry back, however, is the foundational assumption of radiation regulation, the linear no-threshold model. If you want to know why this model hasn't aligned with an evidence-based approach to radiation protection for decades, we explain why at length in this video. But basically, LNT is a model that says that no amount of radiation is harmless and that any amount increases cancer risk. Following this model, it makes sense to regulate any radiation rate as low as reasonably achievable, or ALARA, for industry and the public. And so this has been the position of the United States and the majority of world governments for decades. Radiation can cause cancer at very high doses, and so get it as close to zero as you can, even if there are only very low doses. The problem is that most of us will never see radiation rates in these high ranges, but our industries and homes and environments are being regulated as though we're bathing in the fallout of a nuclear explosion. Literally, LNT is based on atomic bomb survivors, not routine X-rays. LNT does not provide sufficient distinction between these extremes, creating fear and phobia that I have personally spent years trying to undo. I've never seen that man in my life. This painfully I've never seen that man in my life. This painfully conservative approach to radiation regulation can and already has caused real harm, again, as I argue in this video. The big news is that the current U.S. administration just happens to agree with this assessment and has directed regulatory bodies to do something about it. And so, here we are today, discussing some revolutionary policy changes that the Idaho National Laboratory and the U.S. Department of Energy are supposed to bring about soon at the government's behest to usher in a nuclear renaissance, as they call it. It is no exaggeration to say that LNT has been the most controversial thing in nuclear for longer than I've been alive. So it shocked many in the U.S. industry when on May 23, 2025, the Trump administration directed regulatory bodies to, quote, reconsider that model specifically, and to see what could be done about bringing radiation regulation more in line with both modern science and the modern desire for nuclear energy and medicine. Specifically, the administration directed the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or NRC, to, quote, adopt science-based radiation limits and reconsider reliance on the linear no-threshold model for radiation exposure and the as low as reasonably achievable standard. The order also seeks to turbocharge U.S. nuclear by fast-tracking licensing for small modular reactors, adopting more realistic risk assessments of reactors, it's not 1986 anymore, and streamlining public hearings. But the really big thing here is the government ordering one of the most powerful nuclear regulatory bodies in the world to reconsider the bedrock of its policies. It's why Seth J. Cantor, The health physics and radiological engineering manager at INL told me that this was literally the most important thing he's ever worked on in his storied 50-year career. So this is what Seth and his colleagues stepped up to produce, a 78-page report reevaluating radiation protection standards. As an industry outsider, I'm happy to say that they came to the same conclusions in this report that I've independently presented to you before. Namely that there does appear to be a threshold where LNT says there isn't one, around 100 millisieverts, remember that for later. That you must include biological repair mechanisms or else regulations are unscientific, and that LNT does not accurately predict negative health outcomes below the aforementioned limit.
But so what? So what if a regulation is so conservative that it's not even true anymore? Isn't it still safe for the general public? The Union of Concerned Scientists seems to think that changing this policy is a bad idea, as does the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. And hey, they're atomic scientists. Indeed, why would you ever want to increase the level of a bad thing that you can have? Well, that's because even limits on bad things have a practical limit.
One indication that current regulations aren't exactly realistic is that over the last 5 years in the U.S. nuclear industry, the safest industry in the entire country, by the way, there was only one person who got near the regulatory limit of 50 millisieverts per year, and not even halfway there. In 2022, not a single person working at a commercial light water reactor in the United States got more than halfway to the yearly radiation limit. Not one. It's a testament to just how much the industry has learned over the decades about effectively reducing doses. Clearly, there is some room for reevaluation here if literally no one in an industry of tens of thousands has to remind themselves what the rules even are. Maintaining LNT Alara has also significantly impacted the expansion of nuclear power, waste management, cleanup, and medicine in the United States, and it has warped the public's perception of radiation risk to the point that they don't even know how safe the industry is. It's a common saying in the industry that if the automotive industry was regulated like nuclear is, you'd bike to work. But the public has a better understanding of the risk of driving, and so we've all decided to incur some risk, a lot in the case of driving, to get where we want to go faster. Getting rid of LNT Alara is the nuclear industry trying to get to their destination faster by being realistic with their risk. Keeping linear no threshold around is then kind of like keeping a workplace safety sign around for roaming knife-wielding Gary Buseys. Yes, that is technically a dangerous thing that I could encounter at my job, but it's so unlikely that it's going to cost the business a lot of unnecessary time and money to make the workplace as Busey-proof as reasonably achievable. And it's going to give the public a false impression of the frequency of Busey-related incidents. The chance is low, but never zero. So, Alara in the United States is no more. Reasonable will be replaced with reasonable science and evidence, not overly conservative extrapolation. Or it will be, eventually. Given the long history of LNT, specific dose limits for public and industry are the hardest things to change quickly, and so perhaps unsurprisingly, there are no official changes to how much radiation the NRC regulates down to for the public or for industry.
This is all going to take a while, as it's going to be a multi-phase process spread across 17 different government agencies, and you can imagine, with the state of U.S. politics, how easy that's all going to be. But experts at Idaho National Laboratory and elsewhere do believe that in the coming weeks, months, maybe even years, the United States government will officially adopt dose rate changes that will end up being the final nails in the coffin for linear no threshold in the United States. Here's what they propose those final nails should be.
First, for those working in any radiation-related industry, maintain the annual dose limit of 5,000 millirem or 50 millisieverts, but eliminate Alara entirely below this threshold. Again, this is huge. Instead of literally 100% of DOE workers being below their yearly limit but still having to spend time and money and advantage over countries like China trying to get to zero, this is acknowledging everything we've learned about low radiation rates in the last 80 years. The INL report also contends that bringing up this dose limit to 100 millisieverts per year would be safe, though final regulations are likely to stay at 50 with LNT Alara absent. Second, for the public, for you, raise the annual limit from 1 millisievert per year to 5. This is also huge. 1 to 5 doesn't sound like much, but relatively speaking, it's a 400% increase. Such a big bump should tell you just how overly conservative LNT was in the first place. INL notes that Americans already receive an average of over 6 millisieverts per year just from medical doses and background radiation alone.
But also, I don't really want to play WoW.
Etc. And many
It's so fucking shitty game. In terms of the characters that I got in the first. And apparently they don't even work. And the best part of the game, which is the dungeon delving dream mode, isn't even open the whole patch. Meanwhile, I'm playing NTE and enjoying myself. Yes, it has problems, like for example, a big problem for me in NTE is the fact that driving is fucking abysmal. But the phones stuff, well, I wish it were. Well, I wish I wasn't barreled down fast touch. Because hey, this is neat. Okay, how much time since I started the stream? I'm gonna take a walk, and when I return, I'm gonna continue with that. But also I probably need to do something about purchasing things. I need to clearly decide what I want to buy it, order it, I mean. And I need to do it before the next morning because, yeah, because of reasons. Alright. Okay.
The others aren't a big deal. One Grunster, one poker face, and two owls. But be careful with the old lady named Jo Yuan. Watch out, or she'll trick you out of your info.
Poker face owls. Old lady?
Stay close.
Okay, what the fuck is that?
Populated places on Earth have much higher yearly doses than the United States, all without observable effects. The rest of the proposed policy changes are administrative. Work with other agencies to bring them in line with the proposed limits. Actually support science that studies the effects of low-level ionizing radiation so that the limits can get even better. And develop communication strategies for communicating scientific evidence to the public.
Hey, that's what we're doing right now. I should say that I am on record that these dose rates could be a lot higher. If we really acknowledged how biological repair happens in your DNA, if we acknowledged how cancer treatment actually works and helps millions of people a year, we would be giving people hourly limits on radiation, not yearly limits. That could be misleading and confusing. But hey, not everyone has a Geiger counter, and I guess we don't want to cause even more confusion by making people track their radiation doses hour to hour. I get why the government was, again, conservative with this. Before we end, I can sense that some of you might still be a little skeptical. Why would we want to increase by 400% something that is bad that has to deal with public health and limits therein? Well, I would like to point out that we have done this in other areas of public health to our benefit. There is similar concern and confusion around changing the recommended schedule for mammograms. Do we start at 40? At 50? Every year? Every 2 years? Why would you ever want to screen for breast cancer less often? Well, according to the data, more frequent screenings could actually stress both the medical system and patients, with unnecessary visits, biopsies, false positives, all without finding any more cancers. It sounds crazy, but the only way we can really wrap our heads around recommendations for millions, if not billions of people, is to follow the data that removes stress and bias and anecdote from the process. So after decades of regulations that were overly conservative to the point of being unscientific, and actually deadly, the United States is discarding ALARA in favor of unbiased, unemotional data that will, hopefully, not only revitalize and turbocharge.
One grunster, one poker face, and 2 owls. But be careful with the old lady named Joanne. Huggy-doo! Watch out, or she'll trick you out of your info.
Poker face owls. Old lady?
Stay close.
Dairy Express at your service. Well, if it isn't the little ones from Ebone, a rare guest indeed.
Doggy, doggy!
Long time no see, little Edgar. Have you decided to learn the trade from me?
This dummy isn't leaving Abone. Stop trying.
Lady Juyuan, we're here today to buy some intel.
Oh, is there a new commission?
She's literally never. Alright, let's see if this game does never better.
Trade secret. Huggy-do.
Looks interesting.
Where did this bird come from? And where can we find it? And whose dog is it?
One piece of intel is now turned into several. Didn't your boss tell you, in business, impatience is the enemy? You must be the new appraiser at Ebone.
How did you know?
Let's discuss the deal, Lady Juyuan.
You don't know any of it, do you?
Since I'm the only one here today, can you really afford my rate?
You name it.
If your boss were here, we could talk.
Juyuan, perhaps you have other conditions?
I like dealing with straightforward, clever people. I think we'll get along. Let me think. New customer discount, one piece of intel, in exchange for getting to know the appraiser. How about it?
Huh?
Does that mean no charge?
Really?
I'm a woman of my word in business.
Oh god.
The nuclear industry in the United States by getting rid of time and money-consuming processes that were in place for harmless radiation levels, but also accurately communicate the reality of radiation and its potential harms to the public.
So, that is possibly once-in-a-lifetime nuclear regulatory policy change. Of course, given all of the other stuff the US administration is doing with varying degrees of success, a lot of what we talked about today might end up changing. But it does seem like the writing is on the wall for NTE Alara. If the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which is one of the most influential nuclear regulatory bodies in the world, ends up ditching these policies, then it's likely the rest of the world will too. And then we can finally move on from a single straight line about fruit fly mutations in a paper from 1928. Yeah, that's where LNT came from. But what do you think? As a member of the public, does this seem like a good or a bad idea as I have explained it to you? If you work in the nuclear industry, as many of you do, is this a sigh of relief or is this just additional scrutiny that you wouldn't otherwise want? I understand both perspectives. As someone who explains this or tries to for a living, I would love to hear what you think down there. Until next time. Wait. This is slightly higher than it usually is. I guess I'm just hot today. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Can you give me 30k? I don't have no 30k. 30k? 30k.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. Our product is used on occasion to kill people. That's not a leaked memo or some AI deepfake. That's Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, saying it out loud in front of an audience. Just a few years ago, it would be unthinkable for a CEO to utter such words. Silicon Valley spent 2 decades trying to convince us that they were connecting people and making the world a better place. That was rarely true, but at least it sounded fluffy. But now, in 2026, the CEO of one of the most influential software companies on Earth is openly bragging that his product helps governments scare enemies and, on occasion, kill them. Not long ago, he stated that the military draft should be introduced. We should send eligible men off to war. But here's the wildest thing. By every traditional measure of success, Palantir passes the bar. Its stock has gone from $9.50 at IPO in 2020 to over $140 today, a return of more than 1,400% in 5 years. Palantir has government contracts on multiple continents, and at the time of writing has a market cap of around $330 billion, putting it inside the top 40 most valuable companies on Earth. So you have to ask the obvious question. If Palantir already has all the money, all the contracts, all the political access, what else do they want? I can answer that question right now, but in order to understand the gravity of what they want, it's frankly worth watching the rest of the episode. So Palantir wants to be the default AI and data infrastructure layer for institutional power for Western civilization. But their motivations are deeply ideologically driven. Their CEO has explicitly stated that he believes that Western defense and intelligence institutions require advanced AI-powered military software for the sole reason of maintaining global superiority. In a matter of years, Palantir's influence will affect most of the globe. In this episode, we're going to look at one of the most powerful and controversial companies on Earth, Palantir, its eccentric leadership that is Alex Karp, and try to make sense of what he and the people running this company genuinely seem to want. Because the closer you look, the stranger the answer gets.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
You need a higher purpose, and I also think you often need a lower purpose. Like the higher purpose for me.
What's a lower purpose?
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us. So that's my lower purpose. But the higher purpose for me was to get this nation to be the preeminent power in the world.
With statements like that, the obvious question is, how does such a company exist, let alone become so influential? Well, the short answer is that their technology is so good at making sense and analyzing disparate sets of data that a lot of other companies can't live without them. We'll come back to how they achieve this later. So Palantir actually confuses a lot of people, because it's actually a story of 2 main platforms, Foundry and Gotham. Each does completely different things. Foundry is used by corporations in the private sector to help with global operations and real-time data processing. It's more of the benign arm of the company. Thousands of companies use Palantir Foundry. Everyone from Wendy's, Ferrari's F1 team, Airbus, Nike, Polymarket, LG, BP, Lowe's, Kohl's, Morgan Stanley, Honda, Nissan, Ford, Mitsubishi, PwC, United Airlines, and the list goes on.
We went long on the reality that large language models were useful in their application in our software and are not going to be as performant as people want outside of it.
The Gotham platform, on the other hand, is where all the controversy is. Gotham is presented as a, quote, operating system for global decision-making, end quote. It sounds a little vague, but it's mainly used by government agencies for war targeting, killing enemies, and domestic mass surveillance. The main risk in this conversation is the centralization of all the data Palantir possesses. Everything from Medicare to the IRS, travel, immigration, social security, health records, police records, license plate data, biometric data, online history, phone calls, location information from phones, and it goes on and on and on. That's data that's usually separated, siloed, and under wraps. Now it can all be gathered in one place to build a profile on any given individual.
Firstly, the cost of running an authoritarian regime like the Stasi has come down by 10 orders of magnitude in the last 3 years. If you had to run the Stasi in East Germany back in the day, that was like 20% of GDP on spying on people and keeping an eye out. Okay, that's now, you've got a bunch of cameras, you've got AI, everyone's got a phone on them, and we're tracking everything at all times, okay? That's a worry, because we live in liberal democracies, and we're very lucky to, but our leaders, how long will they resist that temptation?
To be clear, this hasn't happened just yet, at least that we know of, but Palantir's Gotham makes it not only possible, but easier than it ever has been before.
So it's like when people are worried about surveillance, it's not, honestly, of course there are huge dangers there, but you know, it's like you will have far fewer rights if America's not in the lead.
In the United States, Palantir is already widely being adopted in domestic federal agencies. Today, all 6 US military branches, along with 3 dozen federal agencies, now use Palantir. UK police, German state police, and the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission also use Palantir domestically. Soon they'll be the central hub that glues all government data on citizens together. Now I have to stress, Gotham can't be thought of as simply just a database. As researcher Nicole Bennett puts it for The Conversation, quote, "It, Gotham, takes fragmented data scattered across various agencies and stores it in different formats and transforms it into a unified, searchable web," end quote. And if you think that this doesn't affect you, if you live in the US at least, everywhere you drive is already being watched and processed. Your license plate, your car model, and any identifying features on your car like stickers are now being fed into Palantir via ALPR cameras. They know where you go, when you go, and who's driving. There's over 80,000 cameras in the US on major roads and highways. If you want to see where you're being spied on, you can head to dflock.org to check for yourself. And that's just a part of the data that Palantir collects. Researching these topics made me realize something. To make sense of where technology as a whole is heading, understanding software is critical. And that's why we've partnered with today's sponsor, boot.dev, to help you learn how to code. Now, let's dig much deeper into the nature of Palantir. Some people might say, from a strictly technological standpoint, plenty of companies work in data processing to gather trends and insights. So that function by itself isn't inherently evil. It can be used for good. For example, finding lost children, detecting fraud and stopping terrorism. Logistics teams use data processing to keep grocery shelves stocked during disasters. Another example, researchers using data in the UK's NHS, spread across a network of hospitals, have used these datasets to spot disease patterns that would be invisible in any single hospital's records. Palantir said to the BBC that it was, quote, "deeply proud to be helping the UK government to deliver more NHS operations, speed up cancer diagnosis, keep the Royal Navy ships at sea for longer, and tackle domestic violence," end quote. Most of that is all one side of the company, the Foundry platform. The Gotham platform is something else. To add to this, there's also Project Maven, which we've covered in our AI and War episode. That's a really good one, you should check it out if you haven't already. But if you did miss it, Maven is basically a more rapid version of Gotham, specifically for war. It selects military targets for destruction, automatically and rapidly, often with little human involvement. With the help of Anthropic, the Maven system was used in the Iran War's initial stages. Okay, so with a track record like that, it's no wonder that Palantir is seen by many as a deliberate attempt to create an AI-driven surveillance state. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's take a step back. Where did this all come from? Palantir was founded in 2003 by Peter Thiel. His claim to fame is PayPal, but more recently has been like this.
I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in
Should
this.
the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
Alongside him was his Stanford Law roommate, Alex Karp, and a few others. Their first investor was the CIA venture arm, In-Q-Tel. They put in about $2 million. From the start, Palantir positioned themselves specifically for intelligence workflows, which many companies at the time weren't doing, and for good reason, as working with the government directly was unpopular at the time. The initial pitch was idealistic on paper. Basically, take the fraud detection software PayPal had used to catch credit card scammers and utilize data to catch criminals. Later on, the goal somewhat shifted to fighting terrorism using intelligence data. So a quick side note, why choose the name Palantir? Well, it comes from Lord of the Rings. A Palantir is a seeing stone that can be used to distort truth and present selective visions of reality. So yeah, that's a nice start. Alex Karp, co-founder and CEO, was an unusual pick. A guy with a PhD in social theory from Frankfurt, no business background, and a habit of wearing tracksuits to investor meetings. As you'll later see, he's a real character. But to give you a taste first, just listen to these anecdotes. At home, his phone is stored in a Faraday cage to block radio signals because, quote, the Chinese would be crazy not to try and listen to my calls, end quote. In September 2023, at a summit on AI regulation, he was seated next to Elon Musk. Alex Karp asked Musk if he knew why they were seated together. Musk said he had no idea. Out of nowhere, Karp laughs, quote, it's because the shotgun blast radius will only take out the two of us, end quote. We'll come back to Karp in Chapter 2. From day one, Palantir was not a normal tech company. It was trying to sell intelligence agencies a way to actually process and understand the fire hose of data that they were already collecting. In other words, making mass data useful. It wasn't until the mid to late 2000s that they started landing government and defense contractors. And by the 2010s, they were involved actively in battlefield analysis. By the 2020s, they were giving data to US ICE and law enforcement, as well as the UK police. Palantir systems work so well because employees went the extra mile to create them. Palantir employees would go to active battle zones, working on laptops with troops who were exchanging gunfire nearby. The main aim was to truly understand how things worked on the ground. If the client was a bank looking for fraud, employees would go to the bank's customer operations office for 3 months, solely to observe and learn. The idea was, don't just listen to the client, be the client. Do the client's work for a long time. This information came from a former employee of 7 years, Adam Julderson, back in 2023, when the company was a bit more sane. But since then, they've expanded greatly. That includes a major role in creating targeting data for the Ukraine war. And honestly, it's terrifying. That word does get thrown around flippantly these days, but I really mean it here. The ever-present Simon Whistler explains.
Quoting a New York Times article on the drones, they carry out, quote, pilotless takeoff or hovering, geolocation, navigation to areas of attack, as well as target recognition, tracking, and pursuit, up to and including terminal strike, the lethal endpoint of the journey. Perhaps most frightening, however, are Ukraine's recent advancements in unmanned ground vehicles, or UGVs. In mid-April, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky revealed that for the first time, Ukraine captured a Russian position exclusively using unmanned ground and aerial drones, quote, without infantry and without losses on our side.
How did Ukraine win a battle using only robots? There is this unbelievable video I saw recently from the front lines of the war in Ukraine. And in it, you see these 3 Russian soldiers crawl out of a hiding place, arms up, fear on their faces. And they walk towards a camera and surrender on the snowy ground. But they're not surrendering to a Ukrainian soldier, or frankly, a soldier of any sort. They're surrendering to a robot. It was, according to the Ukrainians, the first time that an enemy position was captured solely by a battlefield robot.
In 2024, Karp personally flew to Tel Aviv to sign a deal with the Israeli Defense Force. He would supply automated decision-making targets in the Gaza conflict.
In fact, we have this problem at Palantir. We have people who join, they think they're joining a normal company. We're not a normal company. We are fighting for what we believe, and we're putting in a product to give the people that agree with us a superior position.
So let's dig in a little bit more about why companies and governments still use Palantir. So for a client, if Palantir proves their value, more use cases get laid up over time. Gradually, the cost to switch builds up. Researcher Luke Munn warned that this can lead to, quote, vendor lock-in, end quote, where clients become increasingly dependent on Palantir to even make sense of their own data. Competitors like Snowflake and Databricks exist, and there's even solutions from Microsoft and AWS, but Palantir mostly shines in complex environments, cases where multiple fragmented datasets are involved. And once you're in the system, leaving the system is painful. And that's the same in a hospital, a tax office, a supermarket, or a battlefield. And that is how a company with 4,400 employees becomes worth more than $1/3 of $1 trillion.
You know, a lot of those people are suspicious of us now. Try to take the product out of their hands. Almost all of our clients, meaning people who bought our product, started off as Palantir skeptics.
And I've gone into tens of thousands of meetings. Now, currently, when I meet the Palantir skeptic, I'm like, that's the person who's going to buy. Because they have legitimate questions like, is this product being used to take away my right to go have a hot dog with a coworker I'm flirting with while being married? Which, honestly, I think is the God-given right of people in this country. Can the government surveil your patterns of behavior? It's called pattern of life surveillance, which is a very, very, very important way of finding terrorists. And these things require very, very precise tools. Yes, we are monetizing the fact that these decisions are difficult. We're monetizing the fact that they're hard. We're monetizing the fact that they're important.
But like any tool, these capabilities can be misused. When in the wrong hands, it can be abused as an enabling force to grant power and authority over private citizens, and they don't have a say in it. Now, you'd expect the CEO of such a controversial and covert company to be incognito for the most part, but as you'll see in Chapter 2, Alex Karp is anything but.
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination.
Almost nothing makes a human happier than taking the lines of cocaine away from these short sellers.
Alex Karp is genuinely one of the strangest and most interesting CEOs in tech. He was born in 1967 to an African-American mother who was an artist focused on civil rights and the suffering of black children, and to a Jewish father who worked as a pediatrician. As a child, young Alex was taken to civil rights marches. He studied philosophy at Harvard, then law at Stanford, then went to Frankfurt to get a PhD in neoclassical social theory. He speaks fluent German and has dyslexia. He never learnt to drive, but often goes skiing alone for 10 miles a day. He departs on his skiing trips from one of his estimated 20 homes around the world, which are apparently sparsely furnished ski huts. He practices martial arts and has no spouse and no children. For years, Alex was framed as the progressive counterweight to Peter Thiel, who himself is an absolute mad hatter. And just to give you an idea, Peter Thiel, the co-founder of Palantir, believes democracy and freedom are incompatible. The idea of government will fade away and should be replaced with corporate-run states and sovereign CEOs who control the masses. He thinks that tech regulation is the work of the Antichrist. Market competition is destructive and is for losers. He wants to live forever and doesn't believe in conflict of interest. But that's all another story for another day. Let's bring our focus back to the forever bouncing in his chair, Alex Karp. Alex Karp being a political counterweight to Peter Thiel is no longer the case. Karp now talks almost exclusively in the language of hard power, Western dominance, and civilizational struggle. In his 2025 book, The Technological Republic, he argues that Silicon Valley has lost its way by focusing on consumer apps. He believes that engineers have a moral duty to build weapons for the state. So far, it sounds like a slightly eccentric personality, but that's nothing compared to some of the other stuff he said in public. Quotes like, "Almost nothing makes a human happier than taking the lines of cocaine away from those short sellers," end quote. And joking about, quote, "light fentanyl-laced urine," end quote, being sprayed on critics by drones. It is genuinely unhinged. And these aren't taken out of context. He literally says them on stage and on earnings calls. Karp doesn't believe in democratic institutions.
Karp essentially doesn't really believe in institutions. He believes in heroic, good people, generally good men. And the general idea is, the good men should be given power. The good men should be given the technology and the weapons, and the good men will save the world.
It's amazing how these people see themselves as good.
Yeah. Strong individuals get the technology and the weapons, and good men save the world. The slow, messy, deliberative parts of liberal democracy are, in his worldview, an obstacle. Karp openly describes Palantir's products as a, quote, kill chain, and says, and this is a direct quote, "If you do not feel comfortable supporting the legitimate efforts of America and its allies in the context of war, don't join Palantir." For once, a guy like this is being straight up. But if one is proud of automatic killing pipelines and mass surveillance, capabilities that spit on both the Geneva Convention, humanitarian law, and civil rights, I think most people would agree that's a red flag. The thing is, he makes a bunch of money doing this too. Palantir disclosed that Karp received $6.8 billion in 2024. That's not million, billion with a B. And we're not talking about stock options or vague terms here. It's $6.8 billion in compensation actually paid. It was the highest CEO pay package for any publicly traded company in America that year. Through a structure called Class F shares, Alex Karp and Peter Thiel retain 49.99% of voting power, even if they own as little as 6% of the company. There's essentially no way they can be removed. No matter how you look at it, they've cemented a position of pure power and influence. So his worldview is gag-worthy to most regular people, but that's just it. You need a guy this crazy to run such a company and to sleep at night. So the crux of the issue, what does Palantir actually want? This section is the hardest part to answer in detail because the full answer is a lot. In April of 2025, Palantir's official X account posted what people quickly renamed the Palantir Manifesto. It was 22 numbered points, drawn largely from Karp's book, and it went absolutely viral. A normal corporate manifesto would say something along the lines of, "We believe in consumer obsession," or that, "We strive to make your life more convenient." But this one said, "Some cultures have produced vital advances, others remain dysfunctional and regressive. Silicon Valley owes a moral debt to the country that made its rise possible. The West must resist, quote, the shallow temptation of vacant and hollow pluralism. The United States should reconsider reinstating mandatory national service. The question is not whether AI weapons will be built, but who will build them. Silicon Valley must play a role in addressing violent crime." The manifesto was so unhinged that even the greediest of investors didn't like it, and Palantir stock dropped as a result. Belgian philosopher Mark Koekelberg, a leading scholar on AI ethics, called this, quote, techno-fascism in plain sight. Economist and former Greek finance minister Yanis Varoufakis said that Palantir is a key player in what he terms techno-feudalism and tech-lordism. So I guess in a way it's refreshing to see Palantir lay their refuse out bare for everyone to see. A private company with multi-billion-dollar government contracts pushing an ideological vision where the West must reassert hard power, there's mandatory service, and aggressive technological dominance over its perceived enemies. And don't get me wrong, I know some of you are thinking, a country should be able to use technology to defend itself and even use it to curtail internal threats. Revamping outdated government systems and modernizing it to become integrated real-time analytics makes logical sense. But who's making that change matters. And that's my main concern. The way that the top ranks of Palantir behave is a building latent risk. They don't care about civil liberties at all. They see it as a hindrance. In history, just within the United States, government intelligence gathering has resulted in the targeting of civil rights activists in the 1960s, which Karp himself as a child probably took part in, and the monitoring of anti-war protesters during the Vietnam War. Imagine the speed and the precision of silencing domestic dissent with Palantir and their Gotham system, not just for America, but now the UK, Germany, and any other nation that chooses them. As Nicole Bennett puts it, quote, in a pre-Gotham era, putting someone under suspicion of wrongdoing might have required specific evidence linked to an event or witness account. In a Gotham-enabled system, suspicion can stem from patterns of data, patterns whose importance is defined by proprietary algorithms, end quote. And there it is. Palantir wants to be the default AI and data infrastructure layer for institutional power, primarily for the West. That's the answer to the question, and I hope you understand it now. They want to be the operating system that governments, militaries, hospitals, police, immigration agencies, and major corporations can no longer function without. CTO Shyam Sankar said it almost word for word in 2021. The goal is to become, quote, the US government's central operating system, end quote. But even within Palantir, plenty of people think this has gone too far. 13 former Palantir employees signed an open letter publicly urging the company to stop certain contracts. Linda Xia, a former engineer, told the New York Times that the issue wasn't the technology itself. It was that combining all of that data, quote, even with the noblest of intentions, significantly increases the risk of misuse, end quote. And there's some important truth there. Even if you like the guys in charge of the government today, the next administration could abuse Palantir's systems without end. It's a huge future moral hazard. Once in place, such unchecked power almost always expands far from its intended original use. When the target switches from that group you don't like over there to simply anyone who opposes the government, it's already too late, and that is the direction it's always gone throughout history. The good news is that it isn't happening yet. And that's why we talk about these things now, because there's still time for change. But despite all of these red flags, the story takes a genuinely bizarre turn. Palantir, for all of its public bluntness about violence and dominance, is also trying to win over a younger, cooler audience using soft power. They have an online merch store. They sell t-shirts, sweatshirts, and patches with words like ontology, velocity, and dominance printed on them. In 2025, they sold a t-shirt featuring Karp's face with the word dominate. It was quietly pulled off the store. On April 30th, 2026, they released a $200 coat. Their head of Vibes, Elena Yunus, told GQ explicitly that he wants Palantir to be a lifestyle brand. A surveillance and weapons software company that openly admits to killing people now has a sweater line. And if that doesn't do it for you, there's official holiday messages from Alex Karp skiing and wishing you a happy holidays on Palantir's social media. It's genuinely difficult to overstate how new this is. As Andrew Groves, a professor at the University of Westminster, puts it, systems that once operated in the background now want to be visible, even desirable. It's like trying to make the Patriot Act after 9/11 seem cool and in vogue. Let's discuss what this all means. Alex Karp genuinely probably believes that is helping democracy survive a dangerous world. But that sincerity might make Palantir more dangerous and not less. After the manifesto, after the merge, after the kill chain quotes, after the Class F shares, after the $6.8 billion paycheck, after the defense deals, after the We Kill Enemies earnings calls, it becomes pretty hard to make the ethical case for what this company is becoming. The strongest defense of Palantir is real. Democracies do need capable technology, but that's where it starts and that's where it ends. If we're charitable, we could call Palantir a data company with military branches tacked on. They just care about defending the West. But if we're not charitable, we could say they're like the Western version of the CPP government apparatus, but worse. To me, it's almost like Palantir blows wide open the fraying of the relationship between governments and their people. It's long forgotten now, but there was a time where people knew the purpose of government. It was to serve, work for, and protect its constituents, not as an oppressive force to be scared of. That's more towards fascism. Few people even care about any of this today. But the fact that you're still watching tells me that you do. And that's great. It's important that we speak up and talk to others so that enough people are aware. Talk to representatives and make some change. And for any change to happen, people first need to know what's going on. And that's why this episode exists. Fortunately, the UN Secretary General is urging a legally binding international treaty to put a global ban on the use of lethal autonomous weapons. So we'll see what comes of it. And some of the public are on the case. Organizations like Purge Palantir is a start. We also urgently need oversight, independent audits, regulation, and most importantly, legislators who actually understand what they're approving. Sunset clauses on contracts are a good idea because there's real consequences when things go wrong. Once a company becomes the operating system for a whole country, removing it becomes very, very hard. Palantir wants to be that operating system. Whether we let them, well, that's still up to us. So as always, what do you guys think? Is Palantir building the immune system that the West actually needs? Or are they the surveillance backbone for something much darker? Let me know what you think in the comments. I'm sure it's going to be a fun time. Anyway, that's about it from me. My name is Dagogo, and you've been watching Cold Fusion. If you did like this episode and want to see something else, maybe probably more lighthearted, there's plenty of other interesting stuff on this channel. Alright, so I'll see you again soon for the next episode. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Cold Fusion. It's new thinking.
I'll deliver this one myself.
I made a big circle.
The others aren't a big deal. One Grunster, one poker face, and two owls. But be careful with the old lady named Joyuan. Tagido! Watch out, or she'll trick you out of your info.
Poker face, owls, old lady?
Stay close.
Stary Express at your service.
Okay, let's restart the stream for the last little while.